Okay, I have a very cool stream planned for today. We are officially going to rank all the healers. Official tier list day. Now, I have logs, I have data of absolutely everything, each hero talent, including Herald, Holy Paladin, believe it or not. We have to test one thing for Resto Druid, and then we have to test Discipline Priest. But aside from that, we are going to be making the official healer tier list. It's happening. It's happening. Okay, let's do this. Boom, boom, boom. Just run that super fast, and let's go ahead and get started. I am excited. Obviously, I've been meaning to make this for quite some time, but I had not had enough information until this point. What's up, noob? Good morning, noob. Now, noob, here's the question for you. You know anything about Discipline Priest? There's a reason that this is the very last thing. I tested Holy Priest, Mistweaver, Conduit, Master of Harmony. I tested Holy Paladin, Lightsmith, Herald. I tested everything. Resto Shaman, Totemic, several keys. Farseer, several keys. Post-Apex Talent buff, post-Apex Talent nerf. We have tested everything that we must test. So the question is, how do the healers actually rank against each other? So I'm very curious about this. I'm curious. What's up, Malden? Good morning. Good morning, folks. Just adjust my microphone a bit. But I'm going to have to learn. Hey, is this better when I put my microphone like this? I think I was speaking into it before. Does that sound better? Actually, I don't know. Maybe it sounds the same. I am quite excited though. It is going to be the official tier list day for the healers. We know where they stand. As far as I understand, yep, that's my basic understanding as well. Yo, good morning, monkey. But we have to test both. The rule for this tier list is that it's objective. It's nice subjective as well, it's my opinion, but also at the same time, like the rule for tier listing is I will not rank something I haven't played. So I have to play it, even Keeper of the Grove Resto Druid. I realize all the Resto Druid testing has been with Wildstalker, but let me do a single key with, let me try it. Let me see what happens. Let me do a key with Keeper of the Grove. And seriously, try everything. Morning, Alex. Good morning. So we have a few hours of gameplay. Tier list will be at the end of stream. We have a few hours first because I do need to test just a few more things. What I'm going to do for Disc is the one healer. I even Holy Priest, I go to the talent page of Holy Priest and I'm like, hey, I haven't played this in a few years, but I know what's here. Discipline, I can't really say I know what's there. Interestingly enough, I can't say I know for sure. So let me go to Warcraft logs. Let me take a look at what most people are playing. I do have Medicine Man and a few other Disc Priests on my B tag. If I see them on today, I can ask them what they've been playing. He is a chronic Void Weaver main, so I know he does not play Oracle. But let me just go to all classes, Priest, Discipline, look like this. Discipline is doing some of the highest keys on beta. We have a few logs from yesterday, it looks like. And the trinket choices appear to be quite different. So let's just take a look at this guy. He's playing with So's, funny enough. Okay, so we take a look at his log. I go to summary. I'm just going to copy his build. That's what we're doing. And then I'm going to personally read, as I think maybe Arson wants to do some keys after. Unsure, but I see him finishing up. So we'll have to learn. Hey, Monkey. Monkey, do you like the aquarium? Are you an aquarium enjoyer? As far as I know, even post-nerf, Oracle is better at healing. Void Weaver is better at damage. You love fish? Roll M+. Then we'll take a basic look at some stuff here. So when we tested Holy, this just gives you an extra charge of penance. But there's no more specific interactions that you really have to worry about. There's a few things that you do. Basically, Radiance and Shield. Your prayer applies 4 stacks of prayer. Interesting, okay. So you still have prayer and mending. Oh, it changes. Wait, your tier set changes based on your spec? Interesting. I haven't noticed that. Most tier sets are pretty universal. Okay. Flash Shield, Shadow Man, Power Radiance, okay. Atone plus Flash and Power Radiance, that's initial 3 seconds. Okay. So, we have this. Boom. That turns it still into the Shadow Covenant thing. I vaguely remember this. All good, all good, all good. Okay, let me go and set some stuff up today. I am excited. I am excited. This is going to be the stream where I officially rank all the healers. I feel very confident doing so, though. In your opinion, most fun healer? I'm going to have to get Keystone Hero on every role next season. So, fun. That's a great question, Monkey. When I rank the healers today, and one of the reasons that I couldn't just play with them. Because originally when I was doing beta, I only tanked. I tanked for like a full-on 10 days. I only tanked. And I got to play, therefore, with all the different healers. I got to be a tank for the Mistweaver, or for the Shaman, or for the Druid, or whatever. And I could tell you where I felt safe, etc. But I could also tell you what felt powerful. I could be like, yo, I played with 3 of this, and every single one just couldn't pass the healing check. Or I played with these, and they were great. You know what I mean? I can do that. But I have to play them myself, because a lot of the healers that I thought maybe weren't tuned very well, numbers can change. But when I went to play them, I was like, man, this is super fun. Like, this is giga fun. This is omega fun right now. And so fun-wise, that's a little subjective, but a lot of healers that are not necessarily meta are fun to play. And if they tune it, then it will be fine. You see? If they tune it, then it will all be okay. So that's kind of my focus a little bit, is are they going to tune it accordingly, if that makes sense? Let me go over here and change this just a bit. Where's the tier list at? I have to test the last few things first, and then we're going to make it later today. If you had to ask me, as interesting as this sounds, I swear, I think that the most fun I've had, weirdly enough, was playing Mistweaver, Conduit, 2-minute Chi-Ji. 2-minute Chi-Ji, Conduit, Mistweaver, I think actually felt really solid to me. It fits my play style. I don't think it would be for everyone, but I quite like that, and Prez still feels pretty good too. But I will take my bias out. I'll take my bias out of Prez. Prez feels good. I don't think I have the time need to work in the morning. Okay. Got you. So we can rank in power, but the tier list is going to be comprehensive. The tier list is not based entirely on. It will be based on tuning and power, and I'll back that up with logs and data. But it's not just that. I think that we have to understand that all they have to do, like let's say that Holy Priest was tuned really poorly, but the new Apex talent and this is just super fun to play. So if that's the case, then you'll say, well, it doesn't heal very well right now, but if they just buff all the values by 300%, you're like, oh, okay, all of a sudden Holy Priest is the best healer because it's fun, powerful, with tuning. So tuning will change. That being said, we have to take that into account when we're planning the tier list. And that is something I will talk about a lot, if that makes sense. Okay, let me just go disable this real quick today. Timers, cool. I need to just go here like this, bam, and we go like this. Okay. If you... Okay, save, done. Perfect. I've been meaning to do that for a while. So, Resto Shaman, well, that's going to be interesting. When we talk about the tier list, I have a lot to say about Resto Shaman. Resto Shaman is, I might have some interesting takes on it. I think that I might have some takes on Resto Shaman that may or may not be controversial. I do. I think that I might actually have controversial takes on this. Okay. I kind of want to make my own key, potentially. Not the Skyreach 17 that I have in my bags, but let's do an Algathar 15. I'll go straight into 15 on this priest. I won't even test the 12. I'll go straight into 15. I don't mind. I could actually just join this other group, too. I don't think... Only Arson is on right now, and he might want to play after this. I'm not sure. So, Resto Shaman. Sass Coach Bound and Shout. Dude, how is Sass? I haven't seen her in forever. How is she? Is she doing okay? Thoughts on Resto Druid. Okay. Resto Druid, they were nerfed on the last set of notes. The way they nerfed them was not enough. Resto Druid, give or take, best healer. And I don't think that's just a tuning thing. I think it's a design thing. Because these dungeons are designed a little bit counterproductive. okay? They're designed a little bit counter toward Blizzard's stated design philosophy goals. They said that they wanted to take healing cooldowns. They wanted you to not rely so much on healing cooldowns, et cetera, et cetera. They said it. They talked a big game going into Midnight. You know, we're going to change the kick philosophy. We're going to change the healing breakdowns, et cetera. And so that healers feel more powerful and enabled to actually, you know, perform. The problem is that a lot of these designs, a lot of these encounters, the points of the key where you will wipe, like the things that will actually destroy your key, I'm thinking second boss of Pit of Sauron, they're designed to require big burst of healing every 55 seconds, give or take. It's like 65, okay? So there are some healers that will be able to do that, and there are other healers which will not. Fundamental problem. They could tune Resto Shaman and keep buffing it, but outside of its big ascendance, you need pretty consistent healing, but there are 2 decurses and 3 kicks. So on one hand, you'd think Resto Shaman would be great, given the fact that they have a decurse and a kick, and that is a contributing factor to a fight like that. But it's not the only fight. It's a high movement, so you have to be moving while this is happening, so you can game a Spirit Walker's Grace for one of them and a Healing Tide Totem for the other. But the problem is you just don't have coverage. Veximus is another example, which will actually be a healer check, given this week they reinforced the overlaps. The overlaps are kind of back on Veximus. So now all of a sudden on Veximus, what you're going to have to do is you have to be moving out as the mechanic is happening. And during that movement, you could plant as a healer, I suppose, and just grief the puddle. But basically, over 3 seconds, people's health bar will drop from 100 to 0, and you need to top them in the last second. There are some healers which have the capability to do that, and there are other healers which struggle a lot to move while healing. The cleave healing and stack healing in a lot of these encounters, all the healing checks are completely spread apart. Veximus, you have one person here, one person here, and one person here. So Link does not help you there, and Totemic Downpour won't help you there because everybody's split. So if a healer requires people to be stacked, problem. Link is not a cooldown in Algathar Academy. You can link the first boss. But then Croth as well becomes a little bit more of a healer check, 10-second dot, buff there. But again, people are spread 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. You can't link anybody on Croth. So I think that Shaman has a few fundamental issues, and they took a little bit too much out of its kit, so it just doesn't have the answers to the problems that these keys are going to present. Because consistent healing is not actually Shaman's forte. It's a cooldown-based healer that used to rotate Lumithar's Living Silk, Ascendance, Healing Tide, Link. And you had an answer for each overlap. And the one that you didn't, you would have to go say, hey, defensives and health potion. But right now, you're not going to have answers for a lot of things. So there's going to be a ton of encounters where you're going to just be like, I'm dry. And you're just not going to have the ability to respond to the situation and you're not going to feel powerful. That's not a tuning problem. That's a fundamental, like they have to give Spirit Link a choice node for the times that you can't use it would be a really good way to solve this. If they just gave Spirit Link a choice node with a slightly less powerful cooldown, but could be used while the team is split, like a tether or something, I don't know. That could be an option. Or bake a little bit more power into their actual totem. So now one thing they did, which was very nice, is they buffed the Apex interaction on the last set of notes. They buffed the Apex interaction, so at least you had that totem. But the problem with that totem is that it's trickle healing over 20 seconds, and it's not burst healing over 5 seconds. So it's trickle healing. If I press that totem right on the Veximus mana bombs, right? But here's the thing, if I press that totem right when the mana bombs come out, my team still dies. Unless, of course, I have specifically gamed that exact moment. The only way I think that I would heal Veximus on a higher key on a Resto Shaman Farseer at the moment would be I would have to save Ancestral Swiftness, which feels just anti-fun. I'm going to hold that button for 30 seconds every time. Like, I have to have it for the overlap to heal the bombs, because the only way I can think of is you pre-Riptide, you basically get Unleashed Life, Ancestral Swift, and you cast your Ancestral Swiftness, put the totem down 2 seconds before the damage happens, and then all you have to do from there is cast a single chain heal, consume the Riptide, and that should maybe, possibly be enough to prevent people from dying to the mana bomb. Because you can't track people's defensives, which is another thing Resto Shaman used to have to do. You would say, okay, this person is tanky, he's a DK, he's fine. I'm going to go Healing Surge that one. So there's a lot of little issues. And mana bombs can target the same people twice. Oftentimes do. How are the Resto Druiders? Not enough. Resto Druid's fine. Absolutely fine, by the way. This guy's on a 12. As long as he can live, I don't mind. That might be hard to find a tank right now. Okay, so here's what's up. I need to actually set up a Disc Priest. I need help on the Disc Priest, by the way. Disc Priest, only healer. Like I said, I don't really play it. I've sort of just copied a build. A long time ago, Purge the Wicked used to apply your dots through penance on the target, but I don't know. I mean, some fundamental. I can look at this log and dive into it just a little bit though. HPAL buffs you a lot better. So here's the thing with HPAL. I tested Herald yesterday, Jax, and I was like, bro, what is this? I actually tested Herald yesterday. I did. I tested Herald in a 15 Pit of Sauron, and I was like, I mean, okay, but Herald is. I don't think they did enough to Herald. Herald was meant for Ret, I'm pretty sure. Like they did all those Herald changes, and it was meant for Ret, not Holy. Lightsmith feels okay, but Herald does not feel good. You just don't feel rewarded. Like if I'm like, hey, I want to greed my damage, and I use both of my Dawn Lights on enemies, it's like, it doesn't do anything. Lightsmith feels way better. Yo, what's up, random? We're doing the official tier list today, but first, I told myself, as mentioned before, I must test everything myself. So I'm taking a look at my Discipline Priest right now, and the things I need to be able to cast on people are going to be this. So I need to go to my, set up my priest now. Cam frozen again? Oh, this camera. It's been having some problems. I think it's overheating, but I'm not sure. Cool, should be back now. There you go. Good? Nope, never mind, not good. 1 second. What's up, Sean? That face, though. That's my skeptical face. That's my face when I look at Resto Shaman. It's sexy. Is it? That's some Zoolander stuff. Hey, Sean. I'm actually doing pretty well. I'm excited. I've done so much testing. The healers took me longer to test than the tanks because I'm much more familiar with the tanks, so I didn't really have to learn the tanks. You know, when it came to the tanks, I didn't have to learn them. I could kind of just game, right? But when it comes to healers, all of a sudden, I have to actually spend more time practicing them and thinking, okay, look, I think I know how to rank this, but I have to test it myself, right? In which case, I didn't actually have the right information. So healers have taken me a long time. I've been playing healer. I've been playing pretty only healer, give or take, for like 12 days of beta straight, just getting an idea of how things are playing. So I'm intrigued and excited now to actually be able to play it. So here's the Oracle Disc Priest build. Is Cam better now? Should be fine now. So I'm excited to make the tier list. A flex redeem. Hi, monkey. Here we go. Ready? I actually went to the gym yesterday, and I worked out a little bit too hard, so today is a rest day. I did too much. I did straight up too much at the gym yesterday. I know that because I did a grip exercise, and I was just like, you know. Now, Grandma, can I bench 405? Hell no. I don't. No. The thing is, Scruffy, I haven't adequately. I'm not self-conscious about the size of my penis, and therefore I don't need to clarify with you how much I bench. I don't need to bench heavy. I work out to feel better about myself, but I don't need that sort of validation. Let's set up my Disc Priest click casting. Sorry, that was a little aggressive. That was unnecessarily aggressive. That was my bad. Yo. Nice, Scruffy. That's a fair. Scruffy, you asked a fair question. I didn't think I needed to respond like that. That's my bad. I always think it's funny when people ask. No. I don't measure based on how much I bench. I'm the strongest I've ever been, and I feel great. But my shoulders, they don't like lifting heavy on bench, so I don't do it. Just banter, I'm Hawsey? Yeah, fair enough. Because I said it, and I was like, yeah, that was funny. And then I realized, like, oh, no, I don't know actually who... Wait, Scruffy, like, I just realized I don't actually know who you are, and I feel bad. Because sometimes, you know what I mean? Pulling an origami with that much weight? Nah. Same problem. So I have a joint problem. It's called EDS. And game key. You want to arson when I game? So basically, I have a joint problem. Look at my thumbs. You ready? Watch this. Watch this. Ready? 3, 2, 1. Right here. Boom. Boop. 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 Like this. So the problem is that my shoulders also do that. And yeah, exactly. So I have a connective tissue problem where all my fingers go boop, boop, boop. I'm a little extra bendy. So when I bench, it takes a lot of effort to stabilize my shoulder. Because you can imagine that if my thumb does this and then my shoulder also does that, then it's a little bit, if I'm putting 400 pounds in front of me and my shoulder goes, that would be a problem, right? So one of the reasons I don't like to lift heavy is just because the stabilization, the effort to stabilize is a lot for my body. Guys, don't judge me on this key. I'm pretty sure I can do it, but I really could use somebody who actually knows how to play Disc Priest. I need to set up this character right now. Yes, it is. It can and it will. So I'm a fitness and health should be something that makes you feel better, not something that like you're not, unless it's something you really, really love and care about, it's not something you're supposed to have to kill yourself over. Do you know what I mean by that? Like, I don't actually think the right mentality is no pain, no gain. And that's not it. Like that's not actually quite right in my opinion. People who think like that don't tend to keep going to the gym because eventually your body will go like, actually, yes, pain. And you're like, oh. I want to see if Arson will come first before. I don't mind doing a slightly lower. We can do a 12 as well. Like, it doesn't have to be 15, right, to start off the day. I'm beta. Sorry, I know. It's the only thing. This is the only thing I haven't spent time on either. So I'm kind of just like, I'm going to be making my own opinions. And we're going to just kind of do our best. I'm not going to lie. So Radiance is a full cast on the party. We don't need to target somebody with Radiance. We just press it. This is just here. And Key, you can do a couple. All right, cool. What is your 4 set? I'll show you in a second. But basically, I'm just setting up my click casting. So none of this needs to be targeted is what I'm looking at right now. Like even Flash Heal, like you very rarely cast Flash Heal as far as I know. There's a few interactions with Surge of Light or whatever still, but you don't really need most of this on your bar. Oh no, I don't need this here. So I'm trying to look and I don't think, I mean, I really for click castings reasons, I only need effect. Oh, I need a shield. That's it. This should be, realistically, this should be like left click and this should be shift left click. That should be shift left and that should be shift right. That's the play right there. Hey, Ollie, how's it going? We're officially ranking all healers today. Can do a couple. Cool.
They can't join our
Oh, we lost everyone. Damn. Because I wasn't taking people, so I was waiting for Arson. Arson starting ready up. Cool. Can invite if you want. I don't mind doing whatever. I gotta test last healer. Make a tier list today. Cool. So when it comes to disc, there's still a lot of interactions, I imagine. Is Arson coming to my key or am I going to Arson's key? Let's see. Let's start reading a little bit. Let's start trying to understand it just a bit, though. Biggest thing with this, don't be lazy with your atonements. Yeah. Basically, as long as you keep up atonement and then you just kind of do your rotation. My question about dotting is this. Okay? Transfer to Power Word Shield into Void Shield, okay? So when you Void Shield, you have to shield 3 allies, so you just do that. Okay. Right? Penance into Power Shield is always good for triage. You penance into Power Word Shield, would you not just Power Word Shield into this? Would you not just Power Word Shield into a penance? And then you can... So Surge of Light is there. The question is, do I manually apply my dots or is there an effect? There must be an effect. The Wheel and Woe talent. This was very heavily nerfed. Your penance... Yeah, right. Okay, got you. This was the thing that was nerfed for Oracle in Season 2 when Oracle was very, very, very powerful. Correct. I know this. Evangelism. So we're still playing this now. Immediate power you targeted. Yes, okay. Got you. And so this is how you're going to heal Veximus, right? So we invite Arson here. And then haste. My question is, there used to be Shadow Word Pain starts attuning when you cast Penance on the target. So Penance applies Shadow Word Pain. It's now this one. Got you. We have Ultimate Penitence as another way to heal this. See, like this, by the way, this is how you fix Resto Shaman. Just give them a choice node with Link like this. See how Barrier is here? Barrier is a great cooldown. But you see the thing? All you have to do is give them a choice node where if Barrier doesn't work, guess what else I have? This. Oh, button isn't working. Oh, I think somebody got it right before. Hey, Mavino. I mean, what do you think the best healer is? Resto Druid. It's not even a question of Resto Druid. The question is, are both hero talents of Resto Druid better than everything else? And I will do a single key as Keeper of the Grove. But it's going to be a little hard to find people on beta because beta's been out now for 3 weeks. Almost 4. And I do think that people are a little bit about it. 4 set looks like this. So Flash Heal, Shadow Man, Power Word Radiance, easy 2 set, just a standard increase. And then Atonement applied by Flash Heal and Power Word Radiance. Just last an additional. It's just extra 3 seconds on Atonement. A little bit of comfiness, right? Do have Atonement here. But effectively, I think, and as far as I understand it though, with Atonement, because you're a master, yes. Who knows what my stats are? My stats are probably wrong, but it's okay. 15 Algathar, the test for healers should be, I should be able to go into 15 Algathar and just blast it. 15 shouldn't be that bad, technically. But yeah, Ollie, and they took Blood DK out back. Blood DK was doing really well, and then it was doing too well, and then it paid for the sins of its ancestors because it was doing too well, and so it just got nuked. They took the Blood DK out back, and they said, not today, and not tomorrow. Unfortunate. It is now just doing okay, but it was looking really good for a little bit there. It was solid. Let me see who we can find. Oh, nice. An actual tank. Solid. Hello? Hello. Solid. An actual tank. Okay, now we have a real tank. Questions for this. Do I still press Holy Nova? If I'm not actually pathing through this, there's no way you press Holy Nova. Would you not just use this in mass AoE? Don't you think you would actually just kind of still press this button in mass AoE, just like a single Holy Nova, no? In like first pull Algathar? You'd think you'd press it at least once. It seems like a fair talent investment. I mean, Mass Dispel is fair on Veximus, but you don't really need it that else in this key. Andy Mage, sure, we take the Mage back. I'm looking at my talents real fast, just trying to understand them right before I get into this key. A few talents to it, though. Imagine playing healers. What's up, LB? Yeah, I know, I was going to ask you, but I have to test. I've tested every healer today. Today's Healer Tierlisting day. I've tested every hero talent of every healer, too. Like, I went everything. Herald, Holy Paladin. I'll test Keeper of the Grove, Resto Druid today. I've tested every healer in all content at actual key levels. And I have logs and everything. Master of Harmony compared to Conduit. Herald compared to Lightsmith. These are all the Prez. Chrono compared to Flame Warden. You know, Flame Shaper. Batman. Chrono Warden compared to Flame. Like, I've actually played everything. So, at this point, I have a really good idea about what the dungeons require, because there are checks at 15. Like, there are fundamental checks that you will have to pass, and there are some healers which are equipped to deal with it and some that are not. And I'm excited to make it. I hope that the tier list is a good source of feedback, because they can fix a lot of problems right now. But this season, at the moment, it looks very much like healers are going to get yelled at a bunch. I can see it happening right now. Like, healers are definitely going to take the brunt of... I'm a little worried, because I think that healers are going to be, you know, I can see the problems that are happening. I want to see if I can find a single time. I mean, you can get rid of Scream and just tell into this. Scream is not... That's a little... I mean, it's not crazy useful in Algathar, so... I also don't have a need to dispel a magic effect in Algathar either. So why don't we do... okay. I mean, we're not playing through Shadow Word Death. I guess there's really nothing you need for this. Disease Dispel in most of these dungeons is good, though. What's up? Quit. Oh, boy. Quiet. How do I say your name? That's what I was saying. Healers seem like the highest pressure. Yeah, I do right now. I think at the moment that's true, actually. Which is, I don't think that's good. I think that the whole point of a lot of these changes was to make healing and tanking more accessible, right? Like, we need more healers and more tanks. How do I say your name, dude? Quiet shit. Quiet shit. Quit shit. Oh, boy. Pronunciation is not my strong suit. I live in a foreign country, but that doesn't mean I'm good at foreign languages. Okay. So, the question, LB, for you is, do you know how to play Disc Priest? This is going to be, in the wise words, this is going to be a shit show. I would love to tell you that I know what I'm doing, but this is the most YOLO of any YOLO you've effectively ever seen. I'm going to test both. Oracle first. Okay? Oracle first. I know there are interactions that I'm not going to get right, but I still believe that I should be able to heal this, even though I won't be gaming it properly. And we will try it at 15, not 10 or 12. Like, it'll be a proper key, you know? I mean, that's one of the things, right? Good morning, Sully. But that's one of the things. Everything is supposed to be easier. They pruned things. What? Oh, the dungeon difficulty, LOL. But the whole point is that things should be accessible. I've been playing WoW for X amount of time. I've studied the specs. Even if I log onto something I don't necessarily know, I still remember Disc Priest from Dragonflight, give or take, was the last time I kind of played it. And I'm just going to play it like that, and we're going to see what happens. It's not going to be the most... If you're a Disc Priest enjoyer, this will not be the most pleasant thing you've ever seen in your life. You know? There are much more pleasant things, like chocolate cake. Chocolate cake is delicious and amazing. Okay. This is the last thing, though. So I feel like that's kind of what I'm expecting. Like, I know there's a few things in terms of... Oh, Sully. Yo, thanks for the gifted sub to LB. Yo. That's what I was... So as far as I know, Oracle is a lot more like, hey, I actually have to penance into shield for wheel and woe, etc., right? Like, I am supposed to be actively gaming this. And then if I really wanted to game it, I would probably be hitting Mind Blast first to transform. We used to have Shadow Cabinet. I don't think we have. We have Power of the Dark Side now, right? Shadow Word Pain. I just question, do I manually dot at any point? Hey, yo. Radiance, Penance, Shield. Right. I mean, it doesn't seem, technically speaking, but in high-pressure situations, let's see what happens. So let's put Combat Potion here. I'm going to PI who? All right, who gets PI? Who gets PI? Can I give it to Arson? I think I'm going to give it to Arson, to be honest. You know what? I think I'm going to give it to my Affliction Warlock. I'm going to give it to... Arson. Good luck. Have you tried Holy Priest? Yes. Well, okay. Holy Priest pose buffs. They're not like massive buffs because they don't address the issues with Holy Priest. Keep in mind, I played Holy Priest twice yesterday and accidentally set the 2 logs. I accidentally set the 2 top logs as Holy Priest accidentally yesterday in Algadar 15. I did an Archon and I did Archon Holy Priest, which did a little bit more damage and it actually felt really good, yeah. And Oracle. I tested both, and I immediately was like, okay, I get this. And I actually didn't mind it so much. Now, fun is a different question. Was Holy Priest really that fun yesterday? That's a good question, and I actually think that's a fair conversation, to be honest, because that's an actual question to ask yourself. If Holy Priest was genuinely fun, it was very simplified to the degree I didn't have a lot of buttons and I didn't have a lot of interaction. So let's take this keystone here. I can save my 15s in case I want to do any of them later. 15 Algathar, let's go. Ready, guys? This will be the official Disc Priest test. This is the last thing I tested because it's the thing I am the worst at and I know the least about. But I don't mind putting myself out there and looking like a fool, which is what we're going to do. Pretty sure you just penance an enemy for the sake of atonement, healing, and damage, but not spot healing. Just like trickle healing and to apply dots. Ready? Okay. I feel like that old song, you know, like, I Believe I Can Fly. That's kind of what's playing in my head right now. Yeah. But so, like, Veximus is an example, right? Veximus, I would say, there are only 2 checks in this dungeon. Maybe the last boss being a little bit now with the buff. But basically, there are 2 checks in this dungeon. Number 1 is Croth, and number 2 is Veximus, and you just have to be able to heal the tree, which shouldn't be that bad as long as the ads die. Yo, what's up, Dian? Dude, it's okay. You're joining my suffering now. Stat priority, everything. I have no idea. Just cause clarity of will is what I didn't want. A long time though. Yep, you still get the buffs. It's still the same dungeon. They've buffed it a little bit, which is fair because Algathar is the most fun to test for a reason. Algathar is the most fun because, you know. Yo, what's up, DM? We'll see. We'll see how this goes. So basically, I don't think that shield will have aggro on the tank. Normally, what you're supposed to do is actually external the tank right away as a Demon Hunter. So I'm just going to send 1 Pain Sub charge. And then I'm going to PI in 3, 2, 1 as he's ramping. I'm going to fade. Boom. And then here, I should be able to just do massive damage. So long as, like, I should be able to just send both my penances, my Nova. And then here, Void Shield now. So I have to just know that my Void Shield is going to be here. Keep this up on the tank. And no need to do any real sort of spot healing. Just go boom like this. 1 penance there. Probably paints up my tank now, actually, because this isn't quite dying. I can scream to give him an extra second as well. Boom. And my damage is probably not going to be as spiky as it used to be. I'm imagining. He might not know that there's a bleed here now, so I'm just going to watch him for a second. But this pull, there's only 1 or 2 damage instances, and ultimately, it's not that bad. Yeah, like I'm still, that was fine, not bad, not bad. But my damage is a little sad, because on my Holy Priest, by the way, man. Yeah, on my Holy Priest, by the way. Yeah, by the way. So this is damage here. Unholy DK post buff is, post nerf is still blasting here though. This one will be overall and one will be current. This one will be current, this one will be overall here. Yeah. So that felt fine, though. That felt fine. Like, I had options. The movement wasn't terrible. Whoops. That was... We have a res. We have to res. The tank didn't taunt. Yeah, the tank actually has to taunt to aggro this. We have to res. Do we have a res? Uh-oh. I mean, we'd actually have to reset the dungeon real quick if that actually happens. Soulstone? He might not have it bound. As funny as this sounds, I don't think he has it bound. So anyways, all you have to do from here is just plan your cooldown. Lock? Does he have it bound? If we don't have a res, we could just reset. And just reset fast. There's a few things I'm noticing, though. I can tell you this, okay? I mean, we can... Ultimate Penitence is fine, but... Are we resetting or are we going to keep going? Because the ad's not going to die, and then the kick's going to go off. Just reset, just reset. Reset. Okay. Whew. Weird. It's okay, you didn't see that. Otherwise, it would have been fine, actually. Can't stop eating? Is that a problem? Food's good. Okay, just reset real fast. I don't think Arson has it bound to his bars. That was a problem for me before, is that since it's beta, I didn't actually have my res bound to my bars. Otherwise, the spot healing felt fine. I was able to keep the mage up, etc., though. Etc. Is this guy playing Arcane? Oh. Ooh. I just realized, not only do I get to test my Displeased, he's playing Arcane. That's the first Arcane mage I've seen, post-buff. I haven't seen a single Arcane mage in all of beta. I just realized. This tank by Hori, are you in my stream by chance? I want to check something. Whoa, that's a talent. That's a talent. Interesting. I haven't actually seen that talent being played, though. There aren't a lot of tanks on beta right now. Yeah. No problem. We just reset real fast. I think I just reset, right? Did I already reset? I forgot. Reset. There we go. Did we just get kicked because we didn't vote to abandon properly? Okay, hopefully we didn't actually lose everyone. Okay, here we go. And we'll go again. Take 2, but this time the tank will taunt. So the tank felt really squishy. The tank felt pretty squishy, and I'm curious to know why. And I'm looking at the first pull. We can identify a lot based on how the pull went. That's why he felt tanky. Oh my. Okay, so this is cool, but this is cool. This is cool. So here's the thing. Here's the thing, actually. If you're pugging, especially the first week, man, especially the first week, you will not have tanks that have done the dungeon. So you have to be planning to how you can heal your tank. And I think that should be factored into a healer tier list, is can they make the tank feel safe? Because rotationally, this is wild. Holy fuck, this is so wild. What? Wait, this log must be wrong. On the entire, he took a lot of damage, but on the first, wait, what? Wait, but how come he only hit fracture like 3 times? But he's not playing fall. Okay. Well, let's find out. Let's find out. All good. My tank brain is being weird. Cool. Countdown 15. Reset the key. I'll go 15 again. Haru, I'm testing Disc Priest, and I don't know how to play Disc Priest, so it's fun. I like learning new things. I like challenging myself. And once again, my special ability. If I had one skill in my life... Oh, yeah. Haru, you want to come after? This is Oracle now. Here's the thing. If I had one skill in my life, it'd be this. I excel. Excel is my special ability at making a fool out of myself. I decided when I was a teenager, I used to be a perfectionist, and it, like, stressed me out all the time. And I realized, I was like, I haven't tested Void yet. Void's after. And I realized, I was like, no good. No good. You know what? You know what? I would so much rather be an idiot, but a happy idiot, than a realist and a depressed realist. Like, that's not... What's the point? You know? Okay, so once again, I'll external him right on pull. I can throw a shield out. I'm almost positive that a shield absorb effect does not take aggro. So we external here. He should be able to get aggro. I PI first global. I radiance here. And then I just blast. Combat potion here. I'm pretty sure that the right thing here is just to go like this. And then one Holy Nova. Shield the tank. Keep this up. Aggro is going to be a problem. We have a tank that is not hitting buttons right now because there's no way, I mean, especially post-buff, that he's going to proc his cheat right now. Aggro is a huge problem at the moment. I don't want to proc Ultimate Penitence because I'm going to need it for boss. This tank is not doing, he's not hitting damage globals. I'm so confused. He's not hitting his buttons. I don't know. We might have to find a different tank. I'm not going to lie, because 100k on a pull like this means that he's effectively just not hitting buttons, and that's why aggro is such a problem right now. He is able to tank because Demon Hunter is OP as hell, but it's not really... doesn't really count. Interesting. Because you can see here, he's not hitting fracture, so he's not consuming souls. I mean, it works, I guess. It works. As long as aggro is a thing. It's possible the mage needed to wait another second, but yeah, the reason is because he should be doing like 400, like 300, 400k on a pull like that. As interesting as that is. Okay, keep going, no problem. Interesting. In general, what I do as a healer, kind of an underrated healer skill in my opinion, is I always take a look at how the tank is performing. Because the tank, to me, the first part of the key basically tells me how much I'm going to need to worry about him later. Now, as a Discipline Priest, there's not technically that much I could do for him. So let's say, as an example, that he's struggling for whatever reason. It's not like I'd be able to say, oh, well, hey, I'm just going to spam heal my tank the whole time. Because it's just not how Discipline's kit works, you know? So here what we can do is Radiance into this, into a Void Shield, and then if I need to, I can even send the Evangelism and the PI here to make sure this ad dies on time. But then here, and it's dead already, so no problem. No healing check. Didn't even need to send that, really. And we just go here. Perfect. I mean, this feels smoothish. Feels smooth enough. We just Radiance this. Watch aggro, because aggro is going to be a problem. So if anybody else needs me, I will hold them. But otherwise, I'm really worried the tank is going to die right now. Depends how fast these ads die. I'm going to pain sub him now, because I think he would die on this global otherwise. And that's my skill. As a healer, it's an underrated skill, is being able to know when your tank actually needs you. It's hard to explain because most healers don't tank, and most tanks don't heal. So oftentimes there's like there's kind of a fundamental knowledge gap between the two, if that makes sense. So this should just be atonement healing, which is actually enough to carry this pretty well. Get desperate prayer if I absolutely need to. Here, one more radiance, and then we'll go penance into the spot heal, probably on the tank first. The ad is not dead, so we have to be in this, and I can ultimate penitence now, which is a problem because we already spent our res on the first pull, and aggro is going to be a little bit of a problem, and he's dead immediately. Yeah. Okay. It's possible that we're going to need to replace the tank just a little bit, though. It's very curious to me. It's very curious, very curious. Fundamentally, rotationally, we might have to just replace the tank a little bit. That's okay. GG's. Yeah, hold up. Okay, no problem. Healing-wise, that felt fine. From a Dispriest perspective, that felt fine. Buddy, shh. It's okay. It's okay. My Blizzard is destroyed. If you ever see me trail off, it's because this guy... Come here. Look at this. I know. Yes, I know. He's throwing a fit. You want to know why he's throwing a fit? Because he didn't get worms today. And so he's upset. And he's kindly letting me know that he's upset. You know what I mean? Here's the thing, man. Look at him. Look at his face. Yeah, he's so upset. He's like, where are my worms? Excuse me. Where are my worms? You know? He is a gamer. I know. Look at him. He's swelling with pride right now. Yes, I know. That's true. He's always mad. This guy, you know why he's mad? Yeah. Do you know why he's mad? I can tell you why he's mad. I can explain it to you very simply. Okay? Allow me to explain it. Yes? He's mad because, specifically, he's going through puberty, and I will not let him around any of the female lizards. That's why he's mad. That's the reason. He's very upset with me about this. But he is now old enough where he's going through puberty. And he is very unhappy about the fact. He's sexually frustrated. You know? That is what it is. Okay, we'll see if we can reform. I wonder if Soz or anybody will be on so we can test. I wish we could do some cleaner keys. Yeah, so I had to separate the lizards when I moved in here because they were starting to mature. A, they can't be on the same tank anyways. But the other thing is, they're just, you know. Yeah. So they do, actually. You know that's a thing. They do that. Hi, buddy. I like him. He's chill. But I'm going to let him run around for a bit to get some energy out. I can make one. No, I mean, it's Prot Warrior is super tanky right now. Colossus requires a bit more min-max. Yeah. Well, because I don't want to raise the children. I'm not cock-blocking. I'm taking responsibility more. I'm not personally committed to raising little baby bearded dragons, and they will make baby bearded dragons. So they don't have to mate. It's not required. He wants to, but they don't have to. What I tried to do is at one point I tried to give him a sock. I did try to do that. He didn't like the sock. I heard that sometimes if you give them a sock, they'll kind of adopt the sock as a mate, and they'll get a lot of their energy out with the sock. I mean, affectionate is maybe pushing it. They are cold-blooded, so they like warm things. So if you're hot, then they'll kind of hang out with you, but they're not like feely affectionate. Oh my god. He looked at the microphone. He said, "Look at all those. Look at all those dimples." Sorry. So, I mean, you could walk around with them like this. Like, you can actually walk out. You can take them for walks like this. So, in which case, they're kind of affectionate, but kind of like maybe in a similar way as birds. Actually, no, birds are a little bit more intelligent. There's not a lot of brain cells here. Like, they're not very intelligent, to be fair. Yeah, I tried to give a few socks. I found like a fuzzy sock. I found like a thin sock. Like, I didn't know what type of sock he would like. I don't want to judge. Like, I don't kink shame. So I tried to give him like a bunch of different socks, but he wasn't interested in them. It's apparently not the same thing. It's sad because, yeah, it could be Andrew. Discipline felt fine in that little bit. I kind of want to see what actual power atonement healing is like. Like, if I properly... Yeah, I mean, teenage boys, right? But if I basically actually send my combo, right? And it's Radiance, Penance, Shield, plus Apex Talent. Would I be able to heal a full Screech like that? Those are the questions I have. So I have to get to Croth and Veximus in order to test this. And I also do want to try Void Weaver as well. That's true. Is that the issue, Noto? Is that what I did wrong? Oh, I was missing the baby oil. How do I make the sock smell like a female bearded dragon? That would imply that I know what a female bearded dragon smells like, Malden, and I don't. I'm not that creepy. I'm not exactly normal, but I'm not that creepy. So see how he's kind of chilling here? They like chilling because I don't want to say that it's because he's bonded to me. If anything, I think he hates me. But it's because my neck is warm and he's balanced on my shoulder now, so he basically feels comfortable here, right? So I don't know if they're emotional creatures. I think they're more just, they kind of just do their thing. But they're very easy to take care of, and that's kind of why I got them. Yeah, but do you know what I mean? Like, I let them run around. The cats in him are really cute. Either that or mine was an asshole. They're all very judgmental creatures. You know that? Okay, buddy. Don't go on my chair. No. That's behind. That's the wrong area. Okay, 1 second. No, buddy. Come on. See, he's just very fussy today. He's extra fussy today. I know, buddy. I know. It's okay. I got you. I know. You're not going to fall. You want to run around? Here. I think he needs to run around. I'm just going to let him run around here. Here. There you go, buddy. Take your time. Run. Be free. You know, half the time I'm here, I keep his tank open, and he just scratches the glass anyways. He's not caged in his tank. Like, he can come out if he wants. But he gets cold, so he has to go back eventually. It's very cute to see him with the cats, though. Have we tried Prop Pally? So, since the bug fixes, no. But I don't know any dungeons except Academy. I mean, if you feel comfortable taking a 15, you're more than welcome to. Prop Pally still just feels squishy. Like, they haven't addressed the issues with Prop Pally, so I think that Prop Pally will still struggle in exactly the same way. Prop Pally is just, unfortunately, Prop Pally. They haven't fixed the issues with it, and so I don't think that it will feel decent to play until they add just a little bit back in. I think it needs ever so slightly just one thing or two things or something, you know? That's kind of what I feel like, right? I mean, there's a decent hunter, a marksmanship. I mean, we could play whoever DPS, but we got to find a tank. I think finding tanks on beta is hard. Normally, I'm the tank. So I have 2 bearded dragons, and I got 2 cats. So log in and try Blood Decay. Do you want to come tank for this key, Noto? We can do a 12 if 15 is like really high. We can still do a 12 and I can still test the healers. I kind of wanted like 2 relatively easy, like just kind of fast dungeons so that I could get through this testing and we can go to the tier list. But I have to play it myself. And again, part of testing healers is not playing in good keys. You kind of have to see, oh, hey, things are going really bad. Can I react in time? It's a genuine thing, because that's a lot of what healing is. A lot of healing lower keys is actually specifically being able to save people when things do not go according to plan, because they will miss a kick, and they will fail the mechanic, and they will stand in the swirly. So you have to, like, a good healer needs to be able to address those things, comparatively to saying, well, if everything goes perfectly and I time my ramp exactly right, I have infinite healing. It's like, no, it's not going to go perfectly. Up to you if you want. Is this you, Curry? Okay. I have a question for you, Curry. I am playing a Discipline Priest. I can heal you to an extent. But I have a question for you. This is a very important question. Have you actually played Prot Pally on beta? Because you are going to die in like 10 seconds. And it's like, have you actually played Prot Pally on beta? I can fundamentally go over the changes real fast if you'd like. But it'd be really good for you to know this. It's rough is an understatement. I would say that rough is an understatement. Main it live and I know the changes. Take a look at your block chance for me. I mean, you want to try? You want to try go on a 12 instead of a 15 though? Do you want to try 12 instead of 15? We can try 12. Absolutely fine if you want to try 12. Maybe go 12. Maybe. Things will die real fast. I mean, it's up to you. If you die, no problem. Just so you know, beta testing, we're chill. I am hard chilling. If you want to play, we just game. I got Sentinel to live. I actually think Sentinel was less tanky when I tested it. And the reason is because I was so baseline squishy that I needed the wings window to actually play well. Just make sure you get PvP weapon and shield. Grab the PvP weapon and shield first. What ability are you playing? I found Sentinel to be squishier. You're playing the no consecrate build too. You can drop these two talents and then you don't even press consecrate with this build. You can put these anywhere else if you want. Because consecrate is not tied to a DR unless you play sanctuary and these talents. Yeah, take your time, take your time. I'm down if you want to try it. Hey, look, we're chilling. Just know if you fail it. Also, this is still bugged, I'm pretty sure. You have to get rid of Gift of the Golden Valkyr because this talent, every time it procs, it consumes an actual Guardian of the Ancient King's charge, and on top of that, you feel actively worse for having it. It doesn't work. As far as I know, maybe I don't remember seeing that in the bug fixes that they fixed this yet. But Prot Pally doesn't have his cheat death at the moment. Yup. Fun fact. They bug fixed that this week. That would be great if they did. That'd be solid. Yep. Okay. Try your best. You pull. They did fix it. Excellent. Okay, great. That's a great bug fix. I didn't catch that myself in the notes because I was so focused on the VDH buffs that I wasn't able to focus on much else. Look, I've been playing beta now for a bit, and I got to tell you something. Let me tell you something. I've been playing beta now for a little bit. And you know what my genuine thoughts were about tanking? After playing beta for a while, I realized, man, fucking VDH really needs a buff. Like, that tank is just struggling. You know, it's bad. Oops, I forgot to reset. My bad. You know? Yeah, I know. I mean, look, the thing is, you know, the more I thought about it, the more I realized that VDH was the worst tank. F-tier damage, F-tier survivability. Bad Apex talent. So I'm really glad they buffed it. Felt justified. I am being as facetious as I could possibly be. VDH, best Apex talent out of all the tanks. Unbelievably good Apex talent. The actual tankiest tank. And also already had the highest damage after Blood DK was bug fixed. So I don't know what they were. It was certainly questionable, to say the least. Right before we do this, do you guys like cats? Are you a cat person or a dog person? Turn to soup just before release. I will continue. I can't promise this because I don't think VDH should have another season. You're a cat person, Coco? Dog? I've always been a dog person, but this cat is really cute. You can hear him meowing outside my door. I'll get him later. I really want to get this key first. Ayo, Curry, you just play however you're comfy with. Genuinely, I'm almost positive that I will like heal you as best I can. I'd be very impressed if you did not die this dungeon, but all good. You sure you don't want to do? Would you want to do 12? What about 14? Oh, Souls just came on. Souls, save us. Well, I mean, that's all I can do, right? I'm a discipline priest. No, give it a shot. I want to see. It's good to get different opinions, though. How's the input lag now? So, yeah. To be fair, Noto, I always play with input lag. That's just my normal state of being. I've never not played with input lag because I play from Thailand. So I always have. This ping right here, this is normal ping. I'm at 210. 210 is my normal ping. So for me, playing beta is exactly the same as live. For everyone else, you're like, wow, I have such an input ping. I hate this. I'm like, bro. Like, it's pretty funny. To me, I just genuinely find that to be funny. I do think that's actually... I genuinely think that's funny. When people complain about it, I'm like, oh, that's my everyday life. I don't know what it's like to have single digit or double digit ping. I don't know. What's that feel like? You know? Sometimes I dream at night. I just think to myself, Mama, what is it like to not have a full second GCD delay? I think it's like 30-year death strike, so it's like a spell queue window. So on beta, there's just because I think it's a beta problem more than anything. If you're talking about retail, though, I'm not sure though. What are we testing today? We're testing the last few healer specializations that I have not tried, and then after that, we're sending a tier list. I know exactly where I'm gonna put things already, but for the sake of, I want, if I make a tier list, I want my tier list to have genuine integrity. It's very, very important and impactful to me that I test with integrity. So I don't want to just do something for clickbait. If I test it, you will get information that you did not have before. It's my kind of my fundamental philosophy that's what I'm gonna do. You know? Okay, go aggro should be fine now. I'm gonna external my tank right now. Alright, first external on the tank is already set. So that's my belief system though. I strongly believe that if I'm going to make a tier list and kind of tell people what's up, then I needed to have played the thing first. And the main reason for that is because they can decide to tune numbers any day. Numbers can change instantly. You know that, right? Do you know what I mean by that? And think about it like this. Unholy DK was the worst. It wasn't that good on beta. It was actually doing really bad. And then they were like, oh, hey, by the way, we're going to fix this. And then all of a sudden, yesterday, it was doing twice the damage of everyone else. And all of a sudden, everybody was playing Unholy DK. But before that point, no one was playing Unholy DK. You see? And so it was like, what's the difference? And the only difference was that one was big buff number, and the other one was very sad wet noodle number. You know? He's doing good. I mean, I don't know if you saw his health bar there, and both my pain subcharges go to him, but he's doing okay. You know? So why would a healer tier list be valid? Healer tier list should be based on not just individual power, but specifically in counter design. This is the thing, and I mean, I know LB, you made a tier list and stuff, but people focusing on just number tuning is kind of missing the point. In my opinion, it's missing something fundamental, because they could just come around and be like, hey guys, we think Holy Priest is lagging behind a little bit in power. We're going to buff the base kit by 30%. All of a sudden, Holy Priest is the best healer, HPS-wise. But that doesn't mean it's the best healer for keys, because keys are not an HPS check. They're a mechanics and utility check for healers, as in, sorry, I hit the wrong button there. But basically what I mean by that is healers need to be able to deal with the incoming damage. You see? Healers, that's the whole point, is that healers need a way to deal with what the dungeons are asking. Some dungeons, like Kajin and Halls of Infusion, you'll remember, were specifically, they were meant to be raw HPS checks. But in general, that's not true. In general, hold on, let me just heal this first. Let me see how my kit feels. I'm gonna save penitence because I want to. Boom. And we just atonement heal this. Should be no problem. I watched the tank for a second. Big Apex talent. One more atonement. Yep, we won't let that go off. We have to be in here. Careful, careful, careful. Don't get hit. Don't get hit. Nice. I got it. I can heal this. So this is now healing because we've messed up the mechanic. So now I need to keep atonement here. I need to wash my tank because he probably needs the paint up right now. And he needs to dispel himself, hopefully, if he has it. Otherwise, here we go. Dispel yourself, dispel yourself. I don't have another pain sub. I don't have another pain sub, so like right now, if I was a different healer, I would be able to dump healing into the tank. If I had planned a little better, I probably would have been able to do it there anyways. Lizard's coming to say hi. Prot does not have to use Consecrate depending on the build. So now my DK is in a little bit of trouble, but what I have here is a Radiance into a Penance, into this, into a Ultimate Penitence to try to help the tank here. But you can see just how squishy my tank is and how much effort I'm having to put in to just watching him. Like, I'm going to Penance the tank here and then do this, and then we're all going to be in a lot of trouble because we have to get rid of the bleed. So if you're not standing in this, everybody's about to die. I think that we managed to reset our bleed stack, so now I just have to watch the tank. But I have no pain sub, so I can shield him, spot heal with the Penance, but I still think he's going to die here. I can flash heal and then Penance again, and luckily the ads died there, but man, was that close. However, this is what Pug healing is going to feel like, you know. This is a better example. So whatever healing I'm supposed to be doing here, this is kind of what healing Pugs is like, you know. This is the truth of it, is you don't really... So here, I'm also giving my Warlock PI, by the way, just because I like him. Because I think he's a cool guy, and he likes cats too. Okay, shield here. I can Penance the Atonement heal this. Radiance. So this ad really needs to be dying here. Uh-oh, we've killed it at the wrong time. Get in, get in, get in, get in, get in. Okay, I managed to save myself, but the bleed stacks are a problem. I external my tank right now. I go Penance him. Shield him. I am healing this technically for what it's worth, but kinda, sorta... I can feel myself... Oh, there he is. Hold up. I think we have a res. We have a res, actually. We might still be in this. Hold up. He's not going to have his resources up. He's not going to have his resources up. Which tanks are in a good state? Not this one. Not Prot Pally. Many tanks are in an okay spot, but not Prot Pally. Prot Pally is in the roughest spot. I got this. I got this. Can you not scratch up my yoga mat, bro? What are you doing? Hold on, my lizard is flying all over the place. Wait, buddy, what was that noise? Yeah, okay. Don't give me that face. He's giving me a face right now. Okay. So that was, I mean, to be fair, that was successful. Like, I was able to keep that alive, but it felt rough on that fight. Almost 100k HPS, and I guarantee you most of that was on my tank. My healing breakdown looked like this. Still, not impossible, actually. It was technically doable. Oh, bunch of tank. Void shield the tank. The Apex talent for Disc does feel incredibly powerful. I will say the Apex talent feels amazing. But you shouldn't really need to, aside from just hitting the Apex talent, you shouldn't need to be doing much for the tank here. We'll see if we can do the rest of this dungeon. I would say best tank, obviously, is the one that just got buffed further. There is a single tank that is doing better than everything else, Centurio. And that tank is, of course, VDH. There would be, I mean, let's be honest here. You know, what other tank could it possibly be? It's VDH. Blizzard has favorites. That's all I know how to say about this. The fact is, Blizzard has favorites, though. They aura nerfed it and buffed into it. So, no. So... I think that the actual Wowhead note, by the way, like both Wowhead and Icy Veins and MMO Champion and all the things, I think that they typoed it. When I read the data mine changes, the thing that I did the math for was a 3% nerf to Immo Aura, and basically everything else got zeroed and buffed slightly. So it's effectively a net neutral. But then if you read the actual notes from any other website, which normally they're much smarter than I, that didn't say 3% aura nerf, it said massive buffs. They were changing auras around, and it's a good question, Kune. But watch the video I made last night. Look at the video I made last night, and I'll show you the notes. With Miku, that's awesome. That's hilarious. Okay, so I'm gonna PI. I PI him because, like I said, I like my Warlock. So I'm gonna watch him here. There is a bleed here, so if he's not aware of this pull, it can actually be kind of tough. I believe I'm supposed to be sending 1 dot before I Penance. That should be my mistake here. I probably need to paint up my tank. So spot heal the tank. Wonder if I just emergency flash heal sometimes. Okay, he's good. He reset his bleeds. Nice. Take a look at the individual article for VDH. Buddy. You know, having pets is great, but sometimes they're weird as shit. I don't actually know what else to say. So, I was doing my rotation wrong a little bit because I forgot to dot before penance. This is fine. There's only one hit of damage there, so never worry. Penance straight into the tank, followed by a power word shield, followed by a surge of light procs. Penance straight into the tank once again. Then void shield the tank. Easy. Not bad. This fight will be up to me. This is a good example of, hey, am I tuned high enough to actually heal this individual fight? This is going to be a really good check. Croth has a 10-second dot. They buffed it. It's no longer not a check. It actually is a check of some degree. So I'm kind of curious now to know how this is going to feel. There's going to be a shield here. So I Radiance into the Penance, into the Apex talent, which is a big shield. And then I watch my tank. I think I paints up my tank actually right here, because they're going to rage, and you can't dispel them unless you have a soothe. It's not a kick anymore. These guys don't kick rage, they just actually rage now. So I think from here, what we do is just spread this here, and potentially external my tank again. Good, we're all fine here. Perfect. But this isn't really requiring a lot of HPS. So again, it's only so much of a test, just because I wouldn't say this pack is like crazy hard. Not bad. I mean, I'm maintaining enough damage as well. Part of being Dispriest.
I will activate the goals for Lishrath. That is talent toss for soft skills.
Yeah. Your shield, if you don't play Consecrate builds, Curry, if you're, I don't even know if you're pressing it, by the way, but you don't even have to press Consecrate with the build you're playing. As in, not a single time. You could take it off your bars. It's the weirdest thing, but with the build you're playing, I've tested it before too, you don't actually have to press Consecrate. You're still pressing it out of habit. You don't have to. It's the weirdest thing. It feels wrong. All I can tell you is that it feels very wrong, but technically speaking, you don't have to press it. So we can combat potion this, send it here, and see how this feels. The question is, with Atonement healing, the idea is I should be able to, especially combat potion enhanced, just send this, and then effectively heal this through only atonements. No spot healing required, technically. And that looks pretty successful to me. That actually felt very good. Interesting. In which case, this is great to heal. If that's how healing is on Dispriest, where you really can just get by with a single Mind Blast, Power Word Radiance, and then Atonement heal, and then just double Penance into the boss, Smite, Mind Blast, that's pretty solid, man. Like, that's because that's not no damage, by the way. I'm just actually able to top health bars well enough. I'm not complaining about that. That feels solid. I think that playstyle is giga fun. Oh, did we not get the last one? Go. Holy. Do the mechanic. Oh. That was close. Ooh. It's the same. If you did read the notes, though, just to clarify, you have to know that what they did was they zeroed out the aura, which was actually very good. I'm glad they did that. Some specs had ridiculous auras, and if you don't know what that is, over the course of WoW's history, they've had to balance the game, right? And at the very least, even if you don't like Blizzard, they've at the very least tried. Okay? Repeat the answer you gave. Yeah, of course. But they've at least tried to balance the game. Even if you don't like Blizzard, you have to acknowledge they have done some tuning over the course of time. When they do tuning, very rarely or very often, they'll just kind of say, hey, this thing is behind 3% buff to Discipline Priest. Okay? So they can use the aura, which is just a single toggle when they're lazy, and they just go, hey, 3% buff. The problem is not that. The problem is that at some point, that goes too far. So now that 3% buff is like, oh, they gave it another 7%. Oh, they gave it another 5%. They gave it this. Some specs have like auras that are just casually at 50%. Like, it's kind of wild, man. Some specs just have massive auras now. And it kind of got out of hand, in my opinion. I know Bear had, like, VDH had the 53% aura. Zeroing that out allows them to actually tune individual abilities instead of the aura. What do? They did buff this dungeon a lot, but not necessarily in a super bad way. I don't think it's, like, terrible. They buffed Veximus. Veximus is the hardest one because that becomes an actual healer check because the overlaps are back. Veximus is hard because the overlaps are back. Otherwise, it's fine. Also, this boss still bugs and is occasionally just a target dummy and is occasionally very hard. But yeah, maintaining here, not bad. So we'll see how I'm going to do Veximus. No, Veximus is the hard thing. If you've done beta before, actually, so Veximus at a high enough. At 12, the mana bomb doesn't one-shot, but at higher key levels, the mana bomb will one-shot if there's no healing going out during it. It's a high movement phase for healers, on top of the fact, not only is it a high movement phase, by the way, but it also, unfortunately, has the same issue, which is that you have to go basically mana bomb top everybody into an immediate AoE while moving, and you have about 1 second to do so. Delicious. These types of checks, to clarify, they favor healers that have consistent short burst healing, so short cooldowns, burst healing, and that are also mobile at the same time. Not every healer is like that. You have some healers that have cooldowns, but don't burst it. Their cooldown is not quite right. Nobody pulled? Good. I thought I pulled that for a second. Okay, so here, make sure not to do nothing while moving. Paints up my tank, external this, desperate repair myself, and atonement heal. So in a pull like this should be enough. Just apply atonement to my tank. I can double paints up him, but if he doesn't know, the rest of this dungeon is going to be... Oh, no. That was already one paints up. So... the answer to the, it's not Paladin. It's tough. It's tough, Curry. It's tough.
Survive.
Yeah. Like, that probably wasn't even your help. Yep. So what yeah, I got to tell you this. This is where the actual tank damage happens. These battle axes, they now do magic damage on hit, which means they clap tanks. So if you are somebody like a prop pally, you will die. If you pull like that without big cooldowns. And I was actually paint supping and spam healing you. Try it again. So you have to be very careful about how you pull these battle axes. There are so many pulls where prop pally will literally just disappear. Oh, I'm not there. It's frustrating. Like, you can play it. It's not that it's unplayable necessarily, but it's frustrating to say the least. I paints up. Void shield. I go here. Direct penance into direct shield into direct penance. Direct penance into shield. It's mostly hilarious just to look at the healing breakdowns and just see how absolutely different it is, man. No, I think it's way too early. Here's the thing. There's 3 months until midnight. How long do you really need to prep a character for? Like, honestly, how long do you really need to prep a character for? It's not that hard to prep a character, right? Bro, Curry, it's tough. It's tough. Prop Pally is the only tank that feels this bad right now. Every other tank is fine. That's how it feels to play Prop Pally at the moment. There's 3 months left. What happens is, if you're at the top of beta tuning, you'll probably take a hit soon. I'll update it. Like, if you're curious about it, just stay updated. Be on the YouTube. I'm making updates every day with logs and stuff, and it's... Right now, the answer is unequivocally VDH. VDH has a great toolkit for these dungeons, regardless of tuning, unless they go really, really poorly. Like, VDH is going to be just fine. Yeah? I think it might be a GG there. So VDH is 100% the answer in terms of what's the best tank right now. But because it's so far ahead, you can expect it almost certainly to get nerfed. And I would not trust that information. I would almost be confident to say it's not VDH. In the last video I made, I showed a few logs, right? And I wanted to give this example. It was very important that I gave this example. And I was like, hey, what you need to take a look at is Beastmaster Hunter. Beastmaster Hunter was the best DPS on beta, okay? And then, you know what happened? They nerfed it. I forgot to knock with Arson, by the way. I'm gonna ask Soz if he can... Curry, thanks for coming. It's not you. Like, you were actually playing Paladin pretty well. We managed to make it all the way there. Oh, Cape, you want to come? I can ask Soz if he wants a tank. Ace is in a key, it looks like. So, Beastmaster Hunter was the best spec. And now it's, like, kind of rough. Like, it's doing okay, but it's not doing that well. So it just takes one set of notes. Boom, like this. That's all it takes. I totally forgot earlier. So to clarify with Prop Pally, let's go over some of the basic changes. Number one, you casually take about 40% more damage because you don't have block anymore. Like you kind of have block, but you don't really have block. Faith in the Light removed, Avenger Shield talent removed, and your Mastery DR plus block is moved. So that doesn't happen anymore. Basically, you have 20 or 30% block instead of 100% block. A lot of Prop Pallies, some of them were playing just enough for 100% spell block, but a lot of Prop Pallies were playing enough Mastery to get 100% physical block. So there's that, okay? Number two, you also lost a bunch of other things. You lost the Mastery tied to Consecrate. On top of that, you also lost the Redoubt. On top of that, you also lost, like, XYZ. And it's just, like, it compounds upon itself to the degree where you are casually taking about 40 to 50% more damage than you were taking before without cooldowns. Your cooldown CDR was also significantly nerfed, so you have far less uptime on things. At least the cheat death was fixed. That's nice. You do numbers, you do damage, but it's tough. It's tough right now. Does not feel good to play Prop Pally. In terms of fun, Prop Pally goes all the way at the bottom just because it feels so actively bad to play. Yeah, so here's the thing, Curry. One of the reasons we're testing Alcathar is because this is the easiest dungeon by far. That, you can test the other ones if you want, but that's the easiest dungeon to tank and heal right now, by far. Yeah. Yeah. It's so strange. Yeah. So if you went into like a Seat of the Triumvirate or a Skyreach or something like that, you would feel it. Pit of Sauron's not too bad to tank necessarily. I think Pit of Sauron's okay to tank. Hard to heal the second boss. Ooh. You know what I feel like today? Ice cream. A Demon Hunter. Honestly, we'll just take it. I want to check the log as well to see how much healing I was able to push into you. Keep in mind that Prot Pally, like Discipline Priest, I can't spam heal you. If I was a Resto Druid, I could spam heal you up. And Taze, I agree with you 100%. I personally very much agree with you, by the way. Instead of nerfing VDH, what they should do is they should buff other tanks to compensate for it. Oh, it's Taze, that's you! Yo! Wait. Which Taze? Wait, which Taze? Blazered or Taze? Wait. There's a Blazered and then there's a Taze. The real Taze. God damn it. Hold on, wait. Do you want to play DPS Taze? Souls might come. Wait. Do you want to play DPS? Wait, Souls, you should play Prop Pally. Can do one before your lunch drive. Okay. So should play Prop Pally. I want to see him play Prop Pally. Taze, do you, out of curiosity, do you DPS or Souls can DPS? Sick. Or Taze, you can tank as well if you feel confident. Just know I want to get one clean key. Like, I could swap to Void Weaver right now, I suppose. I don't have any DPS. Oh, well, are you going to be around later? I'm happy to game. Out of curiosity, What is the real difference aside from you just have slightly better shields on Oracle? What's the real difference between Oracle and Voidweaver? At this point, like, what is the fundamental difference? It's just how you spot heal? Well, the real, so obviously Voidweaver does more damage, but the question is in terms of its healing kit, what's the real difference? Yeah, so you don't spot heal, right? Discipline Priest. Yeah, this is not a spot healer. Siphon enemy equal to... That's interesting. A Tropic Rift slows enemies. Sup, G-Dub? You move 20% faster. Ooh, I'm kind of down. I'm interested. Hell, have you tested Holy Paladin, by the way, since the changes? Good evening. Good afternoon, G-Dub. My lizard's been roaming this whole time, but he's getting cold, and I can tell because I don't hear scratches anymore. I've been playing the other Paladin. Ooh. Wait, Herald? Oh, in Diablo. Oh, yeah, Diablo came out with a new Paladin. Has anybody played it? Do you like it? Is it fun? Duration for 5 shortest atonements. So you want this, probably. Alright, if anyone plays Voidweaver, help me out here. I would... Here, let's do this. I don't know if this is going to be as easy or hard for me to heal. So what do I do when I have to move? Okay, Mind Blast. Let me just take a look at this real fast. Tears open an Entropic Rift. Okay, follows the enemy. So you just basically Rift, Radiance, heal. That's it. There's really nothing else to it. The question is, are the talents any different comparatively? I'm pretty sure I might have to change my talents maybe away from Wheel and Woe as an example. Let's take a look here. I know Medicine Man would be the best one to look at, but blogs on beta are a little hard to tell sometimes. They're so quick on the Unholy. Yeah, I know. They were not going to let Unholy slide like that. There was no way. I know. They were definitely not going to let Unholy slide like that. So I was going to play it, and I was like, nah. So, do you, by any chance, know? You've been playing with Medicine Man, right? He's not on right now, and I'd love to just see Oracle. Everyone is playing Oracle at the moment. To be fair, the spot healing felt really good. Oh, Official. Yo, thanks for the sub, dude. Yo, how's it going, Official? We're making an official Healer Tierlist soon. Not yet. And yeah, Prop Pally just... So what they need to do for Prop Pally is not buffs, it's a rework. Yeah, they will. I will soon. I had to actually test everything. Curry... Oh yeah, come. You can come. That's fine. All the good display Voidweaver. Well, that's only Medicine Man, to be fair. I asked him before, and he said, I don't play Oracle. And I said, okay. So to be fair, I don't know if that's all the good Disc Priests. I think that might just be him. And he is a Disc Priest on here, though. Just make a Druid tier list. Every single log is Oracle right now. Every single one is Oracle that I can find at the moment. I'm looking at this, and every single one. That leads me to believe that Voidweaver... So when I was playing with Medicine Man, by the way, I as a tank did not feel secure. I can tell you that I as a tank did not feel... Bro, every single log is Oracle. I'm actually... Look. I'll show you this right now. Look. This is what I'm looking at the moment here. I'm checking logs, and I was trying to find... See this log? See this right here? I was looking, and I was like trying to find... Here, I'm going to shift this over here. Look. Oracle. Okay, let me go up here. Let me try it. Let me check Alcathar Academy. It's the same thing. Everything is just Oracle. Every single one of these. It's Oracle. I haven't found a single... I've been clicking this whole time, and I can't find a single Voidweaver log. Like, I can't actually see a single one. They're all Oracle. I mean, that's pretty telling. Normally, when you can't even find the thing, it's kind of telling, man. Yeah, I'm not That's surprising to me. I mean, Oracle felt pretty good there on the healing. I actually felt very decent on healing there. Like, healing felt good even just through Atonement. There's one Void Weaver log right there, 15. The first Void Weaver, I'm pretty sure this is Medicine Man. Yep, he's the only one who's playing it, I swear. So this is with you too, and Khalid. Look, this is the only one, I swear. He's the only one who's actually playing Void Weaver. And what you can do is you can go summary and just check his talents real fast. I just watched the newest class shootings of and all stuff. I honestly don't understand why they nerf. Yeah, exactly. So this, exactly, official. 100% correct. 100% correct. Yep. Yeah, everybody playing Oracle, I think. I don't mind testing a single Void Weaver, but you would have to play through this. This is what I was looking for here, though. Yeah, okay. I mean, we'll do a single key as Oracle. Yeah, I actually like the idea of Void Weaver, but fair enough. Okay, let's go. Void Weaver is fun. That's what I think. I think Void Weaver just sounds a lot more fun to me from a personal playstyle preference, but we can just play Oracle for now. It's fine. We'll do one clean log on Oracle, and then I can actually get through this. Okay. I am not worried for healing in Midnight because they can fix it, and they have time to fix it. So I'm not worried about healing because they can fix it, but they do have to fix it. That's the thing. That's... When I go over the tier list, when I make a tier list, for me, I'm very passionate about the fact that I want my tier list to have integrity. So I made one before. I jumped the gun, man. I jumped the gun. Look, the truth is, I was sleep deprived that day. I got excited, and I was like, oh, let me tell you what I think about the healers. Nah, I was too fast because tuning can change. Playstyle normally does not. At this point, the playstyle is not going to change that much, although they keep doing that to Resto Shaman. I don't know why. Listen, Resto Shaman... You would think that they're very comfortable with water, but they're fucking drowning right now. You would think that Resto Shamans are like, look, splish splash, I'm taking a bath, but no, they're literally not. They're struggling to breathe, and Blizzard is not helping them. What I can tell you is this: Resto Shamans should absolutely not watch Bridge to Terabithia. They will relate way too hard. Here we go. 15. How's the priest? Honestly, so here's the weird thing. Holy Priest felt fine. I can't believe it, but Holy Priest actually felt decent. No joke, Holy Priest felt kind of smooth with it. It felt okay. It's just clearly lacking HPS throughput, so Holy Priest is going to be lacking that. In terms of this Discipline Priest build, you'll see I actually have a fair bit of healing. I wasn't noticing. I was able to heal the entire Croth window with just a Radiance, Double Penance, Mind Blast, and a boss. Like, I was able to do that. My Atonement is powerful enough to matter. Let me reset all the data here so we can get an accurate log. So, Discipline Priest is fun when its heals are tuned to the degree that you can actually use Atonement to heal. Discipline Priest is not fun when you feel like you are completely behind non-stop all the time. That's when it's not fun. Aggro is going to be a small problem. Nobody hit anything. Nobody hit anything. Because the tank was a little behind. Tank was a little behind here. Uh-oh. I think I just send this real quick. So, like, the question is, do I have a plan? Because I need to save this pull now. I didn't want to send that there. That wasn't the plan. But you know what? We're going to make a plan. Cool. And let's go. Last. Do we not have a Lust? Oh, Lust. So Prot Warrior, as an example, is normally very tanky, but they added a bleed to this, so I'm probably going to have to watch him a little bit more. Directly Penance into him, followed by this, and then I have a Pain Sup. Probably Pain Sup him now. Look at that perfect Pain Sup. He was going to die. That was the perfect Pain Sup, I will say. One of my special skills as a healer, I'm not a healer main, I'm still a tank main, but because I play tanks, I know when my tanks need me. Pain Sup him. But those are both my Pain Sup charges, so I have no more Pain Sup left after this. These mobs are going to own. That's a double Pain Sup I needed to send, which means that on the boss, we have no Dispel. So these ads are going to need to die really fast, or Soz is going to need a Kite, though. Is Hunter feeling super squishy? No. Actually, Hunter is now one of the tankier specs in World of Warcraft. Hunter got extra tanky because most specs got defensive pruning, but Hunter still has, I think, like 3 or 4 buttons to press. Haven't played it myself, but as far as I understand it. Shaman. feels terrible.
Ichistras.
Shaman
There's too
feels
much life
bad.
magic. What are you doing?
They literally got nothing. Like, they have, you know, whatever. Just lurking for now. Yo, thanks for saying hi, Veronica.
What is
So
that
Shaman
for?
feels bad,
This
but
is
Hunter
your
feels
fault.
actually pretty good, though. Did not fix it? Okay. So, Dak, my worry and my main fear with healing is they don't fix it by tuning healers. Because they won't do that because of raid. They're not going to fix healing by tuning healing. They fix healing by tuning encounter design. You see? That's the real trick to it. If they fix encounter design, they fix healing. That's the key. That's the key that they actually need to do. Yeah? So this is, look, this is just a totem and healing with evangelism up. But it's no problem. Like, I'm topping health bars rapidly and constantly without any issue here. So we need to kill this branch. We really gotta swap to the branch damage. Kill it now, kill it now, kill it now. Uh-oh, uh-oh, uh-oh. Don't die. Don't die. Don't die. Watch my tank. PI him. Again, the tank is going to struggle a lot here. So we penance straight into the tank. Penance straight into the tank. Huge shield. Oh, he's dead immediately. Yeah. I had a feeling. So my pain subs were off because I pain subbed him on the first pull because he needed both of them. That's what I was worried about. To be fair, Resto Druid maybe saves him, but actually I figured that would happen. I had a feeling that that's what was going to happen there. So here, I don't have ultimate penitence. I'll show you HPS in a second. But we should be able to out-heal this Thought, even though it is a 15, with just regular healing. Well, Apex Talent proc, but the next set of ads will also kill the tank. And then this ad's not going to die. So like I can live by pain subbing myself, but then the tank's going to die after. Because we'll live here for a second, and then I can maybe like Psychic Scream the ads, but I don't know, that's already, he's dead. I got no pain sub for him. This is the thing that Oracle technically struggles with this, where I'm like, I can't technically heal this. I can go here. He has so many stacks. I mean, I'm doing the best that I can. Yeah, he's instantly dead. Resto Druid can't eat. So here's the thing exactly. Encounter design basically says that Resto Druid will be meta much more than the actual individual of tuning of Resto Druid. Prot Warrior just struggles against this. No, it's okay. It's okay. It's okay. Prot Warrior struggles. Is that Poison Dispel? Yeah. We don't have Poison Dispel, and Prot Warrior struggles against bleeds and poisons like that. So I can dump my healing in, but I can't actually power heal that as a priest, as a Discipline Priest, though. It's okay. There's a few tanks that are banned. Press meta, let's go. Do you want to swap to VDH or do you want to keep going? We probably have to get you a Poison Dispel, but I want to keep playing. I want one clean run to show. I just want one run. So my HPS on that fight, you'll swap for this one. It's okay if you don't want to. Do you have any other tanks you want to try? Because you don't have to. You shouldn't be required to play that, though. It's not that the HPS was that high. You can go Lizard. That would work. But need to finish your lunch? I'll go for it. Go for it. I haven't set up other ones yet. So it's not like HPS is that high. Because before I was doing 85k. Maybe. Yeah, this is, I mean, some of it would be on me that I could do. Like, maybe I could have set that up better, but I'm actually not sure what I would do as a Disc Priest in the future there to try to save that exact moment, though. If he finds any? Okay. Sounds good. Is Void Shield correct, Zol? Yes. Void Shield is very, very, very powerful, by the way. But I just can't save the tank from getting one-tapped. That's mainly the issue. At the end of the day, it's mostly just that I can't save the tank. Like, I have no ability. I double pain subbed him on the first pull, and I was right to do so because he dropped to 10% both times. So that was the right idea. But aside from that, Void Shield is incredibly powerful. If you take a look at any HPS from any of the Disc Priest runs, Void Shield should be way higher than this. The only reason it isn't higher is because I wasn't actually healing there. I was just trying to save the tank. And there wasn't much I could do. I mean, Oracle can't... You can... I mean, like, you can blast double penance, try to stack as much as you can, and get, like, as much into the tank as possible. But if the tank disappears, the tank disappears. Tough as Nails actually goes hard in that first pull. Let's see what we can find. Let's see if we can find another tanker, otherwise Sosa, he'll be back in a bit. That looks so fun as a healer, thanks. No, look, guys. It's no point in being doomer about it. I actually think healing in Midnight is going to be just fine. My only problem with healing in Midnight, like I said, is not the healers. Each healer still feels unique to play. When I'm playing the Discipline Priest, it's different than Holy. When I played Holy, it was different than Holy Paladin. Holy Paladin, Herald is just kind of sad, but Lightsmith felt fine. Mistweaver was interesting and unique, and I was like, oh, okay, so I'm going to do this, this, and that. That was different than me playing the Resto Druid or the Resto Shaman or my Presevoke. At the end of the day, this is questionable. These are all very questionable. All right, cool. We could try playing with the Brewmaster, see what happens. Brewmaster and Disc Priest notoriously do not go well together. We can try. So, you got to understand, it's mostly the fact that the second boss of Pit of Sauron exists. That's what feels bad about healing. It's not so much that healers feel bad. It's the fact that the second boss of that dungeon exists. And that dungeon sucks because of the second boss. Hello. You see? If they change the encounter design, then it's fine. The first boss of Pit of Sauron, my favorite boss to heal right now is Oleg. And the reason is because it's exactly Kajin from Halls of Infusion. You remember that? Heroic dungeon? No one will be doing Heroic dungeon. Blitz? Alright, cool. Okay, we try. Which boss was that in Halls? The third boss. HPS check. It's the full-on HPS boss. I don't think I reset, my bad.
Interesting.
I might reset there. Yeah, painful, but in my opinion, fun. Now, it depends a little bit on what healer you played, but in a way, it was fair. You see? But in a way, it was fair because it basically, except Resto Druid was meta. If you weren't a Resto Druid, it was all Mistweaver struggles because melee and movement and stuff. But the idea is just this, okay? How much healing can I do? There's no real spike. There's no instant wah, like this. It was not so much defensive usage. It was a little bit more, as a healer, how much can I put out? And normally, in this day and age, it was different in 2024, but as we're moving into 2026, people are not always happy about other people putting out so easily. But in this particular instance, Halls of Infusion, the whole thing as a healer was how much can I put out? And that was actually a fun check. The first boss was spike, movement, a little bit less fun. But Kajin was actually fun. The first boss of Pit of Sauron is like that, but a little bit tuned a little bit better. But on higher keys, it's basically constant aura ticking damage with one spike about once a minute in the fight. I love that fight. It's like every time I go in there, I say, oh my god, I'm going to actually see what my healer can do. And that feels really fun, except for the fact that Resto Druid... So yeah, it caps healers out, but the problem is that Resto Druid doesn't get capped. Like Resto Druid just heals infinitely the same way as it did on Kajin. If they make rot damage more accessible in keys, then you just go Resto Druid, because Resto Druid is the best at dealing with that. You don't have to game at all. Literally, Resto Druid isn't gaming. You just go 100 infinite HPS. And so encounter design says that. And then on the second boss, though, like the second boss is the hard part of Pit. The first boss is tuned okay. You're just doing big HPS numbers. But the second boss has an intermission. Okay, so here's what happens. Second boss has an intermission where there's massive AoE damage, 2 pulses. There's 3 kicks and 2 curse dispels. Motherfucker, what? Every 60 seconds, so the whole group will drop. You have to heal them. There are 3 casts that go off with 2 curse dispels. And so you have to basically go boop, 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 boop. And the whole health bar is just like big healing cooldown. Think like massive cooldown. And then about 8 seconds after that, there's an AoE hit that happens. So you have to keep people top for 8 seconds. And if they're not top for the AoE, they die. And you say, okay, that's great. I'm on a big cooldown. But that happens every minute. And if you don't have a big cooldown every minute, which some healers do not, congratulations. You can't heal it. Like, first boss aura is too frequent. First boss aura is every, 20 seconds. There's the, what's the timing between alerting shrill and gossamer? It's like 17 seconds. Like, it's very, that's like frequent. It's more like in this current season, maybe more like Big Mama. maybe it's a little maybe more like Big Mama, except imagine there was also kicks into. It's not quite as bad as that, but yeah, it's just the type of damage, and you have to move and you have to dodge while you're doing that. So it's like, but there are some healers that go, okay, look, what I can do is I have spammable healing like a Resto Druid, and I'm fine. There are other healers like Shaman though, where I'm like, look, I hit my healing tide or Ascendance, which is now a choice node. You don't get both. And then what? People are also spread in different ads, so you can't link it because link is not going to work there. So what do? You're like, I hit Ascendance on the first one, barely managed to heal it, and then what? On my H-Pal, I was like, look, I'm going to Combat Potion, I'm going to Wings, I'm full sending here, and I was able to heal the first one, just boop, massively top health bars. The second one, I hit Virtue, I hit a heal, or a Mastery, and everyone dies. It's just like not enough. And I'm just like, okay, like I tried to game it as best that I could, but the answer is actually going to be get in Discord with people. The solution to that problem is most likely you say, hey, look, guys, I'm dry here. Help me out. Cooldowns. Healing potion cooldowns, help me out. But most pugs are not going to have coordination to either. Again, if high key level, think you're going to get all 3 kicks. They're not hard to get. You just assign them. So you get all 3 kicks. You have double Curse Dispel, and all of a sudden that boss is a joke. But in a pug, like a weekly 12, and they buff that fight too. And it's like, that's impossible. So there are some things I look at like that when I think about healing. That fight makes healing design toxic. But so the thing is that makes healing toxic, not the fact that healers can't do it. Healers can technically do it, but the variance on that fight is going to be so massive because sometimes you're going to have the ability to do it properly, and other times you're going to fail. Does that make sense? Of kind of the issue with it. So here's the Void Shield. It is a pretty massive shield if you see it. All right, just watch the tank here. Boom, boom, boom. I would not be dooming. This is not dooming. This is, they have many, many, many months to fix this. They have so many months to fix this, it's no problem. Also, Arson is actually making this so much easier on the tanks. Low-key, Affliction, like Warlock in general, is able to do a lot to help tanks right now. Does he need a Pain Sup at this exact moment in time? Or just in general? That'd be interesting. What would you play? Do you have any idea what you would play instead? This Brewmaster actually feels tanky. You know what? Good for him. You know what? Good for him. I'm impressed. He feels tanky. I was worried about him a lot more there. I'm very impressed. Good for this Brewmaster. He actually felt fine to heal there. He didn't feel, that wasn't terrible.
Perfect.
I had
We are
just assumed.
Wait.
Not bad. Don't make assumptions.
There is too much life
Yeah, why does it feel like my wisdom tooth is coming in? Oh,
Me?
which
There is too much nature.
I don't know.
What are you
They have a tendency to not
What
want to
is
fix
that
encounter
thing?
design is the problem,
is your
and that
fault.
concerns me more than anything.
Absolutely.
If they don't take a look at the encounter design, like this fight is fair. Every healer can do this. I healed it on my Holy Priest, on my every healer can do this. There is some healing here, but everyone is capable of doing this 100%. So that's not the issue, you know. I'll take a look after. He feels very sturdy. For a pull like that with bleeds and stuff, let's see how he feels on these ads, because like I said, these ads do hurt a lot. I don't even really need to hit this, but we can. We gotta kill this branch, though. I gotta do more branch damage. Doesn't really matter how I heal this, because we're gonna go here, kill the branch now, kill the branch now. Okay. Whew. Scary, man. Very scary when that doesn't happen, right? He doesn't need Pain Sup. I'll go here. 1, 2, 3. I'll hold Pain Sup for the boss. We have 2 Poison Dispels now, so this should be a very different experience. Nice. Okay, good. I shield him. Go Penance directly into him. Void Shield after, and perfect. Nice job. Double Paint, double Poison Dispel. Make that. Yeah, man. So I've had like 2 of them surgically removed, and then 1 was easy. I had 1 that was chill, and then 2 of them were surgically removed. And they're not chill. Ugh. This one I can Ultimate Penitence. I think I hold it for a second, because we still have enough healing here, though. I'm playing Oracle. Keep in mind that there's a reason I saved this healer for testing last. Just keep in mind, first of all, on Oracle, and second of all, there's a reason I saved this for the last testing. And it's because I'm actively bad at it. Like, this is not, like, don't judge me here, okay? I've tested every single hero talent of every healer. This is the one thing I was avoiding. And I specifically avoided it because I am fucking terrible at it. Because Dispriest doesn't settle with my brain in higher content. Like, it's fine to heal when it's chill. It's really not fine to heal when it's actually damage is happening, you know what I mean? Like, when damage is actually coming out and you're, like, panic healing, then I don't feel fine. I feel actively unfine with that, you know what I mean? It's like, when it's not that bad and you can kind of just coast and you're like, hey, like, I want to pass a little smite here, a little this there, a little radiance here, a little smite there, it's like, you're fine. But the second that actual HPS is required constantly, it's like, I don't. You know what I mean? Yeah, so, like, I don't have to be actually playing the full-on min-maxing my wheel and woe stack Oracle Priest type playstyle. Like, I don't have to be doing that right now because this dungeon in particular just doesn't require it at the moment. Keep in mind they have simplified it quite a bit, but in general, let's just PI it anyways. I'm going to paint out my tank. So, but also, again, not an expert. I'm chilling. This is just a test. I told myself if I'm going to rank tier list, I will actually play everything. That was my thing, you know. Vex is still, I think, the hardest part. Croft is actually kind of no joke now, too. He's not a joke. They buffed him as well. But Vex is the hardest, yeah. Vex, he was actually fine, and then they... Exactly. So, do you know what I mean? The random, that's exactly what everybody knows that, right? No, you don't need a line of sight Croft anymore. He applies, it's not line of sightable, it's not a stacking thing. He applies a bleed for 10 seconds. Every screech is a 10-second bleed. But it's not, like, tuned like crazy, so it's kind of okay. It's not crazy tuning. I would describe it as acceptable. And he's also still giga bugged. Sometimes he does massive damage phases and sometimes he does not. But random. So I'm a big believer though, like if I'm gonna make a tier list for healers and people, and it should be a genuine tier list. Like it should really be valuable information. That's not just covering, hey, this healer does this numbers or that does this. It's like talking about the kit, what it provides. Like I want to do it properly, you know. You know me, I think. That's why I didn't post the last one I did. I was like, it's not enough. Like, I'm guessing about a few things. I'm like, well, I've played with 2 Mistweavers and they weren't able to heal it. And I was like, this is what they struggled with. And I was like, no, they were just learning the dungeon. Like, I have to test it myself in order for me to feel confident in saying one way or the other. Because playstyle and fun should be taken into account when you make a tier list. I'll go over all this later, though. I don't think caster H-Pal. They removed so much viability of caster H-Pal. I don't think it's coming back. I don't think so, Pigeon. What's up, Bennett? Hey, so I want you to do me a favor. You ready? I just want you to read the person below you. I want you to read their full name for me. Decent, wise worse. Oh yeah, I forgot to reset before. You're absolutely right. Current segment, overall, well, yeah, overall is still super bugged. You can see, unfortunately. Right, it took me by surprise because I was like, man, I love pigeons, and then every time they come say hi, I'm just like, wait a second. Every time. They catch me every time. It's kind of a good Twitch name because it makes you double take. I feel pretty solid about my damage. So this meter, we can show HPS at least for current. There won't be a lot of HPS on these pulls though. Remember, it's only tank healing with 1 burst of AoE damage though. Hey, Magdar. Are you an orc player? So this we can just casually heal easily with Atonement here, though. Well, actually, Zir, it's way more sus that you know that. I'd like to point out, it is significantly more suspicious that you would know that information.
Help us get rid of them.
So, you've pterodactyl tits. What is that? But hold on, wait a second. Well, now hold on. Wait, before we judge, that doesn't sound so bad. Now hold on. Yeah, wait, hold on. Before we judge, that doesn't sound too bad. That sounds like I would be, you know, we don't want to be too hasty about judging just yet. We have to give everything its time of day. You know, just like healers in World of Warcraft, you have to see on the surface. It's easy to say this ain't it, but you don't know that for certain until you test it yourself. You see? You have to have personal experience, and then you can make the word. Why did my brain not come up with the
Now we need to
word?
clear out the big one.
Why did it blank there?
That is Talentos for you soft skins. Use them to get her attention.
Yo, I'm glad that Arson kind of fixes damage. I am giving him PI. I am giving him PI here, though.
That works.
You can still see that Brewmaster Monk HPS is great. You're gonna make my HPS look bad. Yeah, don't believe everything you see on beta, just remember. Don't believe everything you see on beta, because this Brewmaster, he looks like he's doing a lot. Okay, so this fight, by the way, so this is an example. This fight is not free. It's actually not free anymore. Like, this bleed does do enough damage, but I'm pretty sure that I can just Atonement heal it. Like, this is enough, even as Oracle, without spot healing it. I am actually able to get by with only that, and that's enough. And I'm kind of happy about that. I wonder if there are times when I would save my Apex talent proc. So then you just plan the next one. And you would go here. I should have Radiance right before that. That would have been an even greater min-max. But this is just casual Atonement healing split between the party. One more Radiance and I'm fine. Like, that's actually very doable. That doesn't feel that bad. And I'm able to do whatever HPS just from Atonement healing with basically no rotational complexity. We are going to get the bugged version of this fight. So now I have to do more Atonement healing, by the way. This one I'm a little behind on. The bugged version gives you 4 sets. The regular version does not actually give you 4. You're only supposed to get 2. Now we're getting 3 sets of this. It's 2. So you either get 2, 3, or 4 of the overlaps. And the only way to know is to unwrap your presents when Santa gives them to you. You guys know Santa is real, right? Like, when you grow up and you were like, haha, I've found out the truth. That's a lie. Like, that's the lie. Like, Santa's real. And so what happens here is, it's kind of the same way that you grow up and you're like, keto is the best diet. And you're like, well, hold up. You know, we make certain assumptions, and just like we say, like, oh, like pterodactyl tits, like that's a bad thing. But we have to just take a step back and realize we don't have all the information just yet. You see, you have to just have a critical thinking. Sorry, I don't know what I'm talking about right now. It's okay. I think I'm funny. I don't know if anybody else thinks I'm funny, but I make myself laugh, and that's what matters. So now we have the bugged version of this fight where the boss isn't doing anything. They cannot get this right. The boss is just actually a target dummy right now. He's going to do the miss finally. And then in the last phase, sometimes... Okay. What's up, Street Magic? Yo, so sometimes, by the way, you get bleeds at the end, and sometimes you don't. We have no idea which is which. Probably a bad PI. I should have let him get his thing first. So then you want to take your orb, because you get a 50% haste buff for a little bit, and also don't move. So will there be a bleed here? I don't know. Otherwise, my tank feels great. Hey, Street Magic. Do you do Street Magic? I think Street Magic is so cool. I wish I could do magic. But I'm very clumsy. So I wouldn't be able to do any of the sleight of hand stuff. Because there's no way for me. Maybe the best part of being a street magician is the fact that you get to have a lot of pigeons. The old school David, yeah. Well, spoof video. I don't know if I've seen the spoof video. I actually used to like a lot of just stupid humor. It depends on the stupid humor, and it also kind of depends on the day and how sleep deprived I am. I would say that if no one would be able to guess except Soap what my Instagram feed looks like, I can tell you that, you know, the way that I stream and who I am as a person, it's not, you don't get necessarily, unless you really understand me, and then you'll get it. But, you know, my sense of humor, how would I say this respectfully? There's one way to say it, which is that I'm a very ironic person. So what I do is I like to look at things and then use humor to kind of bring them into center focus. So I joke about things that I'm not supposed to joke about. That's the polite way to say it. But the other, more accurate way to say it is that my humor is a crime against humanity. And one time, I was doing my visa at the official Thai immigration thing. I was at the government office, and I had to pass the time for the lunch break. And I opened my phone to check my Instagram, and the very first reel that came up, I was like, I will never open Instagram at this office again. Because I thought that they would, if they had seen, I thought basically that would be grounds to decline me based purely off of that one reel. And I was like, that was the first one. So, gotta be very careful about this. But the polite way to say it, yeah, basically, like, if I send you something on Instagram, I would absolutely not open it in front of family. Now, sometimes that's not true. Sometimes it's just like a good, you know what I mean? Sometimes, yeah, sometimes it's not that bad. Like, it's not always like that, but, you know. Sometimes I just send wholesome things. Not usually, but sometimes. So I don't know, Disc Priest feels, Oracle right now feels pretty smooth with it. Like, the rotation feels like a Disc Priest. There's not a lot of complications. I'm not min-maxing it to its fullest extent, but Apex Talent is proccing quite a bit. It feels powerful. I like the proc rate on the Apex Talent, feels good. The healing is fine. Like, I'm doing enough HPS here without any issue. I feel fine. My tank is a tanky tank, so he's doing good. Stagger does not count on his DPS anymore, but still does count on his HPS. So the tank's not actually doing that much HPS, by the way. This is just his stagger is... I mean, they fixed the DPS meters at least for Brewmaster. So this pull... Corey, I don't know if you can tell, this is a Brewmaster, and he is... It's just Prop Pally's in a tough spot. You are not playing it poorly, it's just actually Prop Pally. Because you can see how tanky he is right now, right? Like, I'm barely touching him. And it's kind of sad. Because what world do we live in that Brewmaster is significantly tankier than Prop Pally? This is... It's a strange world indeed. The question is, I do want to do one key after this is Void Weaver, and then I told myself, again, have to do actually a dungeon on everything, so I have to do... I want to do another dungeon as Keeper of the Grove Wrestler Druid, but that should be fine. Even though no one's playing it, because Wildstalker is significantly the best healer on beta, I told myself I would try it so I can rank it. That's the plan. Easy enough. I mean, my healing is solid. My damage is alright. I think I might external the tank here as he settles. Unsure. Fade. I think I just shield him. He'll be fine. Dot first, then go here. Morning, Big Smush. We're doing pretty good. I went on a rant earlier, and then I stopped myself from going on that rant because I realized that I should use my outside thoughts are not the same as my inside thoughts. I should filter just a little bit. Overall, though, good. I'm testing a healer that I'm not good at, and I like learning new things. So I'm having a pretty good time. I feel comfortable right now, which is weird. Croth, I mean, the next boss is going to be a lot more of an actual HPS check. I'm curious to see how that will feel, for sure. This is a double pull, not a triple, right? So here, your tank will definitely need your help. And also, there's a very real world where you have to pre-defensive this. So I'm going to have Fade Up and Flash DR. I'm going to put Radiance out. I can Psychic Scream as a stop here, actually, which is something that I can do. I might even decide to send Ultimate Penitence. Hold up. You haven't touched the beta. You know what? That's absolutely fair, and honestly, a lot of people are like that, and I think that there's not only nothing wrong with that, but it makes sense, and I don't think I sent uppies just yet, because I would rather just... Oh, it's double cast on me. Res. I have to send uppies now. The tank needs me. Res. Oh, no. No. Res. Oh, no. I don't think he has Soulstone bound on his bars. He has to res the tank first, and then he would have to res me, too. Res me. Res. You can res me, and we can save it. Maybe. Nope. Never mind. Yeah, double cast. Maybe I should have just upbeat it. This cast, I'll still one-tap. Oh, so much for my clean log. Ugh. How unfortunate. Probably faster for me to run back. So we can finish the dungeon, but we're not going to time the dungeon. I wonder if Soulstone is not bound to his click casting. You take it. No, it's just a cup. It's just a cup that came with a protein powder I had ordered a long time ago. No, I don't actually take Huel, by the way. Big smush. Huel has fiber. No, you don't eat fiber. That's a tough pull. That's a tough pull right there. Okay, ready? Veximus? Okay, I'm glad I still got to test Veximus, because that's the thing I was really looking forward to testing. So, I'm gonna go like this. Boom. Fade here. Nice. Just put the shields out. Big shields. Oracle does feel good. I actually can see, I can kind of see where the pitfalls are, like maybe this fight. But if as long as I pre-shield people, it won't be a problem. That's the thing with Oracle, is like a good healer will know that, like, oh, before the overlap, I can just pre-shield 2 people and then maybe heal the 3rd one, and I wouldn't have a problem. Shield lasts how long? 20 seconds? Yeah, that's crazy. It would be so easy. You can just penance, heal, etc. You wouldn't have a problem with it. That wouldn't be a problem. Alright, we're not going to time this for the log, but that's okay. So after this, we do 1 key as Void Weaver, 1 key as Keeper of the Grove, and then we go tier list. This 1 key that we were doing took a little longer than originally anticipated. No problem. Let's just Combat Potion. So, first Mana Bomb, no problem. I also do have Mass Dispel. Put this on my bars. So you can watch this. You can just pre-shield it, right? And then shield this one, and then literally, that's so easy here. That's unbelievably easy as a Discipline Priest. As long as you're not super lazy with it, then yeah, super easy. Okay. This one is the overlap. This one I was lazy with, so I don't have the ultimate benefits. But that's fine. I still have a plan to recover it and just shield him last second. Easy money. That's an overlap there, and I just made it look so easy. Huh. Okay, so the next one, we can PI this. So I would just not be lazy here and pre-shield this. Pre-shield this. No shot. Okay, maybe I actually do like Discipline Priest, and then you just heal that one. Alright, so, listen. Maybe I do like this, because I can just do so much. Like, I'm capable of healing and saving people so easily. And just shield this. Spot heal that one. And big shield. Everybody's fine. Wow. Okay. it's not the total HPS, and like you'd have to make a plan on actual HPS fights, of course. It's just the fact that I have so much coverage. Like, I have infinite amounts of coverage. As long as I don't play lazy. So you just penance bolt this one, shield that, and no problem. I should have shielded Arson, actually. That would have been even more of a min-max, but that's fine. So pre-shield. Wheel and Woe still stacks here. This one's fine, and you have a plan for it, easy. So, there's something about Disc where they have to balance it. It's a little bit too straightforward, and the fact that it heals through damage means it shouldn't do as much HPS as other healers. At least not in the same way, like maybe not outside of burst cooldowns, because it actually is a bit of a fundamental problem if it does that. Shield it. Oh, he was out of range for the last second. So one mana bomb doesn't actually kill, but the next one is the overlap. So what I would do is if there's a hierarchy, I would stack this, I would void shield it, I would look here, mass dispel my group, and then I would pre-shield this and penance that up, and then I would go like this, and we're fine. Okay. Keep in mind that my Resto Shaman lets people die here because I just don't have the coverage on that. I'd have to hold Ancestral Swiftness every time. Huh. Okay. So I just dispel my tank here so he doesn't die. Yeah, this was surprisingly easy. Shield that last second. So I should have pre-shielded it even more. That would have been even more of a min-max there. Because you can shield... So I didn't know it was 20-second duration. 20-second duration seems kind of OP for shielding effects. I fade, flash the arm myself, and easy. Okay. It's not like my HPS was that high on Vexavis. I mean, still 70k, and that was like with very much ease. Huh. That felt really clean. My tank only paints up here. Paints up. Hard pull. Free DR. So I have flash DR and fade applied to myself. Void shield. If you're... I wonder if Zolik or somebody's still here. If you're ever trying to spam heal the tank, do you only want Atonement on the tank? Just to clarify, because it's smart healing and it splits. Does that matter? I think it used to. I'm not sure if it still does. As in, if you're really worried about your tank, you kind of want to not put Atonement on everybody else. Yo, what's up, Emdo? I'm doing pretty well. I guess I could tell myself I'm a little tired today. I didn't sleep too well, but it's a work in progress. My stomach's getting a little better. I'm not as sick as I was, and I'm getting to try out new things. I love trying new things in a while. My absolute favorite thing in World of Warcraft is not necessarily being really good at the thing I'm playing and then pushing on that thing. That's fun. It's not what really makes me thrive. What makes me thrive is learning and being bad at things and saying, okay, I'm starting at the bottom, but now I'm here. Like, that's my favorite thing about WoW. It's just the process by which I start wherever I am and then I get better. I really like that. So on pulls like this, the shielding effects would be massive because you can just out shield every cast. Also, very possible I need to go to the dentist soon. That's less fun. I don't like that part. Alright, type 1 if you like the dentist. No one. Ugh. I think I maybe feel this wisdom tooth coming. I thought I had taken them all out, but you know what? It might be only 3 out of 4 I've taken out. Yeah, that's very fair. I am a little concerned. Nobody likes the dentist. I mean, there's probably some person on, like, that's like a good criminal. I should be a writer for shows. You know what that sounds like? It sounds like a good Criminal Minds episode. Bam, imagine an episode, you watch Criminal Minds and somebody's like, the first sign was that he wanted to go to the dentist. And you're like, that. Also, there's way too many casters, and we're about to die. No problem. Hi, Savina. Savina, you'll be happy to know I tested Holy Priest yesterday. Just one thing, real fast, and it was surprisingly very not bad. I love it when the. You know what, Leona? You don't. And I am. Who am I to judge? And you know what? Who am I to judge? You know what? How? That's fair. I respect your boldness for being willing to admit that on the interwebs. And I think that that's a... I respect it. I respect it. So you can see even when a pull goes bad, I'm not only able to heal it, but I'm actually able to kind of keep my group alive, except for the fact that I almost DC'd there, but that's fine. Radiance, spot heal real fast, Void Shield, and almost. What's a good way to look at it? Wait, what did I say? To watch the disc. You'll never see me play disc again. It's the one healer I kind of already know I don't really love, but to be honest, this doesn't actually feel that bad as much as I thought, though. This doesn't feel nearly as bad as I thought it was going to feel, honestly. There's not one more, is there? There's one more, we're dead. It's Leona's statement. It's a good way to look at it. Oh! Well, yes. Correct. You know, Soap, I have a really cool idea. You want to know one of my ideas? You know how I made the Patreon? And I was thinking about what else I could put on the Patreon, right? And I was thinking, oh, you know what? There's a lot of questions that people ask when I do the in real life Thai streams. There's a lot of times that people ask like really good questions about the Thailand streams, and I'm like, oh yeah, I wish I could answer it, but the truth is like I can't just take you to that district or whatever it is. And then I realized I could still make a Patreon. I googled the rules, and I'm still not allowed to take you there on Patreon. But what I can do is talk about it. Good morning, comp. So one of the things I want to do, and I was talking to Kitty about this, I was like, yo, when do you want to have a conversation about, for example, Leona's statement? And let's record it. Like, if you don't mind, like if you're willing to be open about this stuff and talk about it, would you be down to record something with me? And then it's not WoW related, but it's interesting. I put a video up yesterday on the Patreon that was genuinely the most important after 10 years of doing health and fitness as a job, man. The truth is, there are fundamental things that I've learned, and they're so impactful, but people don't appreciate them. So I made a video for Patreon yesterday because Lacus had asked for it. And I basically, that video is 14 minutes long, and genuinely, by the way, oh, hey, wait a second, hold up. Can you update that command? My bad. The tier list is not posted on the Discord yet. Oh, well, I forgot about that. This boss is a secret pug killer. This doesn't feel bad. I actually feel like this stuff. Yeah, tier list coming in an hour or two. I still have to try. I have to do at least one dungeon, not several dungeons on all the hero talents. And I do want to finish this because we can get a clean log, so let's not die here, including myself. I'm liable to get hit by these as well. Where's Arson? Oh, he's out of range. Yo, how come my Prez has more range issues than my... Okay, here, I think we just Ultimate Penitence this one. Can I Dispel while I'm in Ultimate Penitence? No, but I can heal it up. Good. Thank you, Soap. Yeah, I was thinking, though, how it would be very fun to have those conversations and put some other things on there, though. Yeah, I have a favorite healer for fun, and I have a favorite healer which is just the most powerful. But my preferences, I'll talk about what my preferences are 100%, of course, but they're not a good example of what you'll actually... I don't think they're what I would put on the tier list themselves. Hold on. I'm like hard locked in because I troll this boss all the time. On beta thus far, I am very bad at this boss. There's so many orbs to dodge, and I notoriously, because I'm a tank player, so I don't really have to dodge things normally, and it's a weird thing that I'm like, oh, I'm like really stressing. Especially here, where we use the Apex talent. Everybody has dots. They made this boss, the dots actually tick on people now, which is kind of bleh. So the dots actually tick on people. Right after this, I'll answer all the questions. But yo, you said you were going to sleep. There's one healer that's simply more powerful than anything else. And Savina, let's say that now logged in, and he was like, yo, I remember we did a key before, you're on my friends list, we need a healer. Can you come heal this very hard dungeon? I know what healer I want to play because I know that I want to impress him. Yeah? If Miriz or somebody, like, if they log in and they're like, hey, I see you on my B tag, I would love to do a key with you. What do you want? Like, we need a healer. I can tell you for sure what I don't want to play because I'm worried I'm going to mess up. And I'm worried it's not going to be powerful enough and I'm going to feel bad. And I can tell you exactly what I would want to play because that is going to be the highest chance of success. I'll be able to heal any mistakes that happen and I'll be able to show off and look cool. You see? So I think that if you think about healing from that perspective, that's a good idea of power levels. Not just objective like, hey, raw HPS or raw this or whatever. The kind of idea is a little bit more like, if my friends are going to invite me to a key and I don't want to let them down, which healer do I want to play? That's my own comfort. See how I'm just running into balls here? I do have a bad habit of doing that. Occasionally I just, I'm a little sleep deprived, my inhibition's a little bit down, and I just run face first into balls. But, so I actually do think that's a pretty good way because healing is inherently a stressful role and you don't want to fail your team. You get the second point as well, Savina? I knew we got along for a reason. And so, but I can tell you, I'm like, okay, so Disc Priest, if everything goes well, can totally do it. But the idea is that I want to do more than that, Someone with Crive. Ooh! Say hi for me. I don't think he knows me, though. Yo, Blitz was tanky, by the way. You were tanky. Yeah, I don't think Crive would know me. Ooh, Sos gets to play with Crive. Okay, so that was Oracle. Oracle actually passed every healer check, too. So there's a combination. Just because I'm comfortable, if Prez was tuned bad super, but Prez is my favorite healer, and somebody says, hey, I want you to come heal this key, I might say, well, let me bring it. But if it's not tuned highly enough, I'm still not playing it. It was easy. To be honest, you were fine. You were good. You were solid. Not quite VDH, but you were solid. So does that make sense? Like, right now, I could say Prez, but there is a healer. Even though I'm not as good at it, for sure, I would not play Prez. You know what I mean? I don't know. Like, I think I'm good at Prez, but I would play Wrestler Druid. Like, there's just no comparison. Like, even if I don't do damage, it doesn't matter. Healer damage is so low right now, but you know what I mean? I'm up. You were very tanky. I don't know if you're on my stream or not, but he was super tanky. I'm learning Disc. That was my first completed key on a Discipline Priest. Okay. After this, we can just play whatever from here, by the way, because this was the whole plan. As I got to do one key as Void Weaver now. I just have to try it. I know what the complaints are about it, but we have to try Void Weaver now. Anyway, Savina, I hope you have a wonderful night. And you have a fantastic night. So that was Oracle. Oracle felt like, again, Croth was no problem. Everything in Croth was fine. It bugged at the end, so the HPS numbers won't be bad. Veximus was super easy with pre-shielding and stuff like this, though. Let's go Tara suffer a bit. So, a little bit. But compared to VDH, no. Compared to VDH, everyone does, but you were actually really tanky, so that was good. Okay. Onwards and upwards. Curry, do you want to stay, by the way? You want to play another one? I kind of want to do the exact same dungeon and just test both. So we're going to go back to Algothar, not 17, just 15. But so if you put me into a 16 or a 17 Algothar, I could heal it on Oracle Disc Priest. I think I could heal it on Holy Priest as well. I think I could heal a 17 Algathar on Holy Priest. Veximus being a little bit of a pain point, maybe. You just have to time really good Serenities. Apotheosis covers 1. You basically just Serenity, cooldown yourself. Pray for a little bit of RNG and that your team helps you. It wouldn't be impossible. The damage is just wait. No, actually, Savina. No. Hold up, Savina. Let me show you this. No. Holy Priest actually does more damage than like everyone else right now. But it's the same thing. It's always been like that, right? Holy Priest does more damage if you actually spend the entire time casting your damaging abilities, which is not a realistic thing. Yeah, I'll show you. I actually just have a clip I can show you. It does but actually Holy Priest has kind of always been like that. That's not actually new, by the way. Like that's not new. Holy Priest consistently does a lot of damage. It's just you have to be greeting damage the whole time, which is not reliable in high keys. A lot of these keys, by the way, a lot of the keys right now are very specifically designed so that you're doing HPS nearly the entire time. So, well, I mean, Holy Fire. I'll show you this clip. Hold up. Here. It's this one here. This one, got you. Share, copy link, watch it. It's like 20 seconds from yesterday. So this is why, again, you have to actually play the thing. Because before I would have agreed with you, I would have just been like, yeah, Holy Priest, aim for me or whatever, though. He's... No. You were chilling. That was my first this, so, I was doing my best. we hard chilling, no problem. I listed it wrong. Dungeons, Mythic Plus. Algathar, Mythic Plus. Look at that. That's a lot of damage for that key. My Prez burst for about 90k, maybe 100. But Holy Priest bursting for like 150, Combat Potion, everything. That's just Holy Fires. The Holy Priest gets a bad rep, kind of because a lot of times people gravitate toward it because it's a simple healer. It's the same issue with things like Beastmaster Hunter or Ret Pally. Even if they're good, oftentimes the community perception of those things is bad because on average, a lot of people like playing them so they can chill. So they won't be optimizing. They won't be... Do you know what I mean? So you know what I mean? Like, you won't be... That's good. And a lot of times that gives hunters a bad reputation, but that doesn't mean that Hunter is bad. A very notorious... Oh, hi, Arson. Hey, Arson. How's it going, dude? No problem. I hope you're just had a good time playing the keys. I felt better. I hope you enjoyed PI. That's the last thing I'll say. Hey, you'll have a great night. I hope you enjoyed PI. I was at least like, I'm going to give you PI. But yeah, so the like public perception of specs depends so much on why people play the specs. I think as an example, Affliction Warlock, if I meet an Affliction Warlock at any key level, I actually think immediately they must be good. Because on average, you don't play Affliction Warlock to just chill after work. Like, if somebody is trying to play Afflock in competitive content, in general, they would have invested a level of effort to learn that spec. Comparatively to Beastmaster Hunter, which sometimes people really do just play because, Steve is 40 years old and he gets off work and he's like, look, my kids are asleep, I got 3 hours to do keys, I'm going to log on my Hunter and smash a few buttons. Like, that does happen. And so the personality types with different specs is a big factor into why we perceive them that way. If that makes sense. Yeah. That's the right way to say that. But Holy Priest, surprisingly, Yeah, I mean, so that's what I'm saying. So Beastmaster Hunter originally was so overtuned that even if you were just Steve smashing a few buttons, you did significant damage. But now they nerfed it. So that's and also an example being there were some Beastmaster hunters who were doing not just good damage, but like legitimately redunculous damage. And they were doing like 300k overall. Those were the really good ones, and the bad ones were still doing 30% less, but it was still higher than everything else. Jeez, Herson, I'll catch you later. After today, we will have officially tested every single hero talent of every single healer, and then afterwards I can play the ones that I actually prefer. I'm not against revisiting a lot of what I've revisited here. There's a lot of things I'm okay with playing again, actually. Okay, import here. So keep in mind, there are 2 more keys we have to do. The second those keys are good, right after those keys are done, then we can chill. And we'll do some other stuff. Wait, Shadow Word Death? He's playing Death? Do you play Shadow Word Death as... I kind of don't want to play it right now, though. H-Priest is good in raid. So that's fine. And H-Priest will always be good in raid. You don't have to worry about that. An Aflock, I bet. Keep in mind, H-Priest is a raid healer, right? I think that... I just hope that they don't keep it. Because right now the way it is like H-Priest is for raid and Dispriest is for keys. And Dispriest is also sometimes good in raid regardless. Do I have to play Pain? Is there an interaction here I don't know about? I don't think so. I think it's just a min-max of damage. I don't really think that it's necessary to play Pain. I mean, it heals through Atonement, but it's not that powerful, right? To play Shadow Word Death, sorry. And then we play through here. So, oh, it's here. He's playing the Death Talons. Okay. Still Mess Salvation. Yeah. So you just play through. Okay, got you. 2 charges of. Play 2 seconds. Okay. All right, not too bad. Not too bad. We can take whoever and go from there. What time is it right now? Void Weaver feels very like heavily on gear. Yeah, basically. So on this dungeon, let's see how it feels, and I'll just go from there. Like I'll just have to see how it feels, basically. The last dungeon didn't actually feel that bad. I mean, this is overall here. 15k is not bad. It didn't actually feel terrible. Let's try it. Only thing we can do is try and see how it feels. Let me see. So just the tier list will be, it'll have to be in like an hour. Obviously, I'll post the whole thing to YouTube after because I'm going to make it proper. It's going to be a really damn good tier list. But it'll be in give or take an hour from now. Not before then. I got to do 1 Keeper of the Grove Resto Druid key, which will be the easiest one. That will be like infinitely easier, just to clarify. It'll be a while, Ados, this one, because I have all the data properly now. I'm not guessing about anything. Since I've actually played it myself, this won't be a guess. It'll be an actual tier list. It won't be a quick tier list. I would tell people what time it's going to be, but then you'll have to do the conversion anyways. No. This one, because I have a lot to say. Look, there's a lot to say about this. Yo, no problem. Can I, Savita? Psychic Goody. Oh, he's an Outlaw Rogue. All right, bet. I'm playing Outlaw Rogue. I haven't seen them since the nerf to them. I don't know why they got nerfed. All right, let's do it. Okay, so Void Weaver is entirely dependent now on Atonement. You don't spot heal, you just blast. But your rotation is not any different, which is weird. You just have Rift and Pain and Death. Rift and Death. I wonder if I still cast this. Do you have to level? No, Dryzen, no, not at all. You just make sure you're on the right realm. There are a few beta realms. You have to be on Xalatath's endgame, and then no, you don't. All good. Okay, same gear, almost the same tank, which is really helpful for testing as well. We get 2 combat logs, one of them as Oracle, one of them as Void Weaver, and we give it our best shot. I think that I don't mind what we're playing here. We have Scream for 1 stop. Sounds good to me. We have Purge, but we don't actually need Purge for this dungeon. I don't think there's anything you can swap this to that's worth taking here. Not really. I think I may also use Penance on cooldown. Yeah, basically you just hit stuff though. Hey Demo, what's your favorite healer? First time popping in? Well, hello there. My favorite healer, I have a favorite healer personally. It's not how the tier list is going to look. It's not objective. My favorite healer is Preservation Evoker. I have mained Preservation Evoker for a long time. And I have the most relationship with Prez. So personally, I feel the most comfortable on that healer. I don't have to think. It's all second nature. That's how much I've played it. So personally speaking, Prez. Like, that's the healer I'm most passionate about. I know all the different, every interaction, every little thing, etc. Right? So, you know, I like Prez personally. In terms of beta, Prez feels good, not excellent, but good. It feels decent. It just has one big problem. And this is obviously when we make the tier list, it's going to be one of the points to focus on, you know. Here's the thing. One big point to focus on is this. Healer damage individually is tuned very low right now, right? So that's one of the things about healers is every healer does very little numbers, even less compared to live right now. So the problem with that, hold on, let me just move this over here. I just realized my thing is off. Okay, so the problem with healers individually doing less numbers is that group buffs and group utility starts to matter a lot more. If a healer does 5%, and this is like doing basic damage, maybe not min-maxing 7%, but let's say on average I'm doing 5% of a DPS's damage. It doesn't matter. You could basically not do that. It takes, what, 30 seconds off a key. It basically doesn't matter. But if you were comparing numbers alone, and let's say every healer could heal, a group buff like Mark of the Wild is the same as that almost. Just by existing, I'll provide 3%. So PI, Mark of the Wild, and Sky Fury almost inherently determine meta, like just like that. Like I can actually tell you what's going to be the meta healer, give or take, if they don't change a little bit how this works and individual tuning. If Prez does 2k more DPS or 5k more, let's say 20% more than Resto Druid, that's cool, but it doesn't matter because Resto Druid is Mark of the Wild. And that's just how it is. It's just how it exists. If group buffs exist in M+, then healers are the one. Healers and tanks in particular, but healers suffer the more for group buffs existing than any other role.
The way forward opens.
Because you're not brought for your own individual contribution. You are brought specifically for your group's contribution. Do you know what I mean? So they basically took a little power out of individual the healer's numbers. But the issue with that is that now their group buffs are still equally as powerful. Like PI still exists. So you can see the relative damage on this meter. Let me reset it. Take a look at the first pull here, which is a massive first pull, fun first pull. But if you take a look at this pull, you'll see how much the damage difference really is. Nice Shroud. Monk will be fine. I don't mind pain supping him right on Gather if he needs it. He might. Aggro can be a little tough for him. He will have Tricks of the Trade from an Outlaw Rogue, but still, I think I just burned one pain sup. And then I'll PI my Dragon on this pull. Here. And blast. Blast. Boom, 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 boom. I'll have to switch the meters in a second. One moment. I still get my Apex talent procs. Do. Paints up him. Paints up him. Oh, he died through Paints up. So, Void Weaver Disc, one of the problems with it is that I know I wasn't doing perfect there, but 100%. Yeah, definitely. Let's reset real fast. Reset fast. I wasn't using my abilities quite right.
Your
Reset fast.
survival wasn't necessary.
We didn't Bloodlust. That's a hard pull from Monk right now. I can't blast enough tank healing as Void Weaver. That's not the current HPS. That's wrong. That's 100% wrong there. It's counting as the overall still. Okay. Go again. Gotta reset the meters. Oracle feels better. Yeah, Oracle just feels much smoother. Also, I have to learn Void Weaver, so give me a second. Figure out exactly what I was doing wrong as well. One thing is that I don't want to play Barrier. I just copied a build, and I shouldn't have done that. 1 second. But so in counter design, though, and everything, I'll talk about it on the tier list when we get there. Playstyle-wise, that felt weird. That felt super weird. You're not even taking lenience in this build. Okay. Interesting. I definitely want Penitence. I don't want Barrier. Look. We lost our Outlaw Rogue. I was really excited to see an Outlaw Rogue. Okay. So, my thought process there. What's your favorite healer, Dem? Like, Demo, what's your favorite healer? Do you have a favorite healer based on power or based on playstyle? You're like, look, even though it's not that good, Holy Paladin is genuinely my favorite thing. You know what I mean? Like, that's like, you know, I just love, like, I have such a passion of class fantasy. I'm a Holy Paladin. That's what I love. And I'm going to play it even if it's not that good. What is the thing that you love? Resto Shaman. If I asked you, why do you like Resto Shaman? Would you be able to answer? Like if I said, why? Playstyles I like this is more proactive. So you like proactive healers instead of reactive healers. You like healers that have to ramp, etc. You want a healer that's actually very impactful. I like reactive healers more than ramp healers in general. I just happen to like Prez. I actually like Resto Shaman because I can chill in a key. You know what I mean? Like I can kind of like, oh, I've been chatting or something and I've missed the ramp. No problem. I can still heal successfully. So I tend to like Resto Shaman for that reason. Can I pass somebody lead? Curry, can I pass you lead or something? And I'll just be... What's up, Luxar? Hello, hello. The war within season 1 was insanity. So, yeah. I mean, that to be fair, we had like City of Threads, Grim Batol, the tank was dying all the time, and there was a lot of checks in season 1 of the war within. I don't think I like it when healing is that hard. I like this season of healing is not too bad. I like this season where you have a lot more downtime. I'm a big fan of healing and tanking being a little bit more chill because it's already inherently harder than DPS, and if people are willing to play it, then yeah. Well, healing City of Threads as Resto Shaman also was tough. Hey, Luxar. I'm curious why people like the healers they like. Do you know what I mean? Like, what is it about it? There are some Disc Priests who say, the reason I like Disc Priests is because I like doing damage, and I want to heal through damage. Okay. I like that too, Demel. But they've gotten rid of a lot of it, and now the utility, the CC kit for healers feels very homogenized. That is the only thing that feels... When I play Mistweaver, whether I'm playing Master of Harmony or Conduit, the truth is I feel different than if I'm playing Resto Shaman. They're not the same. They feel fundamentally different, correct? Okay, they're not the same. If I play Disc Priest versus Resto Druid, they don't play the same. There's a different setup. There's a different way of executing the setup. Even with the pruning in Midnight, they still feel fundamentally different. That's good. Okay, we want that. But my stops are almost identical. So on Mistweaver, I have Leg Sweep, and on Shaman, I have Cap Totem. They're basically the same button. There's no Thunderstorm to change it up, and Resto Shaman has a 30-second kick, but no one else has a kick. I guess that's a little different. But the healers don't really have, like, actually what's fucking hilarious is that, give or take, my Psychic Scream on a Priest has more value because I still have this button. And it's still technically a stop. Stops just seem a little less impactful in this current season anyways. So, what was I doing wrong on that previous poll? To upgrade next to Shadowmend. A Red Pally. I think we can give it just a second. It's hard for me to get used to Disc. I mean, Disc is the last healer I'm testing because it's the thing that I understand the least. Ooh, the Hunter. I know this guy, I think. I'm sure you already tried Holy Paladin. Yeah, so I've tried Holy Paladin on Lightsmith, and I've tried Holy Paladin as Herald. They recently changed Herald, although I believe those changes were more geared toward Ret Pally. But I tried Herald yesterday in a 15 Pit of Sauron, and I gotta say, very lackluster. Herald did not feel rewarding to play. I was not rewarded for making decisions as a Herald Holy Paladin. Lightsmith felt fine. Lightsmith still felt solid. Herald was not very rewarding. It just felt like if I wanted to greed my damage and I spent two Shield of the Righteous to put Dawn Light on the enemies, it did nothing. And if I actually greeted it on allies instead and I was trying to game and I was like, great, first boss, I'm going to go boom, boom, boom. It didn't really feel that different than just playing Lightsmith, and Lightsmith's more powerful. But Holy Paladin felt, Lightsmith, give or take, feels pretty decent, I would say. I think that Holy Paladins can be okay, but I will say, yeah. So I wasn't ooming that far. But yeah, basically as Herald, if you're going to be doing that version of it, then yes. I don't like the spam casting, personally, Pigeon. Not a caster. Wait a second, you're a different Pigeon. There are two Pigeons. What happened to Pigeon? There was a Pigeon Tits earlier. You're not Pigeon. There's two Pigeons. Oh, that's weird. Luxar, I'm lost. I don't know which healer to go with at midnight. I have a Priest, a Druid, and an Evoker. Two big things to tell you, because I can give you some good advice here. Number one, midnight. There's the second pigeon. Oh, there are two pigeons. That's true, actually. You're right. There's always more than one pigeon. Okay. Two big things to know. First of all, there's 3 months left of tuning. We have no idea what's going to be meta. I can tell you based on playstyle, current power, and how they feel, how they react to the different, what the dungeons are asking you, the types of damage that's going out, and I can tell you, as an example, what seems good and what might be powerful. But they're not, it's a preliminary tier list. We have to update it closer to release. That's the first thing. We don't really know what the best healer is going to be just yet, because they can tune everything. Numbers can change massively, and they will change massively. I would not think for a second that we know exactly what's going to happen just yet. Cool? So, if I title something Meta Tank Confirmed, that's clickbait. Like, if I get you to, if I title a video, the new Meta Tank, that's clickbait. Straight up. I'm going to be honest with you. I'm new at making videos. I haven't been making videos for that long, and I like it when people click on my videos. It helps a lot. So if I make a cool little update, I might title it Meta Tank Confirmed, because it gets people to click on it and watch my stuff. So that's cool. No problem doing that. What we don't actually know is the real answer. Now, second thing, WoW seasons are a long season. What would you enjoy playing for 6 months? That is the real question you need to ask yourself. What would you like playing for 6 entire months? Because that's what you're committing to. When you think about it like that, I think it might give you a lot more perspective. What would you enjoy playing for 6 entire months straight? That should be the question you actually ask yourself, because that's what does happen in a season. A WoW season is quite long. So apply Atonement to the tank, Penance, Void Blast. What is the play style that you're not going to get bored of? Apply Penance to the tank, Shadow Mend the tank. And here, bam. I might paint up the tank here in a second. Again, just to keep Atonement on him. That's what you should probably play, because that's the best answer that I can give you right now. The best answer I can give you at the moment is that since we don't know, you should go based off of playstyle more than anything else. Paints up the tank now. Mend. Oh, I was through paints up. Oh, man. I'm not healing this improperly. It's not dying quite fast enough, so... Oh, he's AUG, and I PI'd him. My bad. I didn't realize he was AUG. I should have PI'd the Hunter, but still. That's tough. It's not dying quite fast enough. The Monk is actually doing Giga. How does my HPS look like this? How is that happening? I mean, I've kept Atonement 100% uptime on the tank. I'm not playing that poorly. Like, I'm doing... Okay. This is... So, one of the things I will tell you is that as a tank player, okay, as a tank player, I can tell you for a fact that I feel uncomfortable when I'm playing with a Void Weaver healer. Because I can't, like, I don't feel like I'm secured whatsoever. I actually don't know what I could have done differently to pump harder there. I'm not sure. I spread my dots correctly. Pain was up. I was consuming them properly, but I wasn't doing numbers on the tank. Like, I wasn't able to heal him. And maybe it's just the Brewmaster and Void Weaver don't go well together. But that's the only time I've experienced that, where I was just like, I don't know. Oh, what the fuck? Why? What? Why is he not playing through here? That's a weird challenge choice. Yeah, I mean, I copied Medicine's build. I did just copy Medicine's build, and I need to look at it. Maybe my talents are very wrong or something. I just noticed the final... Well, and the final point of the Apex is technically not that powerful. But... it does not feel like I was... It's crazy. I mean, I was doing, like, triple this healing on Oracle, and I'm just trying to figure out what I'm doing wrong. Was I not getting enough Void Blasts out or something? Is Void Weaver just tuned? I mean, that's why no one's playing it. If you look at the logs, literally nobody's playing it. I really wanted to get a clean run on it, but if it's that cooked, then it's cooked. I mean, it did a little bit more damage, but how do I fix that? Because I'm just literally not doing anything. Hold up, let me get my lizard. He's cold now. Come here, buddy. Come on, buddy. Yeah, I know. Sorry. He's having a day. He's very grumpy today, and he's just like, bro, what's going on, man? Why can't I go see the female lizard? Yes, I know. Yeah, it's unfortunate, isn't it? But you're gonna be just fine, and you'll get some worms tomorrow, and you'll be a happy lizard. And that's just how it is. That's just how it is, man. You know? You say that like it's like that would work, Mythic, but that did not work just now. We could do it at a 12 just to get through the key. I mean, I kept Atonement like 100% of the time on the tank, and I was spamming Void Blast over Smite, but still. I'm not sure what the next play would be. Like, again, so keep in mind. You need Mind Blast on the Gather or something like that. So on the Gather, you can't Mind Blast there because he's a Brewmaster and he takes threat, so you have to wait a second, though. That's just stagger. You have to, it's just stagger. It's not, it doesn't, it's the details being bugged. It's just straight up bugged. You can't... You want to press Radiance Mind Blast on pull. So you can't heal on pull there because you're going to lose aggro. The Brewmaster, notoriously, that's why he was gathering it kind of slow. They struggle a lot with threat, Snap Threat in particular. So if I take any healing aggro, then it messes up the pull. That's why you do nothing. Very important tip as a healer, no matter what healer you're playing, do not heal things early. I actually get so annoyed. It's a pet peeve of mine as a tank player. I hate it when healers try to spam heal me on a gather. It's my responsibility as a tank to live the first 5 seconds of a pull, not yours. You can external me, but you have to know, like in your kit, you can external. Like I can apply the pain sub because that doesn't steal threat, but I cannot just be spam healing my tank on a gather. Bad idea. There are some tanks that really struggle with that. You external, but you do not spam heal. Don't start healing early. On a pull like that, he's actually adequate. We didn't kill it quite fast enough, so our damage was a little low. It would have been a lot better if we had done that, though. Wait, what's So's doing? What do they need? Preservation, Vengeance, Unholy. God, I wish I had a DPS that I could play with them. I want to play with Crive. I wish I had a DPS set up. I don't have enough DPS that I'm very confident in right now. Because I'd want to play something like AUG. I wish. Okay. I think I'm okay to still rank Void Weaver. I'm definitely was off before. Every log that you look at right now on beta is Oracle by a long shot. I do want to do one key as Keeper of the Grove Resto Druid. Play Frostmage, just 3 buns. I still don't want to go into a 16 without having anything set up. Once I finish all the healers, I don't mind testing DPS over time. And I don't mind testing Frostmage. Could probably play it. Okay, so let's do this. Let me play the Resto Druid instead. The Resto Druid, I have beta IO on this character, you know. I have some beta IO now, so I can maybe get into a group. We play Resto Druid, but if we play Resto Druid, here's the deal. We have to play Keeper of the Grove. It's going to be Keeper of the Grove Resto Druid. It's going to be super weird. Yep. If I play this, I'm playing here. What's up, big boy? You play Monk. Wait. This is also Swiftmen cooldown now? I'm kind of curious about that. Either one is fine. Brewmaster or Mistweaver? Have you been able to try it yet? Want to do a key? Yeah, sure. I'm going to queue 15 Algathar. We'll do the same key we just did. And I want to see what Resto Druid Keeper of the Grove feels like. And then after this, we will have all the data we need to actually rank the healers. But I haven't actually done a key with this, and I'm going to do a cook, all right? I'm going to cook hard. It's maybe going to not be a good cook, but I'm willing to try it. Okay? So, here. I'm very curious about how I can pick up... I'm kind of curious about how I can pick up Dream. I really want Dream of Cenarius. But I have to figure out what I'm going to drop for it. Because dropping Abundance seems troll. I mean, dropping that seems kind of troll as well. Maybe Reforestation. And you could pick up this. Because this is Boomy Weaving. Like, Keeper of the Grove is known for its Boomy Weaving in particular. Let's do that. Okay, so now what we want to do is we need to go over here and drop all cat form talents for Boomy Weaving talents. Pick up Sunfire. Pick up Star Surge. And then probably want Starlight Conduit as well. So we just go over here like this. We can drop the physical damage nodes. This is so weird. This feels like I'm doing something bad. Like I feel weird right now. This is a cook. But hey, it's beta. If there was ever a time to do something like this, it would be now. I don't think this is going to fail. Resto Druid can't fail. I mean, this build could fail, but let's try it. So the idea here is, like, in order for me to do damage, I'm actually in Boomy form this whole time. And then I want to put Starfall here. I need to set up my Boomy form, because obviously I haven't been in it. Here you want this here, boom, like this. And then... that there, 4 here, normally something like that. Okay. Incap Roar. This is going to be so weird. I'm so down for this. And then Fluid Form, Shred, Shake, Skull Bash, Mangle, Wrath, and Starfire shift into Liquid Form. So we want Fluid Form as well. Magic damage instead of Fizz damage. Maybe drop Symbiotic for this or something like that. I am so excited. What we're about to test is one of my favorite builds of Resto Druid ever. It's just really weird. It's just a super strange build. Hey, Purple, can I make you lead so I can go get a snack real quick? You can list it, though. Okay, let me be right back. We're going to test this weird Boomy build because I want to test it. And actually, now I can say I've played everything. From this point, I'll actually have played everything. But until then, let me just give me a few seconds. He lists it. I'll be right back. I'd like everybody to know this. Here's the thing. Oh, what's up, Gold? Hi, Gold. Here's what you need to know. My blood pressure drops dangerously low on occasion. I have a genetic condition. So I have to eat a lot of salt and drink, like, a lot of salt. But I've been sitting here for long enough that what I actually need to do is get my heart rate up. So this is going to be actively terrible. But here's what I'm going to do. You ready for this? This is going to be, well, this is going to be interesting. Here. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to turn my camera around for a second. Once I figure out why that isn't plugged in properly. I'm going to turn my camera around. And we're going to do burpees. Like Tabata round of burpees. That'll get my heart rate up. And then I'll be able to test this last healer. And then we can make a tier list. And I won't pass out. Good plan. Me. Smart. IQ. Correct. Hi, Gold. How are you doing? I haven't had caffeine in a while. Because caffeine, you know. I know. Well, because I just need salt and I need movement. Caffeine is a diuretic and drops my sodium. I feel worse with it. When I have caffeine, I feel worse. So I've been trying not to do caffeine. What I am going to do is I'm going to suffer miserably here for a second. This is anti-fun, man. This is so hard. I don't know if you know what a Tabata is. You're going to hear this timer in the background. Ignore this. I'm just going to be flailing around wildly, okay? You ready? Well, you might be. I'm not ready for this. Bro, I hate doing this so much. All right. I'm tired, too. I went to the gym yesterday. I worked out so good. Here we go. I'm ready. I wonder what this looks like on stream. Probably looks fucking weird. Oh boy. Yeah, this is premium content right here. It's only 4 minutes. It'll work. I'll slow it down. I'll slow it down. Do I have a personal trainer? I am a personal trainer. That's my job. Although, I don't make people do these. To be fair, man. You don't have to do this. This is just to get my heart rate up so I don't pass out. Gold, if you give me 2 minutes, I'll tell you something cool. One more. One more. One more. One more. One more. Okay. Fuck. Oh. Okay. Did we fill the group? Oh, I hate those. God. Those are actively terrible. Oh. Ooh. Gotta work on my cardio, man. You would think that after moving in with my girlfriend, that my cardio would be a lot better. But it's only been a month. And, 30-second bursts of intense physical activity don't necessarily accomplish your full cardio goals. Oh, sorry. That was not to show off. That's just to get my heart rate up. Because I feel much better now. I just have to go through that. Oh, man. Gold, here's what I want to tell you. I know, Jay Brace. It's like, I swear, we as men are not appreciated for our 30 seconds of intense effort. Oh, man. Okay, so, gold. I've been working in health and fitness for what's very strange now is a decade of my life. A little bit over that, when I was 17 years old, I got to work at the 2014 Fitness Expo in LA. I got to do on-stage demos for a company. The guy who ran the company, his name is Dion, cool guy. I got to do some events with him, be on stage with him, and he was a celebrity trainer, so he got to work for very influential people. At the time, Mark Zuckerberg and people used to fly him out once a month to train them, and like very high-profile people in Beverly Hills. So when I was 17, I was introduced to training in that way. I had another friend who was a family friend. I got lucky with this one, my mom's friend, and he owns a chain of gyms in America. When I was 17, 18, we used to spend a lot of time at his house, so I got to learn from him, and even before I got my certs and even before I studied myself, I've been in health and fitness for a long time now. I've learned a lot, and I swear, when people talk about health and fitness, they get it wrong, inevitably, almost every time. It's very interesting to me how incorrect people can be about this topic. I made a video yesterday. Somebody asked me, I made a Patreon, and somebody decided to be a Giga supporter. There was Lacus. And Lacus said, I said, hey, if you're a Giga supporter on Patreon, you can ask me to make a video about anything. Just tell me what you want to see, and I'll make a video for you. He asked me actually if I'd make something for fitness. I said, sure, what do you want? And he said, just in general, what do I need to understand in order to get healthier and be fit? And I was like, okay, this is what you need to understand. And that video is the summary of 10 years of practical experience. I would like to share that with you. It is, I should have, honestly, it should have a price point to it. That video is easily worth thousands of dollars. The concepts in the video, just a quick one I want to share with you though, if you're interested whatsoever in health and fitness. It's the thing that people don't understand. People focus so much on the objective measures of fitness, but fitness is a psychological game, much more than it is a physical game. This is completely free. I did not actually put a price point to it. I'm also going to need to run to the shower after this. Okay. But nowadays, I get to help people feel better. And when you work with real people, you start to very quickly understand. It's just in essence, it is never ideal. You are not trying to optimize. First win, then optimize. That's how it works in fitness. The first thing you have to do is prove to yourself that you're worth fighting for. And when you know that you're worth fighting for, then you do something that makes you feel better. And when you do something that makes you feel better, we're all a little depressed these days. So it's really good to feel good. It feels good to feel good. So you're motivated to keep going. Do you know what I mean by that? Hey, troll. How's it going? So it's not about how many reps, how many sets, how often. It's nothing like that. I'm a little out of breath. Completely ignore that. I just did some very brief little exercise. You know what I mean? Well, if your goal is to look a certain way, then there's all sorts of optimizations to make. But most people, although they want to look good, they also want to feel good. You know what sucks? You know what actually sucks, Pigeon? First of all, you know what really sucks is being in pain all the time. Man, does it suck to if you walk around, you're sitting here playing World of Warcraft, you're like, man, I'm trying to focus on my rotation. And the only reason, as a healer, the only reason I let you die is because my shoulder really hurts and I couldn't focus on the key. So the reason that you should do physical therapy and take care of yourself is so that you don't let that happen. Okay, this is going to be the weirdest build. So you can fix it. I just think the thing that people don't understand is that with the right information, you can fix it. It's not for life. You are way too young to accept the fact that your reality is just set. Dude, half my current clients right now are in their 60s. And they're doing whatever they want to do with me. They don't have limitations. And they all came to me because they had problems originally. They don't have problems anymore. Don't be so quick to assume that you are at your capacity. You are most likely. You play World of Warcraft, so you're not that young. The truth is, if you're playing World of Warcraft, let's be honest, folks. No young person plays WoW. That isn't a thing. That's a myth. Well, young people don't play World of Warcraft, so we know that you're at least a certain amount old if you play this game. Okay, I swear this build is actually going to work. This build, I swear this is going to work, actually. No, I'm very confident that this build is going to work. Okay? So you're old enough where you might actually have to think about your health a little bit. Okay. It's not doing a ton of healing, which is a bit unfortunate, but it is. The rogue got hit here. He's not going to die. Okay, these Starfires are not cleaving as much as I remember them cleaving. I'm not going to lie. Very interestingly, this build, it isn't quite working as well as I remember it working before. Huh. Why isn't it working as well as it used to work better? Did they nerf this? Starfire and Swipe, yeah. Well, I guess we don't have Heart of the Wild Burst anymore because it's changed. Okay. Still, it's okay. I did good Resto Druid damage. For Resto Druid, that's fairly decent damage there. And only lives a long time because this guy's playing Outlaw, and I feel so bad for Outlaw Rogues on this pull. Okay. Not the end of the world there. So my healing might be a lot less, but I swear this build will work. I have full faith that this build is going to work. So you just Starfire to victory, basically. Do I have Wrath? I'm going to make this work. And we're just going to go here. Nice. My tank is also very tanky, which definitely helps, right? So now I would just ramp heal. Boom. And here, still the same ramp healing playstyle. You're just a little weaker in your ramps, to be fair, because you're not playing Wildstalker. So your actual ramps are just going to be slightly weaker, but it still won't be a problem. Yep. This branch should die pretty well. Perfect. No problems here. Just hot the tank beforehand because I know what I'm going to want to do after this. So I'm just going to go here. I'm going to go into Boomy form now. Proc this. Big damage in the Boomy form. And then I'm going to be looking to heal my tank and just watch him. So a few Starfires. No problem. Cleanse him here. Cleanse him here. Oh well. Cleanse still is kind of bugged on Druid. And here. Nice. It's going to do damage. This build is going to do damage. I got this. So there's going to be one Starfire here and then Ramp Heal. Could just Trank as well, but don't want to waste it. Boom. And Nature's Bounty, although nerfed, is definitely not nerfed enough because it still absolutely cleaves your entire group. Dude, healing on a Resto Druid is unfair. It's just straight up so much more powerful than anything else right now. It feels bad to play anything other than a Resto Druid. Because Resto Druid is actually just powerful right now. And here real fast, and then I'll external the tank. Boom. Keep this on him. Dispel him. Back into Boomy form for a second. But yeah, like just so everybody knows, like you fundamentally, I've worked with all sorts of different conditions now, and I haven't actually met a single person who couldn't make some form of positive adaptation to their health. I've never met a person where I was like, oh dude, you're capped. Like, I'm sorry, like, you know, there's nothing I can do for you. Now, everybody can do something, and it's not nearly as hard as people think it is. People make such a big fuss about it. They're like, hey, look, well, I have to go to the gym 6 days a week and change my entire life. You don't understand, I'm really busy. It's like, how about 10 minutes 3 times a week? 20 minutes 3 times a week? Okay, twice a week, 30 minutes. Like, is that really a huge ask? For some people, yes. But 5 minutes then. Just do something. Don't do nothing. Yo, what's up, Kato? You missed the heavy breathing earlier. You missed all the heavy breathing. We had some giga heavy breathing going on. You missed the Kato. Unlucky. Can I get the short version? Yeah, the short version was like like that. That's a short version. Hey Troll, are you still here? I was on a rant earlier and I'm sorry, I got very distracted. I'm testing a new build out. It's requiring a bit of focus. Is a loss of consumption as a rune resource a problem? No. Blood DK didn't have a rune problem. It has a it got taken out back problem. It has an unlucky streak right now, basically. But hey, Troll. Troll, I was wondering, you were telling me about Holy Priest yesterday, and I was wondering if today, if you played Disc Priest before. I know I think that a lot of Priest players play both, Holy and Disc, but I was curious to know if you had experience on Disc Priest.
Look at this Lishrath arena.
It's not bad right now.
What are these birds doing here?
So just go here, refresh the hots on the tank. A little bit off, but that's okay. Bam, Boomy form. And then in Boomy form, you go Heart of the Wild and Convoke. If you get a full moon, you can do pretty big damage here. This is my damage on this pull. I mean, for Resto Druid damage, it's actually not bad right now. He's smart. He refreshed his bleeds there just to be safe. Respect it. But I also have him. So, like, I definitely need to change the setting that shows me more debuffs on my Druid. This one here, this build will basically top itself. It really doesn't do nearly as much as it used to. It used to be able to game this so much more. The Boomy Weaving used to actually do substantial healing with Dream Scenarios, but the reason it feels kind of dead right now is because it just doesn't have the same oomph to it. It doesn't feel quite right. Is it the loss of... I'm not sure. I'm not sure exactly what it is that feels kind of rough about it right now. This should still top everybody, and then I'll have time to heal. I can even soothe one. Help the tank out so I can do more damage. VDH one more season? Yeah, I mean, to be fair, VDH is not only the Giga Tank right now, but it is an absolute Giga Tank. Oh, they will nerf it, though. Keep in mind, again, once again, you really don't want your tank to be the absolute best on beta. It's a bad, like, that's not where you want to be. You do not want to be S tier on beta. It's not intelligent to do that.
That is talent toss.
Where you want to be, give or take, is right in the middle with a good play style and just be tuned numbers-wise kind of down. Because they can always tune numbers.
Watch yourselves.
That's the thing to remember. So, I don't know. Overall, I guess this build doesn't work. It was worth trying for what it's worth. Like, it's not... I still don't think it's, like, absolutely impossible to play or anything like that, but... Yeah, I don't know. So let's see how it feels to just heal this with one Boomy Convoke. Again, before, this used to be enough, and then you could actually just send this, but it really doesn't feel like... You see how low we're dropping? That was the last tick there, but now I have to actually go heal this next one. And that is also Giga bugging right now for what it's worth. So here, we just go bam, and I can top everybody's health bar very easily like this. So I'm not worried about healing it, but at the same time, Wildstalker would do significantly more single target. It'd be a little bit less pad, and it would just be better. So, I guess this build is kind of dead. I like this version. Like, I don't know. I think this is fun, personally speaking. I actually think this is kind of giga fun, but... I know a lot of other druids. I have been flamed so hard for playing this version of it. We can still get through this key with 0 deaths and play it clean and show you that you can technically do it. But it does not feel very good right now. Like, I can still get a big Convoke right into the damage amp, but it's not going to feel super positive. That's the last thing to try. I have no problem trying things. And then here you would just ramp for the next one, because even that Trank did not actually take everybody up to full. Keep Hots on. Is there going to be another one? This boss is so buggy. I don't know the timings, because sometimes there's another Screech right now, and the next thing also is the balls. Okay, so there is going to be another one. In which case, I did not ramp properly, so we just go here, there, oops, here, and then Swiftmend, and we're fine. Now it should be the phase, so I should be here. Perfect. Wait for my proc a second. Boom, and here. You can hear me wheezing. Okay, the Boomy Weaving Resto Druid, although Resto Druid is very powerful right now. Let's see if... Oh, he's not bugged, damn it. Damn, the variance on this boss is kind of insane. Like, the difference between him being bugged at this point and actually... So sometimes he doesn't cast anything at the end of the fight, and sometimes he does. So I can get, like, one off here, but then if he casts one, he normally casts more, so you have to actually heal this. Most likely, on the actual season, this is how it's going to be. So Swiftmend summons the Dryad. The Dryad should be carrying healing a lot more than it actually is right now. Nature's Bounty should be able to heal this up. Now, I mean, without Wildstalker, you feel... I mean, you're not, like, powering health bars up as much as you were before. I will say, without Wildstalker, I am certainly noticing actual healing a little bit. If I can greed this, nice, and then just Convoke it, would be no problem. Convoke certainly with all of the Dryads out would be no problem. Any thoughts about Holy Paladin? Well, after this, we can actually go do the tier list, because this was... I told myself I would play everything, right? With Holy Paladin, I played mostly Lightsmith. Every key was Lightsmith, except after they changed Herald, and they fixed it this week, I did a 15 Pit of Sauron as Herald. Oh, actually, hold up. People are about to die right now. Oh, hold up. Wait. I was not ramping correctly. Whoops. See? I got distracted. It's so weird because, like I said, sometimes at the end I thought he was going to die, and I wasn't expecting that last one. My bad. Just because you're playing a Resto Druid, you still have to ramp, especially if you're playing this version of it. I got you, I got you, I got you. Hold up. I got you. I won't let you proc. So, Herald was annoying. Herald felt very lackluster. Lightsmith felt fine. Like, playstyle-wise, Lightsmith felt okay. The problem with Herald was that even with the rework, it just did not feel rewarding. Like, I didn't actually factor Dawnlight into my decision-making whatsoever. I tried to min-max it, but I was like, oh, well, on this pull, I can get away with putting it on enemies, you know? So I would do double shield to the right just to spend it, and then it just didn't matter. Like, it did such insignificant damage that I was like, it's not worth trying to min-max it to this degree. Like, it just doesn't really matter. And so I felt kind of not rewarded for actually trying to play through Herald properly. Lightsmith, on the other hand, felt pretty good. Lightsmith felt good, so I would say that at the moment, we're just going to play Lightsmith. So Lightsmith felt like, hey, I press my wings, I'm kind of Giga. I liked the feedback loop of Holy Paladin with the Shock CDR, Judgment CDR, and Shield of the Righteous. That actually, to me, that felt fun, but I 100% see why a lot of Holy Paladins would not enjoy it. I can very clearly start to get a picture. I'm like, oh, okay. I definitely know that a lot of Holy Paladins are not going to like this change without Crusader Strike. You are in a constant feedback loop, and mana is noticeable if you're spamming Holy Light. But when I play a melee heal, like when I play Holy Paladin, my intention is not to... the intention is sort of, hey, like, I'm not going to be pressing casting buttons. Like, I kind of want to just be actually pressing things, you know what I mean, though? I need to get back on the horse. So if you watch that video, Gold, the truth is, I cannot express to you how successful that approach is. It's not that it's concrete evidence in that, but it's that regardless of what you decide to do, the only thing that you actually need to succeed in health and fit cast.
Wasn't necessary.
Ouch. That cast still pretty much one-taps if you're not completely full health. I'll wait for a res. Oh, we don't have a res. Never mind. We'll be right back. So the only thing that you actually need to succeed in is it needs to be something that makes you feel good. Like, health and fitness isn't a chore. It's not actually hard to work out. It's hard to work out when you try to kill yourself at the gym. But in general... Oh, no, 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 no. Oh! No! That's really funny. that was amazingly funny. All right, let's go. Hey, Burks. Were you here to witness my shameful defeat? Ah, this is a triple pull. We better have good coordination or everybody's about to die. I just get this off and I do this. Just this, and then I'm basically a heal bot. So just spam healing here now. My damage aside from that. Oh yeah, he's in his tank now. He's basking in his light. So the fact that this kind of one-taps means that A, I have a Vortex Typhoon, right, to stop it. And then I have an in-cap Roar, and I should be using those buttons a lot more liberally. See how that regrowth didn't actually top? That's one of the differences between this current build that I'm trying right now versus Wildstalker. Like, Wildstalker, every single one of those tops the group. Alright, good triple. Nice. Good damage. Ha. Oh yeah, but when it comes to health and fitness, the first thing in the you need to challenge yourself, but you need to make the habit of winning. Once you understand that you can win, and you're like, wait a second, I am, in fact, the captain of my ship. Like, you know that old saying, you're the steerer of your destiny? Yeah. But you need to know that first. If you don't know that, then everything becomes so taxing, so difficult. You're like, man, I'm just working so hard. Like, I'm tired from work, and I have to go to the gym, and I have to do this. It's like, no. You don't have to. It's amazing that you get to. Completely different mentality, but it's so much of a healthier way to look at it, and also just realistic. Because maybe you have kids, or like maybe you have responsibilities, you know, like, I don't know. Unless you're a professional bodybuilder, you probably don't just have infinite time to go to the gym. You know, like, you have a life. And that's good. I mean, maybe not really, because you play World of Warcraft. So I don't know about... I think I went too far, actually. I don't know if you have a life. You might have a life. There's a good chance you don't, but you might. And therefore, the gym is not your top priority. And that's fine. It doesn't have to be. But it doesn't mean that it shouldn't be a priority in general. Don't die here. So the next one's the overlap, and then I convoke the next one. This boss won't be too bad, but you do actually have to just understand the damage pattern. So here, we pre-ramp it, yeah? And then I'll combat potion and go here. Perfect, so everybody's fully top now for this, and then it's no problem. You just go here, and then, yeah, we're fine. Do a little bit of damage here is fine. What life? I don't know, don't ask me. My life is WoW at the moment, so if your life is WoW, then fit fitness into WoW. Like, again, it's just this mentality of like, hey, I need to do it a certain way. That's the real pitfall. If you're into fitness whatsoever and you follow all the YouTubers, you're like, well, Jeff Nippert says, but Mike Israel says, but actually Jeremy says, but actually if I listen to Derek and he says, it's like, no. You are not them. And that's not how you should approach it, because it won't allow you to win. That was the overlap, actually. I'm surprised I didn't die. I wasn't paying attention. Resto Druid, I get so sleeper on this healer because it's a little bit too powerful, so I kind of just stop trying just a little bit. It's so easy for me to just be like, I don't really care. Like, I'm going to be fine. But to be fair, this current build I'm playing is significantly weaker than Wildstalker, so it kind of doesn't really work. Like, I can cleave heal this, but I should be doing a lot better. Just maintain a few hots on this fight and go here, probably on the Hunter. And then this one's Convoke. Convoke will definitely... because we should spawn Dryads here, so everybody's full health. Yep, before the fissure. Perfect. You got about 2 seconds to heal that. Not bad. So it depends. Like, it's... and, you know, everybody will tell you, well, you have to eat this way or whatever. Thoughts on Mistweaver? I have some giga thoughts about Mistweaver. Mistweaver is one of those things, by the way, that I'm so glad I tested myself instead of ranking it objectively. Mistweaver has got to be right on top of the list of, like, I am so thankful that I put the effort in to actually play this healer for an entire day. Okay? Like, actually, I played it for an entire day in actual content, too. Not like just in one Algathar. It was last week. I played it in Nexus, I played it in Spire, I played it in everything. Terrace, everything. Like, I actually played Mistweaver for a day, and I failed, and then I succeeded, and then I failed, and I was like, oh, hey, look, here's what I did wrong, here's how I can improve. So I actually went through the process of learning the healer. Like, Discipline today, I didn't really go through that process. I played it in a few keys. I was like, okay, I can see how this is going, and etc. But the truth is that Mistweaver, I was like, hey, I'm having a lot of fun on this healer. Like, I want to keep going with it. So I did. Yeah, Mistweaver, I have thoughts about it. My tier list, I don't know. I actually haven't watched that many other people's. I think I've glanced at a few other healer tier lists. I know a lot of people came out with them really early, but I don't know if people have really had the time to test as thoroughly as they could have. Like, there are a lot of people who have been playing beta, but I feel like they've logged on, done a few keys, and it's like, yeah, are you playing with different groups, different comps, different scenarios, different this, people who get hit by mechanics, people who stop, etc. Like, I think it's important to have a really good base of knowledge more than just, I played this healer once and this is how it felt. Because everything changed going into Midnight. Like, Midnight is basically the Fire Nation. Yeah, no, my list will be completely based off of my thoughts. So here, what I'm supposed to do is just out-heal this. Like, the way to deal with casters now in dungeons is you heal more than they cast for. Ooh, I'm a little winded still from all the burpees we did earlier. So this build does, overall, exactly the same damage as the other build, but is just significantly worse. So, I really wanted to make this work, too. We need 2 packs, don't we? I can heal it. Whatever you pull, I'll heal. I'll figure it out. I'll make a plan. I'm pretty sure we have to do this thing more. So this one is 3 casters. He's going to do an AoE. So what we do here is we basically just go boom. Everybody needs to be full health on the AoE. So we go here and then Trank. And my job, because that cast is going to go off, instead of thinking we need to stop the cast, I think, how can I just make sure I have maximum healing on the cast? I can Vortex Typhoon as well. I don't have a kick, but I do have stops. I can send both of mine here. Boom, and this. I can try to do some damage, because now we are going to be pressing up against this timer a little bit. But the biggest time loss this key was actually me falling off the legend stag form because I overestimated it. That's going to be the biggest thing. Okay, go. Ooh, is this percentage? If we don't time it, that's fine. At least I'll have the log to look at. Question for anybody who's here. Do you know how to access all the logs that you have personally uploaded? Like, there's a profile on World of Warcraft logs, right? And you can go see everything that you've uploaded yourself. Pretty sure. Because I need to go back and find the logs for the video. That would be helpful. I think I'll be able to find my profile. I'm not 100% sure, but I think so. But you can see the fact that that didn't just top my entire group. And in Wildstalker, what I just did would have absolutely topped the entire group really, really easily. Is this guy's 2.5, so if this is 97.5, we're fine. Yeah, perfect, nice. Good job. I roar. 330 for boss. We're pushing it. We have lust. Let's go. What is this mage playing? He's Frost, yeah? This boss, not exactly free anymore. I don't mind the nerf to this boss, though. They should be under your name at the top right. Thank you, Ada. I'll look at it soon. We let that debuff expire naturally. I convoke Gloomy. So each one of these with Heart of the Wild up, like this used to actually be noticeable amounts of healing. It does not feel noticeable right now. And then my job here is just going to be to heal, because people do like to get hit on this fight. There's one unexpected damage. Oh, I can't see the debuffs. Oh, no way. My frames are so messed up on Druid. I can't see who has... I just realized. I was like, why is he taking damage? Because I can't see who has the debuffs. Interesting. Okay. Well, I'll just heal then. Even when the timer is tight, my damage is pretty irrelevant. Like, I can do a few casts here or here, but basically it doesn't matter. Oh, shit. Gonna die today. Keep my hearts on him. If I have 2 trees out, I'll be fine. Convoke. Convoke procs Heart of the Wild with that Star Surge. Do a little bit of damage. I'm chilling. Oh, I can't dispel because my frames are wrong. My dispel is 2 globals on Druid. I should really fix that. Okay, so watch the instant healing on the movement, because somebody might get hit. There it is. So he health potion there. But otherwise, it's kind of my job to top him instantly. Yeah, like, even though our timer's tight, like, unless we lose this by 2 seconds, which might happen, it's still not the right idea for me to be spam, like, trying to greed my DPS. I should just keep my group nice and healthy. it would be more impactful if I just kept my group healthy. A DPS who gets hit by mechanics loses globals. So if I just keep my group nice and healthy. Oh, yo, what's up, Caleb? How's it going? Caleb, do you know Zuti? I met Zuti yesterday. I met one of the crew. I'm trying the most cursed build because, you know what? Life is meant to be lived. That's what I've decided. I'm trying a Boomy Weaving Resto Druid because I'm about to make a Giga tier list. I'm about to make the most epic, the most official, the most accurate healer tier list for Midnight. I'm about to cook. And I am not a good chef, but in this case, to be fair, no. The thing is, in this case, I'm a good chef, but in real life, I don't know, man. I was watching this channel. Have you ever heard of this channel that they make like gourmet, like they make 10 versions of chocolate chip cookies? But the thing is, they made 10 versions of Kraft mac and cheese. You know what I mean? So they did like a 10 version of Kraft mac and cheese, and they were like from the cheapest, lowest quality Kraft mac and cheese to the highest quality Kraft mac and cheese. You know, so there's this channel that does this, right? You remember how I said losing this by 2 seconds? It turns out my exact Nostradamus philosophy came to life. That's okay. Here's the thing. The first thing he said was, the worst mac and cheese, lowest quality mac and cheese is Kraft box mac and cheese. And I was like, excuse me? I said, what? What? Kraft mac and cheese is the worst mac and cheese? Incorrect. I no longer trust you, and I will never watch your content again. Instant shot. I just like, you know how sometimes people make political statements and they get canceled? He was canceled for saying that. Kraft mac and cheese is the standard. It's the most nostalgic mac and cheese. What? I immediately was just like, I don't trust anything this man has to offer anymore. Yep. It was over from there. Yeah, probably. Well, I mean, it was mostly my fault for falling off the edge, as I do. Okay, we now have a log from every single thing. We can upload these logs. And here we go, though. Yeah. We didn't need to time this. It's zero issue. It do be tier list in time here in a second. So here's what I've done in my beta testing. All right. Tier list time. Make. The Resto Dream is dead. The Boomy Weaving Resto Dream is absolutely dead. It doesn't work. It doesn't work, man. If you take a look at my HPS overall, Dream of Scenarios used to be so much, and now it just does nothing, dude. Are you adding all week in the tier? No, I'm doing it live right now. I'm legit. We literally gonna pull it up like right now. Like as you. Yeah. I'm here. We're committed to the cause. Okay? Healer, hero, talent, tier list. So what I'm going to do is we're going to go like this. Tier list maker. Yeah, so we're going to actually do it like this. Okay? I'm going to take all this off. And I need to take it off the tier. Hold up. Wait a second. How do I reset this? Because I had made this, it wasn't accurate before. Now I have it, though. Reset. Cool. I show you. This is what we're doing. But also, I need to get a snack before I actually start. I don't want to debate people. I do need to get a snack real quick. But basically, this is what we're doing, right? We have a legitimate tier list. The only question I have for you, because I'm gonna put a lot of effort into this, and we're gonna do it properly, all right? Like with logs, like with data, with support, with proper understanding of these dungeons, etc. I have one question for you. Do you think I should have a tab in the background that just says something like this? Here, you tell me. So let me just ask you a question, because I kind of can't resist this, right? I can't show you this, but here. Do you think that the tier list should be like this? and I should just leave that there as a little Easter egg. So everybody who watched it live is going to know that this was there, but no one else will catch it. Do you think I should just... What do you think? This is the feedback I need before I actually start the official tier list. And also, let me go get a snack. So this is the only thing I need to know is that should I kept this there, you know? And I won't, you either get it or you don't. Some people always check tabs and other people don't. And if you don't, then I guess you are a sweet little angel. Let me just go. Before I start, let me run the ad so it doesn't actually start. Let me go grab a snack and then I come back and we'll go on this. You know? Right? Hold on, let me make a poll as well while we're here. Okay? I need people to tell me. You vote, I go get snack. I'll be right back, and you tell me. Okay, I got my snack, but I'm so curious. Which one won? What won? Did we? What's the most popular search trend? What actually what won the poll? We have to figure this out now. Oh, did my camera break again? Hold up. 1 second. Cool. So, we have a bunch of things to understand about this tier list before we get into it. First of all, once I start, this is going to be definitely uploaded to YouTube. So once I start, we'll see. What won the poll? Let me see. Wait. How do I check? Normally I'm here when the poll ends. Which one won? Did A, B, or C win on the poll? Wait, how do I check? Wait, someone tell me which one. I had a poll going right before I went to get my snack, which is a little bit of like homemade ice cream yogurt deliciousness. I need a little sugar before I. Just a bit of the little classic though. Tapped into the game. I think it was a tie. All right. Well, we have one vote from downstairs. Kitty said that it should be femboys. Yeah, and fem tied. Okay, so I understand. So we're all people of culture because both Fox girls and cute femboys, they both work. But in terms of what we're probably gonna go with, I feel like we all agree at the very least there's a crossover here, which can be like. What about this? How do we feel about this being a middle ground? What do we feel about that? Because that's what Kitty voted for. Is that reasonable? That seems like a good middle ground, right? I think we can all kind of agree on this. Okay. This tier list will factor in a bunch of things. First of all, let me upload the logs from today. I'm not debating people. I'm going to finish this and we're going straight into the tier list. And let me just upload the logs. I don't want this to show anything I'm not supposed to. My aim for this tier list is not just to rank things so that you know where tuning lies or anything like that. It's to give you and everyone who watches a very fundamental kind of reality check about what healing is genuinely going to look like. You know? So where the pitfalls are, like I can tell you when we tested before this last season, before season 2, when we tested PTR, everyone said, hey guys, Priory is kind of tough. And then everyone said, hey, this floodgate thing, there's a lot of checks in here. And everyone was worried, rightfully so, right? That there would be some potential issues that came up with people not quite being able to manage some of the healing checks. Now, they've been nerfed since then, but really, like, a big issue was that we saw what was going to happen before it actually happened. I'm hoping that with the new expansion, they don't let that become the same thing. Thanks to no problem. Yo, thank you for coming to say hi. Did that log upload correctly? I don't think that was the right one. It's December 13th today? Yeah, that's probably the right one. Okay, upload this log here. You're welcome. I hope it helps. Genuine. I don't think fitness and health should not be gatekept behind monetization. I made the Patreon so that obviously I can earn something from it. Like I put a lot of effort into those videos and it takes extra time. I don't have a lot of time these days, but I made it because I wanted to, obviously it's a project for me and it's meant to make money and help me do more content and stream. If I make more money from content, then I can do more content. But also, I don't think that information should be gatekept. It's hard for me. It's like if I make a really good video about tanking, I'm like, oh man, but this would help so many tanks and I want everybody to have this. So there's going to be a balance there. It's kind of hard for me sometimes. Like, if I make an Omega Giga video, then it should be accessible, but at the same time, you know. Okay. We're taking a look at this log. A lot of Algathar Academies today. And then I gotta go find the other logs as well so I can actually reference and pull things up. When it comes to fist weaving, no, we're not. We're just about to start it, actually. You're perfect timing. I'm finishing up a snack because I need a little bit of glucose. I might run a little long, so. It's weird for me. It's interesting because I'm a tank main. I tanked the first 8 days of beta. I just tanked straight up. Played every tank. All I wanted to do was tank. And the more that I kept testing, I learned a lot about the tanks, but tanking is easy for me. Second nature. Healing becomes challenging because a lot of times I have to actually take more time to learn it and put more effort into it. When I log over to tanks, my brain turns off because I've played them for so long that I just have tank brain. Man, this build of Mistweaver was significantly better. I tried both. I tried Harmony, but I like this build. 2-minute Chi-Ji made this actually feel good, though. You think I should do that? You think so? Official. You might be surprised by what I put there. You honestly, I don't think anyone knows what I'm going to put in the bottom tier. This is why I'm glad I played everything, because actually after playing it, I can tell you the thing I don't want to play. I can tell you what healer I don't want to play actively. There's one, it's not what you expect. Okay, it's not rest though, Drew. I'm not doing this for shock value. I'm doing this because I actually played the game. Guardian isn't even a healer. It's just a healer tier list. I can't rank all the DPS. I can rank the tanks. I did a tank tier list already. No. No. I'm not going to spoil it. I'm not going to spoil it for you guys. I don't like the fact that this monk icon is not there. Like, why don't they have the other monk icon? If we're ranking by HPS, then obviously Blood DK is the best healer. You see how the difference? Conduit is listed here, right? Conduit's there, but Master of Harmony isn't. Why is that a thing? You see this Master of Harmony icon? It's not on the website. Let me show you. You see on the website? There's just a monk icon where Master of Harmony should be. I don't know why. You see this? It's not actually compared to the game. Look. I don't know. This is a good tier list. It has everything. It has everything else, but it doesn't. Okay, we're gonna make this. This is cheesecake. The worst category on this is soup. Soup is the worst. I understand that it was made as a survival tool for humanity a long time ago, but fucking soup is the worst possible food group ever made. So soup is all the way down here. Can't get worse than soup. I feel like needs tuning is good. This one is solid. This one maybe is very fun. I don't mind this. I think this is how I'll rank them. This is a pretty decent 5 tiers. Yeah. I'm trying to think of how I would put this. There might be like one powerful thing that I put here. don't put there. Okay. So quick caveats, real quick, before I actually go ahead and send this. There are two things you need to know. Number one is that this is very preliminary, right? Like the first thing and foremost is this is the current state of beta after testing for a while. This is not like the end-all be-all tier list. Things will change a lot over the next 3 months. You've seen the big tuning passes already happen. Okay, so let's take a look at the Disc Priest log from earlier too, by the way. I was curious to know how much I actually was able to heal the tank, which is this. This is the entire thing. How much tank healing was I able to do? You can see this, right? Yeah, we're taking a look at the log together. This is from Oracle Disc Priest earlier. Should be quite a bit on the tank, but I'm kind of curious to know how much. Yeah, 45% on the Brewmaster. So Oracle felt like I could actually heal the Brewmaster, but the Void Weaver, the one polo with Void Weaver, I just could not fucking heal him. There was a log. It would be a very short one. It'd be this one, I think. Yeah, I just couldn't fucking heal him. I don't understand. Like, I could not heal him as Void Weaver. He was doing his best that he could. I could not heal him as Void Weaver. I'm not sure about that. Okay, how do I find my profile in Warcraft logs? Do I have to log in, or how do I find it? I have it on the app here, but do I have to look up my name? It said top right, somebody said before. Is it login? Email address. Okay, you guys can't see this shit, right? Okay, good. When you log in the internet, okay. As long as you can't see this. Okay, I remembered my password. That's awesome. Excellent. Okay, Mythic Plus Beta. So many logs here. All reports. Wow. Look at all these beta logs. I have not been the one to upload every single log, but there are quite a bit here. So open link in new tab, open link in new tab, open link in new tab. We're going to have to find all of these. We're going to sort through them real quick. Open link in new tab, open link in new tab. Holy shit. All right. Let's take a look at this real fast. Okay. So taking a look at some of these. This one is going to be an Oracle Disc Priest log. Oh, that's Prez. Hold up. No, that's not the right one. This is Prez earlier. This one is Oracle. No, this is the Holy Priest log from yesterday. Yeah, this is the Holy Priest log, which, again, weirdly is not that bad. Holy Priest log actually kind of cool. So we have Holy Priest right there. We have this one here. These were all the encounters. What was this cavern? This Mistweaver? Yeah, this is Mistweaver, but I think we can focus on healing done as well. Maybe even check one of the bosses here, because like on the caverns, like the fun boss is the third one. The second boss. Second boss has actual HPS to it. Yeah, 84k, not bad. This is a Mistweaver dungeon. Okay. Let's check this. All encounters. All the Magister's Terrorist wipes, that's right. All of those. What's this one? Resto Druid? Yeah. Big Resto Druid log. I don't think we don't need to show logs for everything. Trying to warm up my voice. Prez Evoker. Pretty decent. I just think the important thing is to realize that as I show all of these logs, one thing you'll notice being kind of consistent is just how low the damage is on all of them. No matter what healer I'm playing, you'll notice this a bunch, though. Yo, what's up, Saint? Be able to catch the stream. Love the. Oh, thank you. I'm glad you like the videos, man. Thank you for the sub. I've been working on this for about 12 days now. I have actually been playing all these dungeons for 12 days. That's crazy. 12 days I've been working on this. That's a long time. Like, just nonstop. Like, look at all these logs. These are all... I think these are probably Resto Druid keys. No, these are Bear. That's Bear. Doesn't count. But yeah. I've just been playing a lot, trying to figure out what tanks, what healers, etc., like what actually feels good. Yeah, I'll have to go over the new dungeons and make a tier list for that as well at some point. It's this here. Yeah, some of them do. I like some of the new dungeons. I don't like all of them, though. Some of the new dungeons are very, very meh. It's the design on some of them that I'm really not a fan of. Let's see, Algathar 16 was done on what? Presevoker. Okay, so here's a Presevoker. We can use the Algathar one instead of this. This is Resto Druid. Damage done. I just want to kind of load this first so that as I'm actually doing it, I can have them accessible before. And kind of show some stuff, though. What's up, Aggie? This is the moment we've been waiting for, basically, of actually just showing the stuff, you know? Does the beta have PTR? No. So, actually, this is actually fucked up. If you didn't know this, Sully. Okay. Some characters on beta, this is actually messed up. They really did a wrong thing here. So, I don't know if they properly fixed this or not, but for what it's worth, look at this. My monk was made later into beta. Therefore, my monk has no avoidance. The only avoidance I have is from an enchant that I put on, yeah? So my monk has no avoidance. You can see this, yeah? 2%. I want to show you something before, because originally in the first 3 days of beta, every single piece of gear had avoidance on it. So yes, there are some characters that are just running around with 15 or 20% avoidance, which is very bad for testing, because that just means they casually take like 15% less damage. So if you take a look at my Resto Druid, my Resto Druid was the first character, my Druid was the first character I made, I just have 15% avoidance. It's awful for testing, I know. It's very bad for testing. And as far as I know, this does apply, because when I started, every single piece had avoidance on it. And now it doesn't. Like, if you go, you cannot get this again. So every single piece has avoidance, but if you look right now, it doesn't have avoidance, because they took it off, but they didn't remove it from the people who actually originally made a character in the first few days of beta. Which is a problem, because I only made a few characters on the first few days. I was playing my Druid for the first few days. So most of my characters do not have avoidance, but some characters do. Super random. Same thing for the trinkets, by the way. Yeah, so I bought this trinket on day one, because I wanted to try it. This has avoidance, but if you look at any of the trinkets now, it has no avoidance. So yeah, fun fact, some characters are just casually walking around with... Yeah, so if you got your gear, because it was a tournament realm thing they did, then yeah, you can have like 17 to 20% avoidance, give or take. Yeah. Yeah, it's hilarious. Even this ring has avoidance because I got it from the vendor. I had crafted a ring and neck for my Druid, so those don't. But yeah. The PvP vendor does not. This vendor doesn't have avoidance, but everything else does. Fun fact. Yeah, so I think that my Druid has it. I think he's the only one. I don't think any of my other characters actually got the avoidance. Maybe my Warrior or something, or Paladin I made early. But yeah, fun fact. That is kind of messed up, isn't it? Isn't that kind of like, nah, that doesn't feel quite right. Yeah. Okay, I'm looking through these logs so I have access to them. We have a Prez log here. This is a Monk log where we're looking at just the fact that Monk does HPS. I don't know. I need to find other logs. This is a Resto Druid log where even though Resto Druid's so OP, what I want to show is that it just doesn't have to do a lot of damage and that this doesn't matter because we still, I think, double timed this 15. Like, I'm pretty sure this was a double time 15 because if you play with the right DPS, you don't need to do damage as a healer. I think that was what I was trying to show there. I think these are all tank logs, so we're going to get rid of this one. This one is another Prez. This was a Prez Evoker. This is the Prez one I actually wanted to have. So, yeah, this... What's this one? This is a Windrunner Spire 14, and this one is a Algathar. We can just show off Algathar. That's fine. So for Prez, we can show off the Algathar. And what I want to show on Prez is that the damaging rotation is really simple. Yeah, like it's pretty simple. It's possible that your character, if you made it early enough, does. Holy shit, look at this log. Oh, that's a tough log right there. That's right. I remember this day. Yeah, I remember this day. Fuck this. This was a day. This was like one of the first days of beta where we were trying to figure out how to do Seed of the Triumvirate. Yeah. I remember this log now. There's just 10 wipes in a row. Whoa. Yeah, that was a tough day. I remember this one. I think I was tanking this. No, it's more Prez. I mean, at one point my Prez did heal the 15 Seed of the Triumvirate, but that was a tough day. This one, we have 2 seats here. Seed is a tough dungeon. So we have Resto Druid who timed it easily. And we could take a look at HPS maybe on like the last boss. Yeah, we have 100k HPS from a Resto Druid very easily. And I think I also timed it on my Prez Evoker, but had to work way harder. Okay, we'll do these here like this. Yeah, so we have 100k HPS live. I think this one's a Prez. No, this was both Resto Druid. Just casually timing it both on Resto Druid both times back to back. Okay. Yeah. So we'll do that. Did we get to the last boss? No, we didn't get to the last boss here, unfortunately. You can't really see just the HPS that I can put out on Prez. It can do the HPS, but I just want to show like how different. So we have, what logs do we have open right now? We have Prez, Resto Druid. I don't think I need to show every single log, to be honest. Like, I don't think that that's properly required. I just want to have some backing to this. Like, it's not a random thing, you know what I mean? That was my only goal of just showing that I'm not talking out of my ass, that I've actually done keys consistently, properly on a bunch of different characters and tested accurately. So, when's your DPS arc? Soon, actually. Very soon, very soon, very soon. So this is the Holy Priest versus the Disc Priest from today. I want to go from this log today and get the Disc Priest Oracle. Yeah, this one. So we have here damage done to make them look consistent. Let's make them look pretty. Yeah, you know, if I'm going to do it, I want to do it right. So you can see actually what's crazy is when Holy Priest does more damage than Disc Priest. This is actually a crazy comparison that look at my Holy Priest in this and look at the Disc Priest. Holy Priest, Disc Priest. That's kind of wild. And Disc Priest was able to heal Brewmaster just fine. So we have this, Algothar 15, both of those. We have a Mysara Caverns from my Mistweaver. Mistweaver actually felt fine. I wish I could find the Pit of Sauron log, but I don't know how to find that properly. Because if I take a look at this character, right, I can't find him on beta, I don't think. You can't find people from beta, I don't think. Like, you can't go a Wu-Tang Prez, right, and search him from a beta character. So some of the logs are not going to be from me. I didn't upload everything. I had So's and people upload a lot. Okay. Yeah, that's okay. What was this? This is not. Okay, so we have Prez. We have the two priests. We have the Mistweaver. We have Resto Druid. I don't have any Holy Paladin logs to actually show you, apparently. I can check my Discord real fast and just see if I can find them. Midnight beta testing logs. This was the Holy Priest day. What was this one? This was not me. This was a 12 win orange, but this was Prez. Don't need that one. Yeah. I have... let's see, my Prot Pally, my Warrior, my DK. No, I was just mostly sharing tank logs early on. Okay, that's fine. We won't have access to every single log. That is no problem. But what we do have access to is still the information and all of the things. Okay, no problem. Okay. Okay. This tier list, I will post it to Discord. It'll be on YouTube if you miss any part of it. But let's go ahead and get started. I ate my snack. I'm feeling good. I've got my hydration. I've taken my salt pills. Are we ready to go? Okay. And stream voted that the tab that we're going to have on the second tab, that's what it's going to be. So don't worry about that. Okay. Is my camera set? Can you see me? I think I should I shift my camera to the right? No, it's fine. You can see me here. Okay. Y'all ready? Once I start this, you know I'm locking in. I don't know if you've ever been here for me making a tier list before, but if this is your first time in my stream making a tier list, first of all, welcome. I hope you like IHOP femboys. And second of all, that's unrelated. The second of all, once I start, I don't like clip things for YouTube. I don't like edit videos. I just do everything in one clip. So if you've ever seen a 3-hour tier list from me, I did that in one take. That's not edited whatsoever. I just send it. It's off the cuff. Thoughts out here, out conveyor belt here. That's how it works. I don't know if you're new here and you haven't seen the way I do this, but what I have done is I've played every single healer at this point. And I've tried different builds too. In particular, the builds are important because when I was playing Mistweaver, the original Mistweaver that I played, for example, you know, Mr. Drag, he gets his worms tomorrow. He doesn't get worms every day. They're not supposed to eat every day. Builds matter a lot. Like when Holy Paladin. I was playing Lightsmith. First time I felt fine. I was like, you know, let me try Melee Wings. And I was like, yeah, Melee Wings feels terrible. Like I could do some HPS, but it didn't feel good. And I was like, yeah, so Melee Wings was not the play on that build. And then I said, okay, well, let me go over to my Mistweaver. And I was like, let me try this Master of Harmony with this build. And I played 1 minute Chi-Ji. And I was like, I don't feel like I have coverage. I couldn't really heal things properly. And I was like, okay, maybe it's Mistweaver. And I was like, no, it was the build I was playing. On my Prez, I tried a few different builds. To be honest, Prez, kind of all of them worked. But once I settled on the right build, I was like, yeah, this is so much better. Same with Resto Druid. Same with a few different things. Now, there are some healers that no matter what build you play, they're still bad. Like, there's no build that's going to save it, but it was important to me. Okay, I do wish that I could somehow get rid of these ads, but oh well. They're just going to have Thai ads in the background because I'm in Thailand. That's going to be funny. Ready? Ready? Let's do it. I don't need to think about this too much more. I know exactly what I'm going to say. Actually, I don't, but I'm going to make it as we go. There are a few things I'm a little nuanced on. You will be surprised by what I'm going to put in the bottom tier. But after playing it, and I played it in like 9 dungeons. Like I actually played it several times. It wasn't even like a 2 dungeon test. Like I really tried to play it. And I was so excited. I was really excited. I thought it was going to be fine, and it was not. Anyways, let's get to it. Okay. All right. Ready? I just go, I don't actually slap myself. Ugh, not anymore. Unless I ask nicely. Okay. Shall we? Cool. Let's do it. No music for this. I'm turning music off. Cool. Let's do it. Okay. Okay. Just thinking. Intro. 3, 2, 1. Okay, this is the official Healer tier list. Blah, 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 blah. I caught my words. Blah, blah, my mouth is dry. Stage fright. That's better. Take 2. I should have done this at the beginning of stream. Fuck. Okay. Oh, man. Okay. Okay, this is the official Healer tier list for Midnight. I have been playing beta nonstop now for 24 days straight. I started off playing tanks, which actually gives me a very interesting perspective on healers as well. But for the last 12 days, I have been playing nothing but healers. I'm also going to wait for that drill outside to stop because somebody decided to drill right as I started this tier list. Unfortunate timing. The world says no, but we say yes and we prevail. Stop. Stop. No. Bad. Can you hear that? Can you hear that? That was the worst possible time. Fuck. You guys can't hear it that loud, right? What the hell? Fuck it. Timestamp it. 4:23. Okay, I'll cut this after. Oh man, let's do it. Okay. Okay. Okay, this is the official tier list for Midnight. This is what healers feel like. What? They were just waiting for the drill. No, I got distracted. Fuck, I gotta turn off my chat. Motherfucker. I'm gonna lock in. Hold up. I'm gonna lock in to make this tier list. Might ignore chat for a bit. Okay. Pin message. Yes. Great. Okay. Okay, this is the official tier list for healers in Midnight. I have been playing beta nonstop, testing every single day. I have played for 24 days now, and I have a genuinely interesting perspective on healing. I have played not just healers and not just every single hero talent of healers, but also all of the tanks. And I can tell you that as a tank player, there were some healers I felt very comfortable with. They made me feel all nice and cozy inside. And there are other healers where I was like, why am I struggling so much? And then after actually testing the healers themselves, there are very large differences. Now, I need to caveat this before we get into the actual tier list. There's a few things you have to understand. Number one, all of this is subject to change. But today, rather than focus just on which healer is the most powerful, because there's an obvious answer to that. There is a very clear S tier outlier healer on beta that's just better than everything else. And there are other few healers which are clearly numerically a little bit lower, but they can change that. What I want to focus on a little bit more is not just how powerful it is, but what the playstyle is. Is it fun? Did I actually enjoy it? Those are really important factors to consider, because when you choose your main for a season, you're playing it for 6 months straight. A WoW season is kind of long. Like 6 months is a long time. You have to enjoy what you're playing. There's going to be a meta. Of course, there's going to be a meta. Midnight Season 1 hopefully will be more balanced than the previous versions of the game that we've had. But even right now, it's fairly balanced. Like, this is not the most unbalanced it's ever been, and we still have such a clear meta, you know? And so I think that it's a very important and impactful thing to realize, that playing the meta healer, where it might be the right decision if you're pugging and you're trying to go as high as possible, it is more important that you have fun playing the game, because otherwise you'll burn out. And if you burn out early, you don't get title or high Mythic Plus score anyways. So first things first, we're going to be focusing on all the factors of healing, not just numerically how powerful it is, although that will be taken into account. Second thing, I have logs and everything to back all of this up. I have a few of them open here, and I want to show you specific examples because some of these might surprise you. And the last thing is, they will change numbers. Numbers are going to change. What we need to give feedback on is not, hey, this thing doesn't heal, it hits like a wet noodle. What we need to give feedback on is, I am trying to heal the second boss of Pit of Sauron, one of the new dungeons that's coming back, and I can't, because I fundamentally lack the toolkit when I'm playing my favorite healer. I cannot heal it because they took cooldowns away. They've made so many changes to fundamental healing philosophy, and they said they were going to change keys so that we could heal. And they said, we're going to take power out of cooldowns. We're going to give you more power in your base kit. We're going to make you less reliant. Yeah, but the problem is they're still designing encounters to require a burst healing cooldown every 60 seconds. Now, every 60 seconds doesn't seem that bad, but there are some healers that don't have a cooldown every 60 seconds anymore. So without further ado, let's go ahead and get started. What I want to focus on, and you're going to be surprised by what I put in the soup tier. I don't think you're going to predict it. You can guess. What do you think is the worst healer in my personal opinion? Out of every single hero talent, and I've played both, keep in mind, I have done several keys on each of these healers, on each of these hero talent specs. There's only 2 or 3 hero talents that I only played a single time because I said no more testing is needed. No, it's not Holy Priest. Actually, after testing, because I played Holy Priest yesterday, and we back-to-back timed 15s. Look, I'm going to show you. I can show you the logs. This is me. That was my Disc Priest. Look at my Holy Priest. My Holy Priest actually did not feel terrible. The numbers were pretty solid. This is a lot of damage. This is quite a bit of damage here for Holy Priest. Do you know what actually feels the worst to play? And didn't even feel that bad to play. I felt like I had options. I actually felt, no. We're going to go over Holy in a second. It's not Holy Priest that goes down here. It's Shaman. Shaman actively feels terrible to play. And what's crazy is they actually made a good change to it just a few days ago. They announced that Apex talent will now proc off of your nature swiftness and/or your ancestral swiftness if you're playing Farseer. That was a good change because I finally felt like I had control over it. Before, it was such a low proc rate that I thought the way to fix the Apex talent was to buff the proc rate. But then they took that and they were like, wait a second, fun detected, and then they nerfed it again. I'm going to tell you something. I did a 15 Algathar on my Farseer Shaman yesterday before they re-nerfed the Apex talent. And I still was struggling a little bit with output on a fight like Veximus. Veximus has 2 overlaps. It happens frequently throughout the fight. They've redone the fight a little bit. It's just like Dragonflight, where Veximus is an encounter where it has 3 dots that go out. You have to heal it. It does approximately 100% of somebody's health bar, so you need to have some healing during that window, otherwise people might die. You have movement during it. You can get a heal off. So as a Farseer Shaman, you think, okay, there are 2 of these sets. They happen every 20 seconds or so. The first set, I'm just going to prep my Riptides, and I'm going to chain heal. But your chain heal hits like a wet noodle, man. Like, it doesn't hit if you don't actually press a big cooldown, which you're not supposed to. First set, no overlap. Second set, overlap. So what you do with Shaman, and I think that Farseer actually does feel just actively terrible to play, because your Ancestors in your healing kit doesn't feel powerful. You do still have a big cooldown, and that cooldown is nice. What I did on that fight to prep is I had my Apex Talent out, and someone still died. Because my Apex Talent is a trickle heal over 20 seconds, and what I needed was burst healing in that window. Now, I was thinking in my head, okay, the next time I come into this fight, the only way I'm going to do this is I have Healing Tide or Ascendance for one set, and then the next overlap, what am I going to do? And I was thinking, okay, what I have to do is I have to hold my Ancestral Swiftness the entire time for this overlap, and that's the only way, and I am just going to be able to cover it, because what happens is, if you think about how to heal this as a Shaman, you have movement, you have health bars drop to about 10-20%, and then there's a big AoE that happens within 2 seconds. So I have 2 seconds to hit 2 impactful globals to top people before the AoE, at least to 80% health. It doesn't one-shot even at a 15, but it does do a lot of damage. And you can't trust your pugs to use defensive. You can't even track if they're using defensives now. So as a Farseer Resto Shaman, what I found is I just didn't really have coverage. And I was thinking in my head, I was like, okay, I can make a plan, but now I have to hold the thing that I actually want to press. I want to press this button just because it's a fun, I want my Ancestors out. But I realized that the only way I was going to be able to heal it realistically was if I hold that for every overlap. And that just felt really bad, and I was like kind of almost depressed thinking about it. And I said, okay, that's one thing. That's just Veximus. You know, Algathar, it's okay. You can still heal it. You can still play any of the things that are in this tier, but I think that it feels anti-fun. The fact that I have to hold Ancestral Swiftness for actual checks, and the fact that I have to lock in so much just to play Farseer Resto Shaman, it's not fun. It actually feels like I notice everything I've lost. There are other healers where, yeah, it's been pruned, but I don't feel inadequate when I play them. This one I do, because Algathar is a pretty easy dungeon to heal. Like, that's not that hard to heal. You know what is hard to heal? Magister's Terrace. You know what is hard to heal? A few of the other dungeons. And I also did those on my Shaman. I also played... I played Totemic as well. Totemic at least felt a little bit smoother because Double Downpour is kind of cool, and just it felt a little bit more like a Shaman where I was like, hey, Totem, simple, straightforward. I'm not like gaming super hard. My problem is, again, I did a Magister's Terrace where it's actually a stacked fight, okay? This one needs tuning. I wouldn't say it's in soup. I think Farseer actively feels bad. I think that this is still feels like Totemic, but the problem with this is, like, here's what happened with this healer. Magister's Terrace, second boss. Now it has, this is a big healing check. 3 dots, your party has to clear, and every time they clear, you have to dodge. So high movement, this is going to be a theme that you're going to notice here for all these dungeons. High movement, burst healing required, and also more than 1 target. Not single target burst healing, but you need to actually be able to cleave 2 or 3 targets. Okay. Yeah, I had like a plan. I walked in, I said, okay, first one, I've got my totem, double downpour, this. What I'm going to do after that is I'm going to hit my healing tide totem, and then we have the AoE. I'll have a time to recover. I'll have about 10 seconds to top people before the next dot. Yeah, in the 10 seconds, I couldn't top people because my healing wave outside of my big cooldown, which is 10 seconds on a 2-minute cooldown, hits like a wet noodle, and not one of those cool wet noodles that you used to play with your sibling at the pool. You remember those pool noodles? Those are cool. Those are actual awesome wet noodles. Those types of wet noodles, you would like Matrix fight underwater. That was cool. And you drink a Capri Sun after. Oh, it's nostalgia. We're all old now. We play World of Warcraft. Okay, listen. The problem with this is I think that it's a needs tuning because my heals didn't heal. Like, I can't express to you how bad it feels to put the totem down, downpour, and then healing wave. and it's a 1.8 second cast, which is the longest single target cast in any of these healers right now. So it feels actively bad just from a casting perspective. The time it takes to cast is really, really tough. And on top of that, it does like 10, 15% of somebody's health bar, 20% maybe, if I crit. Like, it's really bad because, again, 2 or 3 targets are taking damage, and I can hit the totem, and like my totems are kind of trickle healing. At least I had a way to proc the Apex talent before, and now they've nerfed it again, and the Apex talent didn't even feel that good. You would think that the Apex talent, you're like, well, if I hit the Stormstream totem, especially as totemic, well, it'll taunt my group. It doesn't. Like, if you get a proc and you actually press it, you'll notice your health bars go doop, 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 but the encounter design is forcing your health bar to go whoosh and whoosh and whoosh. It's just really like, it felt very anti-fun. Now, that's just Magister's Terrace. Another example, and this is the boss I'm going to talk about the most. If you watch this whole tier list, you need to understand that healer tuning individually is oftentimes determined by encounter design. As in, if the encounters are all rot fights, if all the hard checks in dungeons are rot fights, then some healers are going to thrive and some healers are going to not thrive. You see, mana management will become a bigger deal. But if the encounters are no damage, burst damage, no damage, burst damage, then some healers are going to thrive and some healers won't. So it depends what the timing of the encounter is. That actually determines a lot about which healer is good. Pit of Sauron is a great example. This dungeon, the first 2 bosses work like this. The first dungeon is exactly Kajin from Halls of Infusion. It's constant ticking damage. It's rot damage. You need massive HPS. Huge HPS fight. Very, very fun to play. Okay? I like it. It is fun for me because I wanted to bring all of my healers to the first boss of this dungeon so I could test HPS. I was like, okay, what's my output going to be like? Even on a 12, which is a lower key on beta compared to 15 or whatever, it was interesting. I could fall behind as I was learning a few healers. I noticed that I could make some mistakes and then catch up. I could say, oh, I gotta game this on my healing potion or this or whatever, but I could make a plan, and I liked that. So I felt like I had agency as a healer. If I died, if I didn't play well, whole team was dead. But I didn't have to play pitch perfect for 3 minutes. I'm sure as that key level gets higher, it's going to be a little bit more like that. It felt good. It felt really, really good. I was able to do it on 16, etc., on my Prez Evoker. Obviously, Resto Druid makes that encounter trivial, but I was able to game it, and I would love to just do that fight kind of on repeat. Honestly, I think that fight on repeat would be a lot of fun. The problem with Pit of Sauron is not that one. It's the fact that the boss right after that makes that dungeon actively terrible. Oh my god. Okay. So that's the first boss. It's basically, there's one instance of a little spike damage with a single dispel. It's honestly, I think that people will enjoy healing it because it's a good test of healing. Your damage doesn't matter. You're really just healing that fight, and it feels rewarding. Okay, so that's that. The second boss is a boss where every 60 seconds there's a phase. In that phase, you have to dodge puddles, and there are 3 kicks, and there are 2 curse dispels. And what happens is, when the phase happens, everybody drops to about 50% health. And if any of those kicks start going off on top of the curse dispels, people's health bars will plummet fast. You need to fully top people for 10 seconds straight. Because 8 seconds after that happens, a massive AoE burst of damage goes out. If people are not topped for the AoE damage, then they die. It's not instant, but what happens is phase, 3 kicks, 2 dispels, okay, and you're dodging. So movement, this plus that. That's a tough healing check. That's a really tough encounter. And people are not going to probably be willing to use defensives or help you out. So what happens there is this. There are some healers that have a button to press, a big button, every minute. And there are other ones that don't. You have to understand why this feels so bad to play. Because when I did it on 15 on my Resto Shaman, I barely managed to get past the first boss. The first boss, I did 98k HPS or something like that on my, I think it was Farseer. I was playing Farseer at the time still. And I was like, oh my god, please, Apex Talent proc. And I was falling behind. I just barely managed. The second boss was instant death. The first phase, I said, great, Healing Tide. I was playing Healing Tide at the time instead of Ascendance. Doesn't matter. Either one works. I said, big burst of damage, great. And I have a kick. And I have Curse to Spell, great. I was actually good on Shaman. You'd think Shaman would be great at that fight. But then the second set rolled around, and I was like, what to do? Because I had nothing. You can't link it. People are spread killing the different ads. Link doesn't work. So what? You have nothing. Like, you have to understand that healer design really matters. Like, the dungeon encounter design. If it requires a big, massive cooldown every 60 seconds, then if they take that away from Shaman, I think you can't heal it. And the next healer that I'm going to rank is exactly the same as this, because I noticed the same exact problem happening, okay? So the next thing we're going to rank is Holy Paladin. Holy Paladin, Herald of the Sun, I played it in the same exact dungeon I'm just talking about, okay? 15 Pit of Sauron. I played Herald yesterday after the fixes to Herald. I do think those Herald fixes were a lot more for red, because as I played it, it just doesn't feel good. Now, to be fair, as far as I know, this is still quite a bit bugged. It just doesn't feel rewarding. When you play Herald of the Sun, your Dawn Light should matter. The only saving grace for this, of course, is the fact that Eternal Flame feels great. I mean, comparatively, like, just being able to spread that, get your actual hot on people, it just feels good to have something like that. I think the first boss of Pit of Sauron required some min-maxing, but I'm not going to lie, I just didn't think about Dawn Light whatsoever. Like, I was trying to. I was like, hey, this target's a little squishier after I press my toll or my prism if you're playing it. Then I'm gonna spread it to this target, and then I've got this, and I'm gonna kind of try to game it. And it just didn't hit very hard. It didn't feel rewarding because I had been playing Lightsmith all the time before that. And Lightsmith feels impactful. Like, if I press wings on Lightsmith, I'm like, oh, okay, I'm in it. I've got this now. And Herald just did not feel like rewarding gameplay, because the other thing I was trying was like, what if I try to min-max my damage just a little bit, and after I hit this, I'm going to make sure I hit 2 Shields of the Righteous after, so that I can apply Dawn Light to enemies, and that should do good numbers, right? I just did like 5%, like 10% extra, and that's nothing, because healer damage is so low right now, that I was just like, man, it doesn't feel rewarding either way. If I use everything for pure HPS, I feel like I'm behind. Again, that fight was my lowest HPS, I think was Herald, when I was doing that first boss. I was able to heal it, and I was able to sustain it, but the second boss came around, and I had the same problem. The first encounter, I said, hey, look, everybody's about to die. For the next 8 seconds, I need maximum healing. And I was playing Herald at this point. So what I did was I said, okay, first one, I'm going to use my combat potion and wings, right? I'm going to save bubble. I'm going to save other things for the second set. First set, I'm going to wings, and I was able to taunt people. Wings, virtue, send the cooldowns. Your toll's up for the next one. So wings, virtue, toll, big holy shot cleaves, huge healing. I was able to sustain the first set. No one died on the first AoE overlap again. We had no curse to spell this dungeon either. Okay, there was no curse to spell in this comp. But I was able to sustain it. And then the second set rolled around. I was setting up, had everything perfectly planned, and someone got hit by a puddle. So their health dropped to 10%. And I immediately went lay on hands. Okay, so I got them, full health. But then the phase happened, and I had panicked a little bit. So I sent my virtue early. And I was like, okay, no, I got this, no problem. So I'm going to do this, I'm going to do that. And I just clicked all the right healing buttons, and people died instantly. Like, literally within 5 seconds. The AoE hit hadn't even happened and people died because I couldn't sustain people. I thought, I'm going to Aura Mastery. That should be enough. I'm going to Aura Mastery. And I just don't know how I would get through it without wings. If I have wings up, I can do it. But if I don't, like, maybe you have to play certain talents. Maybe I could try to game it, but the truth is that Herald did not feel rewarding. And it's not so much a needs tuning. It just didn't feel good to play. And that is the main difference of why it would be in soup. Whereas Lightsmith, I feel like Lightsmith is kind of solid. I mean, you could put it in needs tuning because pure HPS-wise, it's a little lower than others. And I could totally see an argument where Lightsmith should be considered in a needs tuning category. But I think that I felt solid playing it. When I was actually testing this, I did feel like I had options. Again, I was playing Virtue in pretty much all of my keys, just so I had access to burst healing. A lot of these keys are spiky damage every so often. I think Virtue is the play. Maybe some people are playing Beacon still, not sure. I think some people are. It feels at least solid. It could get tuned for sure, but at least I don't think it's an incomplete spec, if that makes sense. Like I think it's not incomplete at the very least. The only thing is wings, sacred weapon, etc. I do still feel like I'm missing that button because I have aura mastery, I have this, and I just wish that toll hit a little bit harder so I could have that as an extra thing. I wish that I don't know, like holy shot, like if you virtue and you set it up correctly and you have some amps, you can actually do pretty well, but casting holy light does not feel good. There were a few different builds. If I had to approach the second boss of Pit of Sauron again, I would have to make a better plan for it, and these healers would need to game hard because they just don't have coverage. One of the things you'll notice as I rank the other healers is it has a lot to do with who has coverage and who does not, as in who has a button that will full top the group when a mistake happens versus who needs to be gaming, ramping, planning, etc. These are some of the big things that I noticed playing all the different healers, because there were some times I just felt hopeless, and these gave me that feeling often where I was just like, I don't know what to do. Like in my head, the way I think about it, if I ever fail a key, I'm the sort of guy where afterwards I'm like trying to fall asleep at night. I'm like, do you remember that time you made a mistake? Oh my God, you failed. You're a failure. And I'm like, oh no, okay, so I have to solve that thought. And while I'm laying there going to sleep, I think, okay, so the next time, how can I avoid making that mistake? That's the type of gamer I am. If you're watching this tier list, you probably are like that too. I think that these, I don't know, but at least with some of the healers I'm about to rank next, I feel as though I could make a plan. The exception to this, obviously, the next one we're going to rank is Holy Priest. Surprisingly, by the way, this is kind of surprising, Holy Priest did not feel actively terrible. Like, Holy Priest, that's just Priest. Holy Priest, actually, in this log, I played it yesterday, and we back-to-back time keys. I played both Archon and... I played Archon and Oracle. And surprisingly, I didn't feel terrible. But of course, that Holy Priest has the problem of the fact that it's a Holy Priest. So your damage on Holy Priest is actually really solid. No joke, the first... Well, let me see. Is this the log? First pull. Look at the first pull. Look at the first pull. Holy Priest kind of blasts AoE. Like if you are greeting your damage, you can do a lot of damage. This first pull of Alcathar is a very fun pull because there's not a lot of healing to do on this pull, so you can kind of just be blasting the whole time. That's very significant healer damage. So surprisingly, Holy Priest is not feeling the actual worst, but of course the trade-off is I can't really be doing a lot of healing if I'm just greeting my Holy Fires, etc. Okay. So when it comes to actual HPS, if I dive deep into each log that we did as I'm doing this tier list, it's going to take forever. So we can't go into the logs exactly, but basically here's what's up. Serenity hits hard enough that it tops people. And the constant... I was able to kind of keep people top through rot damage just based on mending, bouncing around, and kind of just healing people. My mana didn't feel like an issue, but Flash Heal definitely hits like a wet noodle. So if they buffed Flash Heal enough where I felt a little bit more impactful with that button, I could see it being at least feeling a little better. But I feel like Holy Priest, where it actually is it kind of just, it needs tuning, but it surprisingly did not feel terrible to play. Apotheosis being a very long cooldown, it's 32 seconds. That's a long cooldown. What happened was on Veximus, we were talking about that in the Algathar, early on Resto Shaman, where there's two overlaps and I needed to make a plan. I made a plan and I executed it first try on my Holy Priest because it was pretty simple. I said, hey, look, what I'm going to do, my mendings are out on Oracle, and all I'm going to do from here is I'm going to set up, the mana bombs happen, I have Fade Flash DR on myself, and all I'm going to do is I'm going to go Serenity, boom, top, and then group top, and I'm good. And I actually had Apotheosis to cover one, and I had another button to cover another thing. Like, that actually felt pretty decent. I was kind of surprised by how well that felt. And I do feel like, again, you think about the second boss of Pit of Sauron, you don't have a kick, you don't have a curse to spell, but you might actually be able to just ping pong health bars on the burst required, potentially, but it does need a little bit of tuning. I don't think it feels terrible. Obviously, the AoE components of healing feels a little weird. Sanctify is... I don't know what they're doing. I've never known what they were doing with Sanctify and Keys. In Raid, it's fine, but in Keys, people aren't stacked. Like, one way to fix Resto Shaman is to give them a choice node with Spirit Link that actually just adds an extra cooldown, like they have with, let me think about that for a second. I was thinking about this earlier. What they have with Dispriest. Dispriest has the same thing that this needs. I'll talk about that when I get to Dispriest. So it actually surprisingly, like, a no joke, if you told me, hey, look, let's go do a key. I want to do a 15 Sky Reach right now. Would you rather play your Resto Shaman or your Holy Priest? I cannot believe I would say this, but I think I would rather play my Holy Priest. This is not even a joke. If you actually ask me, I'll be like, Holy Priest. I would rather play Holy Priest. And if you ask me anything else, I'd probably rather play those. But it's so interesting to me how much that has changed over time. Okay? Archon. Archon felt more fun. It's probably because Halo being a flavorful effect in class fantasy is actually really impactful, but it also, this build does not play Prayer of Healing. The Oracle build is no Prayer of Healing, so you kind of are triage healing the whole time. It just has to be impactful triage healing. Archon, I mean, okay, it needs tuning. Like, I can't put it in solid, but I put it above here at the very least. It felt fun because I could bank, build the Light Weaver stacks, which is what I was playing at the time, and then when I cast Prayer of Healing, it was an impactful button. On Croth, when the damage happened, I said, okay, cool, the Shriek's coming out, it's a 10-second bleed, I said, boom, boom, boom. I was able to actually feel like I had a plan. Veximus, same thing. The other encounters, I think I'd be able to game Holy Priest, and once again, if you ask me, would I rather play, in terms of which one I prefer playing, I definitely prefer playing Archon. It's just, there's something about being a Holy Priest and having massive halos on top of the fact that Prayer of Healing is kind of a fun button. I don't know why it's a fun button to press. There's nothing really special about it, but it certainly feels more fun than Oracle. Archon did a little bit more damage, but that could have just been me getting a bit more comfortable by that point. So Holy Priest, for once, is not at the very bottom of this tier list. And, you know, it's interesting. I'm not a lore person. I'm a very, hey, I just want to play keys type person. So I like tuning, and I like the spec being good, but most importantly, I don't like feeling helpless. The worst feeling as a healer is feeling helpless. Although I will say class fantasy absolutely does matter. If class fantasy didn't matter, ain't nobody would play Holy Priest. And if you disagree with me, let me know in the comments. Part of the reason people play Holy Priest is because it's a Holy Priest. But you gotta understand, as I continue to rank these healers, the thing that matters the most is agency. Very, very, very few times in Mythic Plus does a healer require maximum HPS. More often than not, what a healer requires is the ability to have the thing available when you need it. And these dungeons currently are requiring that agency. These dungeons are specifically designed to have healing checks at X time period. They have not moved away from that philosophy. There's a lot less kicks that go off in the middle of packs that you have to just boom, boom, boom. Like, that's not so much a thing anymore. You know, the quote-unquote bolt slop does feel better in these dungeons. But agency is so important because you'll notice that with the next few healers, I'm going to tell you why they feel so different. Now, okay, there's one more thing I have to rank. We're going to go in to the next thing now. And obviously, every one of these healers will have timestamps in the actual YouTube video when I post this. Okay? So you can just skip around to your healer if you'd like. What I tested today, the very last healer that I actually tested today was Discipline Priest. Discipline Priest was okay. It didn't feel as rough as I thought it would feel. It actually felt pretty decent. The patch notes have changed it a lot. Discipline Priest, I think that was doing very good. They nerfed it a little bit. They changed it around a little bit. Discipline Priest is doing, along with the S tier healer, which I'll rank later, spoiler alert, is actually doing very well on beta. But there is a fundamental problem with it. One of the Discipline Priest specs is doing well. If you take a look at the logs on beta, okay, every single log is a single hero talent. I actually had to dive, I think, 27 logs in to find a single Void Weaver key. I played Void Weaver for a single dungeon. I walked in, and I couldn't heal my tank. I was playing with a Brewmaster. Keep in mind, I had just played with that Brewmaster, and at the very least, I felt like I had spot healing or an option to help him. Double paints up, And I was just spamming. I was like, okay, my rift is out. I'm doing big damn, and I got nothing. Like, I just don't have anything for you. And he died. And I felt, okay, let me take a look at the log. So I did. I took a look at the log when I was playing Void Weaver. And I was like, there's nothing I can do. And this is something I can reflect. Remember what I said at the beginning? The first week of beta, all I tested was tanks. If I, as a tank player, see that I'm playing with a Void Weaver healer, I think, okay, I'm on my own. I just immediately, my thought process is, this guy can't do anything for me. Maybe a pain sub. That's it. It's actually the healer that basically cannot help the tank. I don't like it. I feel like I have almost no agency. I do have some big cooldowns, but it does good damage, and it's fun. It's fun to do, to put Rift out and just atonement the group up, but I have no agency. I don't like the tuning on it. If anything, it probably goes and needs tuning, to be honest. It's probably just more of a needs tuning thing. I think it needs maybe some balancing on how something. It needs something, because I just could not. If your tank is not sturdy, you will struggle as a Void Weaver disc. And that, I think, is a very, very, very big component that should be considered when you rank this tier list. Because a lot of times when you start the season, if you put Void Weaver higher than this because it's doing good numbers and doing good damage, dude, it's so tough. It's so tough, because what's going to happen, it's a good point. Let me breathe. That's a good point, though. No, yeah, listen, that's kind of what it's like as a Void Weaver, though. You guys are absolutely right. The thing is, tanks on the first week of the season, the first month of the season, are going to be bad because they don't know the dungeons. And it's unfair to tanks, okay? It's unfair to tanks because they need to learn when they're going to die. You should, as a healer, be willing to help your tank extra in the first month of a season. They're learning, hey, this really hurts, that does a bleed, because tanks have to pre-mitigate, okay? Tanks have to pre-mitigate damage. If they don't know when the damage is happening, then you as a healer are kind of responsible for saying, hey, look, you're not playing perfectly, but that's fine. I got you. And there are some healers that can absolutely do that, and there are other healers that just, you're on your own. It's true. Exactly what you're saying. Tank, may I have some heals? Void Weaver disc, absolutely not. You can have a black hole. And it's just, exactly, but that's what, if you're playing Void Weaver, there's a single beta healer right now who's doing higher keys on beta, Medicine Man. He's playing Void Weaver. And I asked him, I said, hey, can I ask you, why are you playing Void Weaver compared to Oracle? And he said, oh, I don't play Oracle. I only play Void Weaver. It's the only thing I'll play. And he is the only log that you can find pretty much of any decent level key, and he's just making it work. Now, I tanked for him. When I was playing my bear, which was pretty self-sufficient, I was like, it's okay, I guess. I just feel like I'm certainly fighting for my life. And then I played my warrior. And I played my warrior in a key with him. I played my warrior in a key that had healing absorbs. Because fun fact, you remember what I said earlier with Shaman? Encounter design has a lot to do with what healers are actually good. And in Magister's Terrace, I'm pretty sure they're going to nerf this because there's some massive healing absorbs on the tank. There's a lot of healing absorbs on the tank. And my warrior was actually sitting there surviving until it timed out because he could not heal me. There was nothing he could do. He Void Blast, Void Blast, Void Blast, and I didn't get anything. So my warrior was kind of just sitting there, and I was like, okay, anytime now, please. I'm hitting all my buttons. And I just actually, the healing absorb had to time out because he couldn't heal it up. So Void Weaver, if anything, needs tuning. It is fun. I mean, on a different note, it's very fun. Like, it's certainly fun as a healer. If that's your preferred playstyle and you like doing big damn, it's very fun to just think, okay, I'm going to walk in. I don't really have to make a plan. I just kind of Radiance, and then I'm going to Mind Blast, and then I Void Blast, and then I Void Blast, and then I Void. I mean, it's kind of fun. So I get that it's fun, but it needs tuning. Okay, Oracle. Oracle is solid. I think it's very fun. It's solid. It's powerful. All of this will be on a YouTube video, and I'll timestamp each healer because I actually want to take a moment to talk about them. But remember that I want to talk about them from the perspective of when you start Midnight Season 1, where are you going to have success and where are you going to fail? The thing is that a lot of people have logged on to do like a key. And if you do a single key and you test a single dungeon and you log on and you say, oh, my class feels like this, and then you make a tier list from it, that doesn't get supported with data, because that's not how the average experience, especially if you're a high level player and you log in and all your beta friends and you play with the top level players on beta, they already know mechanics. They're going to use defensives. They're going to actually help you. That's a completely different experience than what most people are going to experience on the launch of the season when everyone's learning. And I challenge you to walk into if tuning was the same, and I'm assuming they're going to tune it or maybe change the play style, but good luck walking in as a shaman. Like, if you're a Farseer shaman, good luck walking into any of these dungeons the very first day, the very first week, and thinking, man, this feels impossible to heal. No, you're just a Farseer resto shaman, and it feels kind of actively bad to play. Like, I swear, and that's not me flaming shaman. I actually really like shaman. I have a shaman on retail. He's not that high. He's got Resil 17 before turbo boost. I like resto shaman. I'm actually a resto shaman enjoyer. It just, one reason I like it is because you can top health bars. You just game it right, ancestors out, boom. And it's like right now, I do the same setup and it does 20% of somebody's health. It takes me 5-6 globals to top 1 health bar, and there are 3 health bars that I need to top in 2 seconds. It's like, it doesn't work. So, and it just feels actively unfun, as I've covered before. But let's focus on Disc Priest. My apologies. Oracle Disc Priest actually felt pretty fun to play. I felt like I had options, but most importantly, the pre-shielding still exists. Veximus mechanic comes out, dude, everybody has a shield on them, so they don't drop. And then I have a second to just atonement heal, boom, and I go like bam, and then I just, okay. Like, I'm solid. Like, I actually have options of how to deal with things. And I think that one of the things about Disc Priest that I really like, this is underrated. I want to compare this to Resto Shaman because I actually think this is how you fix Resto Shaman. I see you guys there. Yeah, this is all going to be, I don't edit my video, so this is all one take. I'm just going to clip this entire thing to YouTube. So if I ignore some comments, my apologies. So here's what's up. You have a choice node between Ultimate Penitence and Barrier. Barrier is actually a very strong cooldown. And oftentimes, if you were thinking mathematically, is probably the play. In a lot of scenarios, Barrier is great. The problem is that so many of these healing checks, think Veximus on the Mana Bombs, or Croth, you just take Algathar as an example, or you take any of the new dungeons, so many of these checks are completely spread. So things like Link, things like Barrier don't work, because nobody's going to be in them. They're basically, you have to take mechanics out, and then you're scrambling. The second boss of Mysara Caverns, big HPS check, but people are scrambling. No one's stacked. You have a lot of things to dodge. They like swirlies. So I like the fact that you have a choice node to say, well, I'm going to play Penitence. I'm going to play Ultimate Penitence. But Resto Shaman does not have that choice node. It's actually a pretty easy fix for coverage. If they just gave it that option, I think that would help a lot. But anyways, so you have Evangelism. You have a few powerful buttons. You can fill your rotation, but you can pre-shield people. If you're aware as a healer, this actually is enjoyable gameplay. You still do good damage. This is a log from me playing Oracle. The damage is adequate. PI still feels very valuable. I'm going to talk about some healer things at the end, but while I'm doing this, I could actually heal my tank. If you take a look at this log here, and you go to healing done, I was able to heal my tank. Look, I'm playing with a Brewmaster here, and we made this key. We timed this key because he had 45% of my healing. It's not a lot of healing in Algathar, but I was able to watch him properly, okay? The Apex talent actually feels very rewarding, and it procs at a very real rate, so you're not, like, completely starved for your Apex talent like Resto Shaman is. Do you actually notice it? It actually is very impactful. I was able to keep my tank alive. When I played Void Weaver, it was the same tank. I literally did the same. I was like, hey, we timed it on Oracle, and then I was like, hey, I'm going to play Void Weaver. Let's do it again. And he died, and I was like, I can't do anything for you. Like, the comparison is massive. So Void Weaver definitely needs the tuning, as I mentioned. Oracle actually feels solid. You have options to deal with things. You're still a Disc Priest. I feel like a Disc Priest because I'm still relying on my shields. I can pre-shield people. 20-second duration on Power Word Shield is ridiculous because I can get 3 out before a mechanic actually happens. And I have options. Also, you can heal pretty basic HPS through Atonement, even as Oracle. You're not completely reliant on just spot healing people. You can actually just Radiance and then blast the boss, and you will be able to cover a lot of basic healing on a lot of these fights. So that feels pretty fun. Obviously, you're a Disc Priest. You don't want to be spam flash healing people or anything like that, penancing people. You don't have to rely on that. I think that Disc Priest is in a pretty solid spot. It felt fun. If I was going to play Disc Priest again, I would feel confident about it, but I certainly wouldn't play Void Weaver, even though I do think it's fun to Void Blast. Doesn't matter. I would play Oracle 100%. So I think that Oracle is actually in a pretty decent spot. And yeah, those are my thoughts on Disc Priest. Okay, let's move on. Now, I saved these 3 healers for last because there's a lot to talk about with these 3 healers. Okay, first things first with Monk. Monk has 2 hero talents. I'm going to save Prez after. Keep in mind, that doesn't mean Prez is ranked higher. I'm just going through them as I see fit. So we have 2 specs of Monk. When I first tried Mistweaver, I admit, Mistweaver is one of the only healers I had never really played. I had dabbled in it. I've done some fun keys. In Shadowlands, I did some fun keys. In Dragonflight Season 3, when they were kind of good, I messed around with it a little bit. But I will admit that when I started Mistweaver on beta, I thought, I really need to learn this. So I took 2 entire days of gameplay to play my Mistweaver. Actually, 2 entire days, okay? And I buckled in and I said, okay, not only am I going to play Mistweaver, but I'm going to play it in hard dungeons too, not just easy ones. So last week, I spent 2 entire days playing Mistweaver. And I am so glad that I did. I'm very, very, very glad that I did. The very first thing I tried was Master of Harmony, which doesn't have the icon here for some reason, but this is Master of Harmony. This is Conduit. So, Master of Harmony. I had initially thought that this was just absolute trash, because when I played with them before, they couldn't heal, and they were doing bad damage, etc., and I didn't know why they were there. Still suffers from being a Mistweaver, but ultimately, when I played it, I was like, okay, my first foray was Master of Harmony. I liked the double Thunder Focus T with the new Apex talent. I liked that I had some more interactions with stuff, but I can't track the vitality and the whole thing. Ultimately, I think this just needs tuning. I didn't really like playing Master of Harmony. When I was playing it originally, I thought, I don't have coverage. And that, to me, is the biggest thing. I didn't really have agency. Thunder Focus T into a straight-up Enveloping Mist instead of Rising Sun Kick is quite the nuke right now with the Apex talent. So that feels pretty nice. Fist Weaving, both builds. There's no, for what basically is this? The Fist Weaving felt decent. I was able to kind of keep people alive. But let me spoiler alert the next thing that I'm going to go over. Because I found a Mistweaver build where I was like, I want to play this again. It actually made me want to log in the next day, and I still want to play it right now because it was genuinely so much fun, and I had way more options. So the first thing to go over with Master of Harmony, this was my first foray into Mistweaver on beta, and I was kind of trying to figure out how I was going to heal. This whole list is my opinion, but I want to keep in mind, you can check any of my logs. They're in the Discord. You can join. I'm going to show you. I have data for everything. This is not random. This is in Mysara Caverns. When I was playing, I think I'd already swapped to the Conduit build here. But you can do fair HPS on Mistweaver. I was taking a look at the logs. Your damage is decent, but it's mostly about coverage. Because when I take a look at the healing checks of this season, so much of it is like Seat of the Triumvirate. We're going to get here in a second. But like this is a Seat of the Triumvirate where you have to be blasting. You have different dungeons that require different things. And at this point, on every healer, I've done almost every dungeon. And I've tested all the different hero talents as well. You could see the breakdown as well. And I have the data to support. So it's my opinion. But I can also tell you almost certainly when you start the season where things are going to struggle because of how the damage works. So the first dungeon I tried was Nexus. And because I wasn't familiar with Mistweaver, I wasn't able to help the first boss. The first boss has a big single target. You need to basically just rotate. It was very easy once I learned it, but I was misinterpreting it. When I first started, I was struggling and my DPS weren't moving fast enough. So basically it was just easy. It was Cocoon and then alternate between Thunder Focus T and Enveloping Mist, spot heal it, no problem. I was like solid as a no problem there. But I did suffer because I'm a melee healer. There was a lot of times the tank was moving in a way. It's beta, so most likely on live, we're going to get better at it. There won't be as many. We'll move better, but I was locked at a melee range for a few times. That's fine. Here's what's actually the coverage. I decided Master of Harmony as I was playing it. I played it for like 4 dungeons, and I was like, I could see how I can make this work, but I'm not really feeling it. Okay, moving on. Conduit. The second that I asked people on stream, I was like, hey, guys, Mistweaver, what do you think? And people were like, have you tried 2-minute Chi conduit build? I said, no, link me the build. I tried the build. I immediately fell in love with the healer. Dance of Chi, 2-minute, I actually felt like my buttons were impactful. And the reason I have this log open, and I have so many logs, like I said, we cannot dive through. I was playing Mistweaver this entire day. My healing was actually, Chi actually felt like a button. And now I started to understand Mistweaver because I'm new to it. So maybe I'm still if you're a Mistweaver enjoyer, you're probably listening to this and you're like, wait a second, that's not right. But I'm learning it and I'm approaching it into these keys. Now, what I learned about Conduit was I had a button when I needed a button. That is the best feeling as a healer because I could rotate Conduit. I had that button and I could rotate that with Chi and I could rotate that with Thunder Focus Tea. And now all of a sudden I had coverage. When I went into Windwalker Spire and I healed people that I wanted to impress, I had no problem because a flame spit would happen. There's a big single target dot. And I was like, great, I have a plan for this. The big AoE, the phase on the dragon boss where we were moving around, I had a plan for this. In the Pit of Sauron, the second boss, remember, big healing cooldown every 60 seconds, I had a plan for it. I had Thunder Focus Tea for every single set. I could alternate the Chi and I could alternate things. That is the most important thing for healing right now. The first boss, which is pure HPS, I was able to put out the required HPS, although I did feel like as key levels get much higher, I would be lacking a little bit. These were all tested on 15, not 12, not 10. 10 and 12 is very easy on beta. That would be like on live doing a 10 or a 12 with our max level gear because we're testing at heroic item level. It'd be like on live going into a 10 floodgate and testing it with 7, 18 item level on live. That's kind of what it would be equivalent to. So it's like you're kind of overgeared for that. On a 15, though, you are checked. And if you don't play your spec properly, you will struggle and fall behind. So Conduit was very fun. It does need tuning because in terms of pure HPS, I do think it's falling a little bit behind. But I cannot help but rank it because I actually really enjoyed playing it. Spin to win is fun. I'm in there, I'm fist weaving. This is a bit of an opinion for sure, but I felt like I had coverage, so all they need to do is buff the values a little bit, and this healer will be able to do everything. You also have a group buff if it's a physical meta. So I actually think that this was genuinely, I highly recommend you give this a try. If you like Mistweaver, play 2-minute Chi Conduit, you actually have buttons, and on top of that, play Dance of Chi. I don't know, that was my opinion. I think this was one of the most fun healers I played on all of beta. I'd gladly play it again. I could see myself struggling if key levels started getting really high and I would have to do the HPS that my Resto Druid has to do. I could see myself falling behind just a little bit, but overall, in the rot damage of the first boss of Pit of Sauron, I was able to keep up, and I had a plan because there's a point of that fight where you have to line of sight at a melee range, and I still had a plan for that. And that was a big difference between that and something like Master Harmony or whatever. Like, I was actually able to formulate a plan. So that, to me, is the biggest thing. Agency matters. Do I have a button to respond to the necessary requirements that the dungeon is asking me to do? I'm just helpless. This, I have a plan. It might not be perfect, and it could use some tuning, and that's the caveat here. It's not technically comparable to Disc Priest right now. I would say this is more powerful for sure, but at least I felt a plan. And I'm mobile. The other big thing, huge benefit this season, because almost all healing checks you can't plant and heal. There's a lot of mobility required, okay? So this, big ups. That this can move while casting, and you can basically do almost your entire. There's a few times you're locked out of melee range, but otherwise it's a massive ups that you can move while healing. These are things that no one talks about because they're looking at sims. They're looking at like, hey, when I hit target dummies or I did one dungeon, I struggled with HPS on this healer, and there's the tier list. You've got to understand that when you do keys, your tank's going to go left and you're going to go right in Mysara Caverns. Congratulations, you can't hit the boss for 10 seconds. Can you still heal? Kind of. Okay. That's going to happen. I guarantee you. Second boss and third boss both have area denial. They both have a thing where you're supposed to move with your tank stacks in the corner, your group stacks, you position things. That doesn't happen in pugs. There's a big circle. If the tank doesn't move properly, you can't hit the boss. Second boss, big puddles, area denial, big HPS as well as the fact that the HPS is not timed. That's a big thing in high grips. We'll talk about the dungeon. I'll make dungeon guides later. And going over how I would approach tanking and healing them, that'll be another project. Okay, 2 healers left. Don't worry, I'm not just going to sandbag or rank Prez too highly. Okay, Prez is feeling pretty solid on beta, but let's talk about Preservation of Ogre. We have Chrono Warden and we have Flame Shaper. Both Preservation of Ogre specs, everybody was talking about how Resto Shaman got absolutely gutted going into beta, but that's because nobody played Prez. Prez got gutted going into beta. They lost fundamental abilities just like Resto Shaman did. Equally as gutted, I would say. No Spirit Bloom, no Lifebind ramps. What's going on here? Can you even play Preservation of Ogre? I was very scared to test it. The truth is you can absolutely play Prez. It actually doesn't feel that bad and effectively plays very similarly, if not exactly the same, because Verdant Embrace hits like a truck and the new talent is a massive quality of life. You no longer have to teleport to your target when you cast Verdant Embrace. My problem with that is that it is a talent that is in the very bottom of the tree and it feels kind of bad to path through because once I started playing with it, I couldn't not play with it, but I kind of don't want to take it because I wish I could take another talent. So I was a little bit torn. I still think you might see high-level Prez not play the Verdant Embrace, the Dream Simulacrum. Oh boy, I don't know how to pronounce that last word. That talent at the bottom of the Preservation of Ogre tree. But the thing is, this is powerful. Now, in terms of fun, double Flame Breath with the Apex talent is very fun, and it's solid. But I think that it needs tuning. It does damage, but struggles with HPS. So here's the thing with Flame Shaper, and I want to talk more about Chrono Warden, but basically, I think that people are going to be drawn to it because of how the Apex talent reads, where you cast Dream Breath and you get your Blessing, but the Blessing kind of hits a little bit weak. The Blessing is not what you should rely on to heal, and Dream Breath is still more of a hot than it is an actual upfront burst heal. So I don't think that the playstyle of just big damage happening, Dream Breath, Blessing, Dream Breath, Blessing, that's actually going to be kind of weak healing. It's not weak, but it's just, there's a much better way to heal on Prez. Prez has always had this problem. There's many ways to heal. There are people who are absolutely going to make this work, but what I was noticing was that a lot of the Prez players on beta were starting to move more toward Chrono. Now, Chrono Warden, if we take a look at a log here, this was a Seed of the Triumvirate, which I managed to heal on 15 pre-nerf first week. That's a hard key to heal, man. That's not easy. Here, let's take a look at the Algathar. You can still do pretty good damage on Prez. Obviously, the issue is you don't have a group buff. So this is a log for Prez here. The damage is still pretty simple. There's not a lot to the damage rotation. It's you tip the scales. It's a big Fire Breath. It's a big Chrono Flames. Deep Breath when you can. It's not that complicated. So damaging rotation is simple still. But the healing starts to get really interesting. So I do think that it's fun. It's powerful, but I like Chrono a lot more than I like Flame Shaper. There was a lot of hype for Flame Shaper. I think Chrono is still better, and having a Blink is super underrated in keys. So I like Chrono. I think Chrono is, I would put it in solid. I can't actually rank it here because it does have a few issues. Rotationally and playstyle wise, I think it's very powerful and it's very solid. But if anything, it could use a little bit more numbers. I was able to do the HPS required, but I could absolutely see it getting kind of out HPS'd as key levels get higher. So the max key you can get on beta is a 15. If you time that 15, you can do 16, 17, etc. You do have Lust. That's pretty cool. Mage is, of course, looking really good. It's not a DPS tier list, but plot twist, Mage is looking excellent and hasn't been nerfed just yet. It actually, the other 2 specs were brought up. So, Lust probably won't be a problem. But I think that Prez is in a very good spot. It's not bad. It's certainly not bad. I just think, as always, you can make it work just like you can make anything else work. But the biggest thing for Prez, and I'm tempted to put it in very fun, to be honest. This is my own personal bias. Remember, I like Prez, and I think that I'm pretty good at Prez. Prez is my main. Of all the healers on this list, I know more about Prez than anything else. So I'm tempted to put it here, but I think for the general community, it should be in solid. I think I would be letting my own personal bias get way too if I put it here. It's it's the same thing with Conduit, but the thing is with Prez, it has coverage. So what you have is you have Stasis on a 130, and you can play the talent that buffs it maybe if you want it. but you also have rewind, potentially on a 2-minute cooldown if you don't play E-loop. That's actually a mega combination, because a lot of these big checks, like in Pit of Sauron, one of the only ways I was able to heal that second boss in a pug was because I was on my Prez. And the first one I stasis, the second one I rewind, the third one I stasis, the fourth one I rewind. And I had coverage for every single one. That's a giga button. Remember how I said that damage works? Big hit, health bars drop, rewind, boom. Cool. Now I have time to top people, and I can set up. It's fast-paced. I have enough haste to actually make my rotation work. It's giga, giga, giga. Boom, boom, boom. You still get your reversions out. Dream Breath ticking. You've ramped up correctly. Echoes go out. Boom. Cooldown. Bam. Cooldown. Boom. Verdant Embrace. Everybody's topped. So I feel powerful with that. Hit the Blessing. Bounces around. Top. Cool. After the damage, 5 seconds. Golden Hour. Boom. Top. So I still actually had the ability to top health bars. Monk kind of felt like that when I was in cooldowns. Not as good. I would put it like this. In terms of the ability to heal right now, Prez is a little better than Monk. And again, I can show you logs to back this up, where you can take a look at this key where it's a lot of damage, but also the healing on a pull like this, it's complicated. It comes from a lot of different sources, but still a lot of it is just maintaining your HOTS. Yeah? I didn't actually cast Blossom. This is part of the thing. Don't worry about that. But basically, like, you still have a lot of options, but you do have to game, and it requires a fundamental understanding of Prez to make it work. Okay? So I do think that Prez is actually in a pretty good spot. I do think it could get some tuning, but I think it's very fun to play. It's fast-paced. If you like Preservation Evoker, the new changes to it don't actually bring it down to a level that is unplayable. So that's the first thing, okay? Next thing, okay? Wild Stalker and Keeper of the Grove. For fun today and for shits and giggles, I told myself that I would play every single healer on this list. I'm not going to rank something if I haven't played it myself, okay? That was my deal, because I want these tier lists to have integrity behind them, and I'm telling you, like, this is not just an opinion formed from one key. There's only a few. I played Herald for one key, and I was like, I'm going to play Lightsmith, okay? There's like 2 things here I played for one key. I think I played Flameshaper for only 1 or 2 keys, and then I was just like Chrono. So, Keeper of the Grove, Resto Druid. I actually played this today. I played it in an Algathar, and it was funny. I played a Boomy Weaving Keeper of the Grove just because it's beta, and I told myself I would test everything before I rank it on a tier list. I didn't want to not play it and just assume. It's not... I'm going to put it in needs tuning. It's still a Resto Druid, so a Resto Druid is so powerful. But man, it was weird not to play Wild Stalker. And one of the ways they could nerf Resto Druid because of this is the fact that Wild Stalker is so powerful. And it's mostly because the blooms affect mastery and stuff. So it's mostly just like when I regrowth, if I've set up properly on Wild Stalker, when I regrowth, everyone's full health. Instantly. Even with the 20% nerf to Nature's Bounty. Man, is it just a full-on top, and it's perma coverage, not cooldown based whatsoever. You still have cooldowns too on a 1 minute and Trank. So you still have cooldowns, but it's not even cooldown based. You just actually go, it's the easiest thing, and you have infinite healing. It is amazing how much healing you can put out as a Resto Druid. To clarify, here are some logs. I wanted to show you, this was a Seed of the Triumvirate last boss. I was doing this on my Prez Evoker, and I was Giga Omega struggling a little bit. This is the last boss of Seed of the Triumvirate, 15, first week pre-nerf. Bro, oh my, it's a tough boss. A lot of movement, visual clutter, mechanics all the time. You're constantly moving, and you have to do massive HPS because it's a big rot fight. Resto Druid was like, I press this button, I press that button, I press this button, and all good. Second boss, Pit of Sauron, I press this button, I press that button, I press... It's basically overtuned. You're going to see another nerf to this. There's no way they keep it like this. So Resto Druid is actually overtuned right now, especially Wild Stalker. But the other thing I wanted to show you is I look at other keys that I'm doing, and I'm like, you know that your DPS doesn't really matter as a healer right now. And that's kind of another advantage for Resto Druid is when I take a look at the logs, yeah, but I healed this and we double-timed it. This was a double-timed key. This was a 15 Windrunner Spire, new dungeon that they've released. This is a 15 Windrunner Spire from last week. Easy, double time. Granted, we were playing 2 OP specs with an AUG, but still, easy double time. And it's mostly about not letting your team die. The philosophy to healing changes, the one thing they haven't said, but I have felt in doing all these dungeons. And I have a lot of logs to show you. Like, just, I've been playing healer nonstop for 12 days now. Okay? So much of my experience has been your job is to heal. And the way they solve bolt slop is that even at a 15, bolts are not one-shotting people. You are kind of responsible for just healing. There's a lot of people who are going to like that, and there are some people who are not going to like that. Individual damage contribution from healers is quite low right now. I can tell you that if I was getting invited to, if I log on to beta right now, and people say, and I get a message, and now messages me, he says, hey, I saw you on, we played beta last time, just out of curiosity, are you able to heal a key? And I go, oh my God, now? Ooh, sure. You know, if you insist, I'll come heal. And he said, great, we're going to do a high dungeon. What do you want to heal on? I can tell you for sure what I'm bringing, because he doesn't give a shit how much damage I do. But he does care if I let people die. I want to make a good impression. He's wow, I get to play with this guy? There's a lot of people like that on beta. You know, if Mirrors invites me to a beta key, I'm thinking, oh, okay. I definitely am not bringing my Resto Shaman, because I won't be able to pass the checks. Would you rather play Herald Holy Paladin or Wild Stalker Resto Druid? Resto Druid. 100%. This one I have infinite coverage, infinite options, no matter what happens in the key. If somebody makes a mistake, I got them. And I'm not dependent on cooldowns, but I act like I'm in cooldowns all the time. That's the thing about Resto Druid, is I feel like I'm in cooldowns nonstop all the time. I have Decurse, I have Poison Dispel, which is actually important for this. You literally, I can't express to you the rotation. Let me explain something. With Resto Druid, if you just Life Bloom, and then maybe you have some time, you rejuve, you don't even have to. But if you just Life Bloom, and then you go regrowth, so the person that gets Rampant Ferocity, you get the thing, the top person gets life regrowth dot. You put 2 on people before the damage happens. And if you're playing Life Treading, you get the F-Low down. If you're not playing Life Treading, then you don't get F-Low down. That's fine. You put it down manually. That might be something. And all you do is this. You go like this, okay? Regrowth. And then the damage happens, and you go 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Do you know what those damage are? Look at the healing. Take a look at this dungeon. Okay, healing done. Boom. There you go. That's my HPS. This is the same button. This is Nature's Bounty from Regrowth. You literally just go, you put a few things out, and then you go boop, boop, and done. It's just Regrowth. You just spam Regrowth. Every HPS check is just Regrowth. It's unbelievable. You literally just go Regrowth. You're not even weaving in other buttons. When the damage actually happens, you just go 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 Regrowths, done. As long as you've pre-hotted, which is it's not even a long ramp anymore. Rejuve is almost optional. It's borderline optional. You just actually do this. Do you know what I mean? So it's really interesting. Yeah. I started a dungeon at one point, and my UI had reset itself, and I had no action bars. And I was like, no problem, guys. And I fucking healed the dungeon casting from my spellbook. I was like panic putting buttons on my bar, and I was like, I got this. And I was still able to heal. Keep in mind, the entire time I've been testing every healer on beta, I have actually been playing base UI. No add-ons, no assistance, no help. My Druid can't even see debuffs on frames because for some reason my Druid on beta is bugged. My Druid can't even see people who have debuffs. It doesn't matter because I have so much healing. It doesn't matter. Like in Magister's Terrace 15, when we were trying that the other day, we didn't time it, but when we were trying it, there's the second hallway, and they put a dot. There's a runic brand. It's very, very overpowered. They need to nerf that thing. So they're going to nerf it eventually. But they put a mark on somebody. It spreads to 2 people. 2 people get a dot, and it ticks for a massive amount of damage, plus your tank's in danger. And I was just on my Resto Druid. I was just like, oh, no problem. I couldn't even see who it was on. It didn't matter. Whereas on my Resto Shaman, I was like, oh, my God, okay, panic. And I was like barely able to keep people alive. And my Resto Shaman failed at the second boss. I was able to do it, but kind of barely. Whereas my Resto Druid was like, no problem. 2 people cleared. It's all good. Let me just hit this button, and everybody's topped, and everybody's topped, and everybody's topped. Now, the way for them to nerf Resto Druid, there's only be 2 things they need to do, which is either actual nerf base regrowth value, which is possible. they could just hit regrowth for 10% because the rest of your hots are just set up for regrowth right now. So if they take a look at the rest of the hots, that would be the wrong way to nerf it. They actually rebuffed the Everbloom. They rebuffed the Apex Talent as well by 5%. So that's going to be even higher. This was post nerf. This is not even the best healing breakdown. I'm not even that good at Resto Druid. But if all I did was just regrowth, that's fine. Like that, as of right now, that'll work. So if they just nerf regrowth or they nerf Wildstalker, because when I was doing the Algathar today as Keeper of the Grove, I would set up the same thing: Life Bloom, F-low down, yeah, and then I would go maybe a few seconds before the damage happens, Veximus, whatever. I know Croth is happening. I'll go rejuve, sure, and then I regrowth. The target that doesn't have Life Bloom on it. Now I have all my hots. I have Wild Growth beforehand as well to get some things out. That's blooms, but on Keeper of the Grove, it doesn't matter as much. And then I Swift Mend into regrowth, and it wasn't full topping people, even with that setup. So it is very kind of tied to Wildstalker just having the really big amps for regrowth. I do think that they could nerf Wildstalker again, and that's one of the reasons, again, even on live, Resto Druid is very dependent on Wildstalker. I tried to play a Dream of Cenaria's Boomy Weaving build here. It kind of worked, but it didn't really work. That is unfortunately, that dream is dead. Unfortunate. Remember, all of this is subject to change, but in terms of what I think design-wise, these guys are going to have options if they tune it well, and these guys won't. They could buff Chain Heal by 30% tomorrow, and it would still have the problems it has. They could buff Herald a little bit, and it would still have the problems it has. Like, they're just fundamentally missing something. They could buff... They already did today. They took a look at Holy Priest. They nerfed the Archon a little bit, the Surge of Light procs, but they did buff Flash of Light and Serenity. It doesn't matter because it doesn't change the fundamental thing. Like, even if they put that up a little bit, I think Archon at least has options with its AoE, Prayer of Mending, if you play Lightweaver and stuff. I'm not sure if you will, but the idea is, when I was testing it myself, there were certain times I felt helpless, and I would feel helpless on a lot of these healers right now. Maybe not. I mean, I really like Evoker, so I probably would be able to make a plan on Evoker, but I would put this here because other people who have played Flameshaper, as well as me, and seeing other people play it, I noticed that their HPS was quite low on a lot of checks. You can game it. You could totally do it, just like you could game it on anything else. If you really want to play Holy Priest, you can make it work. If you really want to play this, I was playing with one of the best Resto Shamans on beta, and he was struggling to do 80k HPS. Meanwhile, I walk in, and one of the first dungeons I do on Mistweaver, I get over 100k on a boss. And then Resto Druid can casually maintain double that. Like, pretty much. Like, Resto Druid is unbelievably good. You do have mana problems on Resto Druid. As silly as it sounds, Resto Druid has a little bit of a mana issue if you're actually healing that much. But... as key levels get higher, you'll notice that the damage becomes scalable. Like, starts to scale to an unimaginable amount. Resto Druid, I think, is the only healer, and maybe Oracle Disc, if they plan well, are kind of the only healers that are currently able to do that. So you'll see tuning. This tier list is meant to give you an idea of how the healers feel on beta. It isn't meant to be the gospel of tuning, because they can change numbers in a heartbeat. You watch what happened with Beastmaster Hunter. I went over this in a video yesterday where I was going over the Vengeance Demon Hunter buffs and the Beastmaster stuff. I don't have any logs open today. I'll have to show you another time. But basically, Beastmaster Hunter was the best DPS spec on beta. If you look at the Windrunner Spire I did on my Prez, you'll notice the comp that we're running in that dungeon. This one, I think. No, this is the Algathar here. This one here. Look. This was the comp. So if you take a look at the comp... Oh, boy. Never mind. This one. Nope, this one. I'll find it eventually. It was double Beastmaster Hunter and Og. Beastmaster Hunter was the actual best DPS on beta, give or take. The problem with that is... This was a 16 that we did. Nah, I can't find it right now. I'll look it later. The point is, Beastmaster Hunter was the best. It was so good, they nerfed it. And now Beastmaster Hunter today in my testing was like, it kind of was bad. So you don't want to be the top. If your healer is here right now, good. It's early on in beta. Trust me, you really want this. This is exactly what you want. This is exactly what you want. You want to be mid. Like, you don't want to be the top. You gotta understand that for tier listing right now. When I make this is a preliminary tier list, but I have a lot to say about healing. Tanking feels exactly the same, guys. Tanking feels exactly the same. Tank tier list was so easy. It was like, hey guys, this is good, this is rough, this is what this feels like. Easy. I can make a tank tier list in 10 minutes. But healing tier list, healing was the most stressful role on beta by far. By far, by the way. It was unbelievably more stressful. And because there's a lot of HPS checks in these dungeons, and some of them are constant. And I was just like, I don't like feeling like I don't have agency. These healers don't have agency. I could not, I mean, maybe as keeper, we'll ignore these two. But basically, I was just sitting there like, I'm doing my best. I'm focused, I'm locked in, and people are still dying. Like, I can't do anything. So that doesn't feel good. And when it comes to healing, I do hope they take a look at this. They either need to change encounter design and start nerfing the second boss of Pit of Sauron, or they need to enable healers to have more options. They can't have both. They cannot have both. You can't design mechanics that require healers to have burst big healing cooldowns and then take away healer cooldowns. That's not fair. Like, that's not fun for anybody. If healers aren't powerful, then no one enjoys the game. Like, everyone does not enjoy the game. So healing and tanking both need to be powerful. They can do that in any which way they want. Whether or not they don't, it's not damage. Damaging numbers are one way to look, but you don't, even if healers do no damage, it's fine. Just keep the group alive. Even if that's what healing ends up being, but healing still needs to be powerful. Those are my thoughts. That's going to be the update for today. I'll be updating with logs and data and continuing to test every single day. If you're interested in any of that and you like this video, like and subscribe. I will be doing these every day. Not the tier list thing. God, this is a special thing. When there are big updates, we can go ahead and update this, but try it for yourself. If you are questioning any of this, if you have access to beta, log on, see what's changed with your spec. I do think overall healing in Midnight is going to be just fine. I do think they have plenty of time to fix a lot of the things I've been talking about, and I genuinely think that the game is going to be enjoyable to play. I don't think healers should be dooming. I've been playing with base UI and base frames, no Platinator for me, no add-ons whatsoever, and I've been just fine. It will be okay. And that is the last message I would like to say. This isn't dooming. This is meant to be feedback about how sometimes I feel like I have no agency, and I would like, they can fix that though. That's fine. Like, the game is going to be very fun to play. The Midnight Dungeons are pretty cool. Some of them are overtuned, as always. And otherwise, everything is going to be fine, man. Like, it's going to be okay. But these are the points that I've noticed about healing specifically. And I'm excited to keep healing. If tomorrow I log on and all I do is heal, I would like to play my Mistweaver. No joke. This is, I think, the most fun I had, which is why I couldn't put it lower. Like, this should be in needs tuning. But if there's one healer I want to play, this build is so much fun. I don't know what it is. It just feels so impactful. Like, I just really like this, so that's what I would want to do tomorrow if I was healing, or continue to test a few other things. I will be here. If you want to find me testing any of this stuff, find me on stream, and eventually I'll be making guides and stuff on Patreon as well. Don't worry about that. This video is meant to be an update for the community, and we'll go from there. Okay, thanks for watching. Bye. How fucking long was that, by the way? I was talking so fast, too. I was talking so fast. Hi, guys. I was talking so fast. I don't know how long that took. I was really trying to get through it. How long was that? Maybe 20 minutes. Maybe 20 minutes. wait, 20 minutes? 10,000 years of all period. Hi, Cheeky. Hi, JJ. Guys, you got on. I hopefully covered my thoughts. I'm a little tired, but I'm a little worried about healing. Okay? Because the thing is, when you go into the game and you do these dungeons, man, it just feels like it's not long enough that I logged out of the game, so we're fine. Man, healers are going to get so flamed. Healers are going to get so yelled at, and I'm really worried about it. Like, I do think they need to make healing either just easier or something, because what you're going to have right now is everyone is going to start yelling at healers. There are so many dungeons, okay? And I'm really worried. Like, just from this perspective, I was playing the Keeper of the Grove. This build did not work, by the way. This build don't try this. Don't try this build. This did not work. We have to play Wild Stalker and not through Boomy Weaving. Hi from Germany. Thanks, Argith. You nailed it? Okay. I hope that it helps. And again, the reason is because I take a look at these dungeons, and eventually I want to do this. Yeah, Boomy Weaving didn't work. I tried. But as I take a look at these dungeons on the Druid, right? Hey, look, there's Vikman. Speaking of Resto Druid right there. I can go tank for him if I wanted to. He's doing a 15 Pit of Sauron. We can go tank for Vikman. But anyways, this dungeon, banger. Great dungeon. Few healing checks. Mobile, no problem. There's some big single target dots, but every healer will be able to do this. This is okay. This dungeon is no problem. Like, every healer will find a way to do this, just like Algathar. Algathar Academy is chill, few healing checks. Every healer can make a plan for that. But if you start putting people into Seed of the Triumvirate, which I healed on other things, it's Jover. Like, this dungeon is toxic in terms of HPS. They actually nerfed it coming into this week. But every single pull, there is a massive amount of AoE damage. And there are some healers that I just know they're not going to have what they need to have. And I'm scared. Like, I'm worried that you're going to walk in here on week 1 and everybody in party chat just goes, healer? This is what's going to happen. You're just going to see this a lot. This is what's going to happen. That's what's going to happen. You're going to do this. Do you know what I mean? Just healer like that? And I think that is going to be toxic. And I think they can fix that right now. They can fix that in the next month. I know holidays are coming up for them, but if they can address that, the game will be much better. There will be more people healing and less people raging, and that would be good. So, and I don't want that to be not challenging. Like, I do want it to be fun for me to play, and I like min-maxing. But, you know, that's what's going to happen. Because they don't have options. Like, my Resto Druid, again, has infinite ramp, so I'm fine here, but it's a serious thing to consider. It really is. Yeah, dude, the Mistweaver build is really fun. No, I really liked it. I definitely think that I would struggle to heal like that 15 Seed of the Triumvirate would be kind of hard on my Mistweaver, but I could do it. It'd be fun. I think I could still make a plan because if I understand the damage events and I bother to learn it, yeah. Those are my thoughts, though. Hopefully it helps. I want this tier list to kind of inform people. Nobody should be picking mains just yet. Don't pick a main just yet. We have so much time left. I think I want to show you guys, if I was going to do one thing, I think I would want to show you the second boss of Pit of Sauron. Obviously, Vikman is a Giga Resto Druid, and he'll be able to heal it without a problem. But there are some healers that really just lack coverage. Like, they're going to struggle on that dungeon. You know? A little blah, blah, I know you might. Does that make sense? I feel like they buff Seed. Did they? The heals are the heals of mobs is the most toxic. Really? That's tough, though. What DPS? I want to play Warlock. I kind of want to play if I started DPSing next week, I'd play Warlock and Hunter and then Mage. Maybe those three. When it comes to tanks and healers, I'll play everything. When it comes to DPS, there are some things I don't like playing. Rogue being the main one. I'm not a Rogue enjoyer. I don't like Rogue. Rogue is hard for me to play. It's 200 ping, and I just don't like Rogue. So I might not test every DPS spec in the game. I'll test most. As a weaving main. So cat weaving is weird. Cat weaving when you play Wildstalker it kind of just doesn't hit that hard. I was thinking about playing through a slightly different build here and maybe dropping life training for the sake of actually being able to play through Call of the Elder Druid. This would make me feel a lot better about my damage, I think, if I had this. Like, I do think this would be really nice for the times that you go in and weave, but before, I think I was playing around like this. I think that I wonder what I would actually end up playing long-term for Resto Druid. Base UI. So, actually, yeah, what's weird about my base UI is my healers are not created equally, and I don't know why. This is the UI I've been playing with. Every single dungeon I've tested is with this UI. You have to commit to the cat weave for deep cat. I'm not sure. So I know that Zandalorian, there's a lot of people who think that. Right now, I can tell you, I think they might have landed in an okay spot. If I take a look at all the logs of all the healers, on average, I'm still doing some numbers. But the truth is, I'm not doing enough damage that I think anyone would yell at me for not doing damage. If healers did 50% of a DPS's damage, you see, if healers did 50% of a DPS's damage and then a healer chooses not to, they will probably get yelled at. Good night, JJ. because that's a big significant time loss for the key, right? But if healers do 10% of the DPS's damage, that still helps the key, but all of a sudden kind of doesn't really matter if you don't do it. And they've been, like, even right now on live, Resto Druid's single targets, like maybe closer to 15-20% possibly, but it's kind of lower still. Overall is what? Right now on live, like 7-10%. On beta, it's like 3 to 5%, maybe 5%. So it's even less. You can still do damage, but it's pretty unimpactful. It doesn't feel very impactful. I gotta get, I was playing the Boomy. It did not work. I wanted it to work, it did not. But the Boomy weaving was, it didn't work. I really wanted it to. I really wanted to see if I could get Boomy weaving to work, but it did not. Hi JJ, I hope you have a great night. Thanks for coming in. Yeah. Sorry, I was busy. I'm gonna turn into a YouTube video. Yeah. I wish it worked. It's kind of cool. Not sure what I would actually play with this last talent point here. Some options. But if you compare Disc Priest to, yeah. So, but I will say Void Weaver does big damn. But I swear, like it felt terrible to play Void Weaver today. Yeah. The tier list is here. Sorry. Let me copy paste it into Discord right now, and then obviously I'll post it to YouTube tonight. So don't worry about that. It's a tier list. You have to actually watch, guys. Please do not screenshot this out of context. You gotta have WoW players hate context. It's probably my biggest gripe with the WoW community. For some reason, WoW players never want to have a conversation about things, and they always just want to know, tell me what it is. What's going to be meta? I swear to God, don't screenshot this and send it to people. The last time I made a tier list, I was making a tier list specifically to push 3K IO. Like, I was making a tier list that basically talked about, hey, if you just want to pug to 3K IO, what classes are going to be best? And I put Hunter, when it wasn't tuned very high on that list, because I think Hunter is a great pug spec. Okay? And here's what happened. It was sent to Azertharian's Discord, the Hunter Discord, by the way. You know Azertharian? It was sent to his Discord, and then I got a message saying, you're being called out in Azertharian's Discord for putting Hunter this high. And I was like, no, it's not, that's not meta tier. I'm just saying that it's a good spec because it has pretty consistent. I was right. Like, BM Hunter is a great spec for pugs because consistent damage, not cooldown dependent, it has some cleave oriented, but if the tank is gathering, it's fine. Your pets, if they steal aggro, it's not on you. Like, there's a lot of things about Beastmaster Hunter that make it good for pugs. And I was like, I remember I got flamed so hard for that. All right, music's back on. I'll take a screenshot here. This is from my testing, man. And his coverage is the thing that really determines it. Because at least, even if the cooldown isn't as good, at least, if I have coverage, then I'm solid, you know? If I don't have coverage, then I'm helpless, and I don't like that. Okay, I'm putting it in the Discord here. If anyone's interested here. I know. All our brains, it's not just, it's all our brains are fried though, right? Isn't that true for everyone? Bro, I gotta stop scrolling social media, Pokey. I gotta stop. Like, every time I log into every single time. I keep, you know the thing, you ever do this now? You go into the bathroom and you have a hand motion. You got this cool motion in your hand. I do this all the time. Watch this. I go like this. Whenever I'm sitting down on the toilet, somehow my phone magically appears. This is the toilet here, and I go to sit down, and it's just like, and I'm like, huh, how did that happen? Every time. And I think that my brain is fried. I actually think I gotta stop doom scrolling social media. But also, they told me that I should start posting to social media a few little bit ago, so I did actually start doing it. There's really cute cats on there if you want to say hi. Yeah, so here's the thing. Cats are super cute. Yeah, no, it's actually crazy. So what happens is I got this cool flick motion that I do. It's my left hand, left pocket, like this, right? Here, it's like right here, right? Left hand, left pocket, and I got this flick. You see that? And I never drop my phone. It's just here, left hand, flick. And I'm here. Boom, instant, on. Bam. Just like that. Just like that. Crazy. You know? Yeah, I was just whew, like a Bellasonic knife, absolutely. Fun fact: I used to collect knives when I was in America. I can't collect. I couldn't bring them to Thailand, which is really sad. Okay, posting this to Discord. I really wanted to actually. You have an iPhone, you could do app restriction. So the problem is that I open TikTok to post something to it, or I open Instagram to post something. I don't know, man. I like streaming and I want to keep streaming, but I'm kind of new to streaming. So people told me that I have to make social media if I want to keep streaming, and I was like, okay. I am very surprised that I actually think Resto Shaman is down there on the list, but I could not help but feel actively bad playing it. I can't express it to like it just you can't taunt people. Like if I just go here, let me show you a test real quick on healers. It's not a great test because I'm only one target and some healers excel at that. I have to find a way to get high enough and then fall without dying, otherwise I take nope, too low, way too low. I need to have more guts than that. Boom, and fall. Good. Okay, so as long as I have hots on my Resto Druid, I can get as low as I want, and I'm going to proc my Well-Honed Instincts here probably. So this is going to proc here, but here, let me show you this. This is how fast I can taunt people on Resto Druid. And now, did I swap to Wildstalker? Okay, let me make sure I'm swapped to the right build here first. But basically, if I just have a few maintenance hots, and all I have is a Life Bloom and a Rejuve on with not maybe a Wild Growth. These are easy to do. This is fine. This is super easy to do, right? And even just like reapply it here, boom, 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 like this. And all I do is I go here, bam, instant top. I just press this. Oh, I have to fall and take damage. It's kind of hard to take damage on the city. Wait, don't die. Boom, watch this, right click. Surprisingly, that didn't actually top myself, and I'm kind of surprised because that was supposed to top myself, and my bad. That didn't actually show you exactly right. But the point is that I can spam a button and just go bam, bam, bam. Try because I didn't get a clear casting problem. But from here, as much damage as I take, as long as I'm actually in the thing, yeah, I'm trying to show you. It's not a good test. You have to be in a key. You can't really test healers like this. But like, yeah, I don't have any blooms on myself here. I gotta go into a key. Let's go into a key. What time is it? We can do a late stream today. It's fine. It's a little late for me, but no problem. What is on right now? Dude, he hasn't found a tank. So the thing is, I'm testing healers today, but I kind of almost want to tank for him. Part of me wants to go tank for Vikman. I'm not gonna lie. It'd be kind of cool. That's a Giga Resto Druid if you've ever seen one. Literally no one's on, huh? Pecco is doing what? Pecco's doing seat. Obley's on. Soz is in seat with Pecco probably. What level are they doing? Are they doing 15s or 12s or whatever? Wait, what's Pecco doing right now? What level key with Soz? Soz is tanking. They do need a healer. They're doing 15s, yeah, I figured. What do they have? Oh, they're playing with Crive. They're playing with Crive. Yeah, nice. No, I mean, now that I've tested all the healers, I can tell you what I want to play again, etc. though. A good healer does 20k, which is 3 4. Yeah. Exactly, Thomas. I agree with you there. You were correct in what you were saying. It was over an hour, my bad. Quick talent flash. I need to check. I had changed it for Boomy Weaving. I think that I kind of want Tranquil Mind if possible because clear casting is still pretty big. Since you are just regrowthing, I was going to take a look at this. I'm not 1,000% set. Like I said, I was struggling with mana a bit, so Master Shapeshifter helps because you have the new Feral Frenzy. So if you just ever go into cat form real quick on a boss and you go boop, 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 instant 5 combo points and rip and back out. If you do nothing else and that's the only damage you do, it's actually quite a bit of damage. Just that one Feral Frenzy every 2 minutes with a rip applied actually does quite a bit. Very big value to just do that in the middle of a pack. If nothing else, you just go boop every 2 minutes, and you have a fair bit of damage there. It's not hard to do. But I gotta change my binds because I was in Boomy Weaving. Didn't actually change the build. Don't trust me entirely on Resto Druid changes because I was testing a few things. I think Reforestation is Omega Giga. It's a crazy cooldown to have, and you Swiftman kind of on cooldown. I could also see Germination. I think Vikman is playing Germination, and obviously he's a better Resto Druid than I am. So, you know. Yeah. So, Dispriest with healing absorbs is notoriously bad, and depending on the route you take in Mysara Caverns, there's healing absorbs. I gotta remember to change all this back to physical. The Boomy Weaving did not work. Wait a second. So they're in that key. It looks like they're going well. They're playing with Crive, and he won't fail as much. Oh, never mind. They already wiped. Hello, fucking hell, I'm wrong. They immediately wiped and reset. Okay, I'm wrong. They're playing with a Giga Mage and Crive, who is a Prez Evoker. I'm assuming full group with them right now. And then Obly's around, if we want to do a key. If you guys were going to see more of one healer, what would you want to see? And what healer are you most curious about? Keep in mind that I admit there are some healers I don't play at a high enough level to be an expert at them, and I don't pretend to be. But one of the problems with people who are experts is if you min-max that healer to its ultimate degree, anything works. But in the first month of a season, bruh, nothing is going to be... Oh, hi, Zudi. You're on very late today. Wow. Is this very late or very early? Because I'm on late today. Wait. Is that very early or very late? Yo, thanks, Zudi. We just made a full-on healer tier list. So, what was I saying before that? Oh, I'm a little tired. Tomorrow, I'm probably off stream, by the way. So tonight, I can go a little more, though. You want to see more Evoker? I can play Evoker. Is this early? It's 7 p.m. for me right now. Time difference is weird, huh? I'll play Prez. Give me the scoop. I play some healers. I ranked it based on what they would have the easiest time changing, not just on... I ranked it on fun playstyle changes, not just numbers. But also this is a fair reflection of numbers. So if I play my Prez, I'll be able to heal anything. But if I play... So on Prez, you can see what I've done. I don't think I did all the dungeons. No, pretty much. I know I did Skyreach, but we didn't time it the first week, and I did Pit, but we didn't get past the... No, we had a DC on Pit, actually. That's what happened there. I did not heal Caverns, I don't think, on Prez, and I don't think I healed Terrace last week either. We'd have to make our own group. Well... Oh. Are they swapping around? I'm assuming so. I could tank 15C, but I don't really want to tank right now. I'm a little tired. Let's play Prez. Let's do Skyreach or Pit then. Let's do Pit. Not 16. Let's go Pit of Sauron. 15 maybe? It might be hard to find people for 15 right now. This timing is really tough. Oh, I can ask Obly. 15 Pit? I can ask him if he wants to play. If we're going to do one. You in a group, right? You're in a group, right? I'm on a Friday, 8 to 5. On a weekend, I'm a night owl. Dude, it's very late for you. I am old now. I can't stay up as late as I used to. I used to stay up much later and just, like, play games all the time. But to be honest, I'm going to give this, like, a little bit. Souls is in a group, and there's literally no one on beta. Well, Purple's on. You want to come? 15 Pit? Wait a second. Yeah, dude. Look at me. Look at my face. You guys want to know how old I am? Look, I'll show you. This is the thing. I'll show you how old I am right now. Look. I used to be so young. Because the beginning of this year was, Oh, hi, Deckle. Hello. Hello there. Deckle, I need to apologize to you once again. Do you remember? Okay, Deckle. Excuse me. Hello? Hi. I apologize for saying what I said to you before. There you go. I will own my mistakes. I will own it. You're good. That's on me. My bad. Only OGs of the channel will remember what happened with Deckle. Hi, Deckle. I don't even know if you remember, to be honest. Nothing happened. No, I think that you might have tuned out. It was just really awkward. You raided me one day, and I was sleep deprived, and I was like, "Oh, hi, like, I don't know you. Are you a furry?" and then you never said anything, and you never came back. And so it was just kind of like, whoops. You can't just ask people, and it became kind of a meme that it was like, oh, woo, you can't just ask people if they're furries. Like, that doesn't, you have to open up with a little bit like a, how are you? How's your day? You know, do you like ice cream? So I led with the wrong question. My bad. It'd be like that sometimes. All good. Okay, Obli is unfortunately busy. Saratha just logged on. It's a Giga Mage. They're all in a group, and it's going to be hard to find some people. Let's see what we can find. Purple wants to come. If you want to, that'd be great. I want to show you the second boss in this dungeon. And I'll show you that Prez can do it, but I'll also explain to you why it's so difficult. And I'll show you the first boss, too. I think that'll be really fun. Hey, Danny. Yeah, you don't say you get up late. You call it getting up early. That's true. Well, I don't know. WoW players, isn't it weird that none of us are 20 anymore? What I was going to show you is I realized somebody asked me the other day if I was ever going to do like a podcast. I don't think so. They're a lot of work. But what I can tell you is this. You're 42. I'm 28, to clarify. I'm 28. I'm turning 29 soon. Right? Yep. I'm 29. Let me hold on to this. All right, so here's what's up. I saw my face a year ago, and the truth is that the thing that ages you the most is getting divorced. I would not recommend it. And also, I'd like to clarify that I did sneak this in. You guys realize that this stream, I'm going to post this tier list, right? Which I think was a great tier list. You guys, did you ever catch the second tab? Yeah. January. Did you catch the second tab? I'm just going to leave that there as a little Easter egg. We voted for what it would be, and is that some new breakfast item? I couldn't resist. What was I going to show you? Oh, right. I was going to find the podcast that I was on. Oh, here. Hold on. I probably should take screen share off. Hold on. My YouTube always autosaves to this. Hold on. Legend. This was a podcast I was on 10 months ago. Beginning of this year, they had me on a little World of Warcraft podcast, right? Bro, look how young I look here. I almost want to show you this. Look. Bro, this is this year. Check it. Look. You don't tell me that I don't look significantly younger here. It's because of I have no facial hair. It's the beard, I think, more than anything. Excuse me. How did this happen? How did this happen? I got old. This was this year. This is the same year. This is only 10 months. This is not 5 years. This is only 10 months. This was 10 months ago. I was on this podcast. Look how young I look. How did it happen? After you pass 30, it only gets worse? Look at it. It's my old house. The truth is that this was like, because it was like, I don't know. I feel like I aged a lot since getting divorced. Stressful year. Lens distortion. That's where I'll blame the lens distortion. A dev evoker? We could take whoever. I don't think there's going to be a lot of people on. I mean, I can ask if anybody wants to do it. Any interest in a quick 15 pit? Old or more beautiful? Ooh, good way to look at it. I think... Yeah, DH, I know. I think, truthfully, I'm the healthiest and arguably the happiest that I've ever been. So I don't mind getting older. I've learned a lot about my health, but I do feel older. And the reason is that, again, if I was to cosplay a Naruto character, it would be Itachi, not Sasuke. Look at the lines. I have the Itachi lines on my face now. You see? So the problem is that now I have Itachi lines. And before it was Sasuke, but now it's... You see? Yeah, no, I actually don't mind getting old. Doing cleaning house? No problem. Oh, no, not that old, Cheeky. Hold up, wait a second. Oh, well. Not Jiraiya. That's too old. That's too far. Not this. Cavolve, sure. No, I'm if I think about it, doing house for 15 minutes? Okay. Okay, no problem. Okay. Catch you another time. So, no, I mean, I don't know. My life has been pretty progressive, you know. I thought about it, and I am very proud of myself for being here today and having the mentality that I have. That's not random. I don't know. I've had a lot of things that I've had to overcome, and I didn't become bitter. You know, that's really cool. I somehow managed to keep joy instead of becoming resentful, which is so easy to do nowadays. Because, like, I don't know. I just think that our brains are all cooked from social media, or maybe just something. I don't know. Maybe it's not social media. Who knows what it is? You can have whatever theory you want. It's the water, the food, the air, the this, or whatever. But I don't know. Fundamentally, life is different than it used to be. Certainly, our brains don't work as well. I swear my IQ is lower than it was 5 years ago. I don't know. I mean, isn't that? Don't you think that? I swear, because I have less willingness to do hard things. I used to be so good. I was like a special skill. I was like, I don't care how hard it is. If it's good for me, I'll do it. And now I'm like, laundry. Ooh. The thing is, maids in Thailand are kind of cheap. And it's like, well, it's really weird, though. I actually seriously struggle to do things that I don't want to do. It's interesting. And I've been sitting here thinking, like, okay, well, I'm too young to accept that that's the rest of my life. But I also think, and don't take this as financial advice. In fact, this is not advice whatsoever. It's just a hypothetical. But why would you save money if, you know, AI is going to take over the world in a few years, right? So, yeah, I just feel like, is it really necessary to have a savings account? Don't take that advice. That's bad advice. You know, I mean, I it's a thought, right? You've had that thought. I can't be the only one who's had that thought. No. Soon I wouldn't be so cheeky. Soon you're gonna get a response to that question. What are we doing here though? Let's hold up. Half the time you die to aggro, so please don't kill me during cooldowns. No problem. Saratha said they might come in like 10 minutes if we want to wait 10 minutes. You show what trinkets the Demon Hunter tank has. Oh, this is purple. Oh, invite me. Let's go. All right, cool. Yeah. Who cares about house cleaning? Dirty house all the way. All right, cool. Saratha will come. All right, cool. 15 pit. So the second boss here, to be fair, I've set up a comp here. I have 2 decurses, so it shouldn't be a problem. And I don't have a kick, but let's do it. Prez, I'm playing this purple. I don't know what he's deciding to play. I think there's a few tank trinkets you can play. I think most people have been playing... He's playing the Permafrost. I think that most people have been playing the Severed Paw. And when I talked to Salamet, who is arguably one of the highest... He's a very good tank on beta. He's been playing actually this one, which won't scale in the season, but it does scale right now. He's been playing this and the Severed Paw, which I won't see because I'm an intellect user. I've been playing this on healer. I've actually swapped this one out a little bit. Could play this Ribbon. Ribbon seems like it's pretty good. There doesn't seem to be a super OP tanker healer trinket yet, I will say. Let me go quickly get a little drink, and then I'll show you Presovoker and Pit. Pit is going to be a dungeon where routing matters a lot. This is a dungeon that will require a lot of knowledge before the key starts, and I think this is going to be interesting how this one goes with the community. I could see this dungeon being problematic, to say the least. Okay, I'll just keep this pinned here. Pin a little comment. Send Gfo your route. Did she try it? Did you guys try beta today? This is so look how massive this dungeon is. I just want to clarify. Look at the scope of this dungeon. So take a look at the scope. There are packs all over here. Look at the scope of this dungeon real fast. Tomorrow, so this dungeon, there's a way to understand the route even if you don't know the exact poles. Look how big this dungeon is. It's I don't know if you added up all the count, it might be like 300% or something. It's a big dungeon. Let me survive long enough. Look how big this dungeon is. It's a very large dungeon. So this is going to be one of those. And there are some packs which are just banned. Like you just like, oh, don't play those. It's a bad idea type dungeons. Oops, sorry, reset. Oh, I've killed my team. Okay, hold up. I didn't do that. Can I eat can I get the food buff and run? Wait, it's Hardy? Wait, get the food buff and run. Get the food buff and run. Oh, wait, kill the pack-ins. No, it's okay. Not even get a food buff. So, anyways. Let me go get a drink real fast, and then I'll come show you this dungeon. This is going to be a borderline mandatory dispel hard dungeon. Cool. I'm going to run downstairs super fast. got distracted by cats. Sorry, I'm back. No, I'm back. My bad, sorry. Back. Okay, ready. I got cat aggro. Cat aggro. Yeah, easy. Yeah, on Prez I can. On Prez I can do it. It's really not that bad. Prez can heal the second boss. It's just like I have coverage. So I don't need to be as afraid as other healers would be. Okay. Let's go. I have the key. And let's do some Prez Evoker. Nice. Yeah, you're supposed to take the boss. Don't worry too much. I can heal it on Prez. No problem. Other healers, yeah, like big concern. Oh wait, shit. Oh. Whoops. When did he DC? Oh, he relogging. Okay. Thank you guys, by the way, for hanging out and listening to my tier list. I do hope it helps. The purpose of it, I'm gonna be real with you. I'm gonna be honest. I have two fundamental motivations behind why I would like to make tier lists. But also, to be fair, I feel like I put in the work because I play beta every day and I actually get all the data. But there are two reasons. If anyone is still here listening, could you guess the first reason? I'm going to say salt. No, I guess I can't answer it. First reason is easy. Because I'm new at content creation. I haven't been doing this that long. And obviously, people are very interested. That's the first thing, though. Prez go burr. I'm not a resto shaman. All good. I'll be fine. I can heal it. As literally, like, I can just heal it. Surprisingly, I'm not that afraid of second boss if I'm on a healer that can actually heal. Nah, don't worry about it too much. Sarath is used to doing very high keys on beta, so I think they're trying to coordinate. Well, you just get hots up, and you'll have infinite though. Tierless go burr. It gets my name out there, but ultimately I want to use it as a time to actually talk about the game. And this is what I think is lacking from a lot of tier lists, is that the reason you're supposed to make them is so that you can get a kind of fundamental understanding. So this is a heal absorb number 1. Rewinds here. And I died because I tried to breathe a deep breath. Shh, ignore that. That didn't happen. Could we restart real fast? That definitely didn't happen. That's not the way that this key started. No, listen. That's not. That you know what? I think that was aggro. It must have been the wind. must have been the wind. How interesting. It's funny how that works sometimes. You know, the wind just blows and sometimes you just get meleeed to death. That's definitely what happened there. I sucker. No, I actually wonder if the cast went off. That felt a little bit faster than I remember the damage happening. You normally have a second for that to spell. I think that in general you could pull a little bigger than this, but don't worry though. The wind brought you here? Hey Sakura, thanks for saying hi. Oh, all of my work in this game has built to today. We made a tier list for the upcoming season. I have been testing every day, getting data so that I can make an accurate list. Okay, all good from here. No problem. This time, you know what's actually annoying? I have stacking nameplates on right now, and that I don't like. I don't like these stacking nameplates. Can I get rid of them now? Options, interface, stacking. No. Wait, no. I don't want either of these to stack, actually. That feels much better, in my opinion. Cool. So as long as you keep Hots up as Chrono and you just plan at least 1 or 2 Verdant Embraces, then you can pretty much heal anything. So you just have to ramp it a little bit. It was my desire to do damage that cost the first little part there. So you just keep Verdant Embrace up, and then you keep your Dream Breath Hot up. You can even TA it, and that's fine. And as long as you have this combo, you can pretty much heal anything. Maybe not anything, but a lot of things. So this is just maintenance. One of the reasons I like Prez is that it's very just maintenance. I'm good. I'm a little tired. I'm taking tomorrow off. I've decided that once a week I won't stream every single day, which I used to do, and I have learned and grown in my life, Sakura. AKA, I'm getting old as shit. And I can't just play games, unfortunately, every day, 7 days a week, non-stop. Now, it's unfortunate. I don't like it. But it is what it is. He's going to be fine there. Yeah, so I'm actually trying to take like a single day off once a week where I don't plan anything on that day. Like, that day is not to go to the gym and be super productive. I'll probably go to the gym anyways. But it's not a productivity day. It's just a day where basically I'm going to intentionally just hang out with the girlfriend and the cats. Go take the cats for a walk type day. You know, chill, eat some good food, order some ice cream, whatever. That's the idea. That's the idea behind it. I think that those days are good. Nice, impactful days. You can be as physically fit as you want, but the soul needs just as much rest as the body, if not a little bit more sometimes. Yeah, well, I mean, hold up. I don't know if I have a life outside of this. That's probably pushing it a little bit. I don't think I don't have much of a life outside of stream. I have my partner and my cats, and that's it. I don't have, what are you talking about, life outside of stream? Well, hold up, what is this blasphemy you speak of? This is the only thing I do with my time. I have 0 friends, and I'm okay with that because I don't know, I just socialize on stream. Now, I don't have life outside of this. I literally realized, so yesterday, what day is it today? No, like 2 days ago, I went to the aquarium, yeah? And I did it in real life Thailand stream. I just took people around Thailand. I wanted to show them my favorite place, the aquarium. And, yeah. And I was just like, that day I realized the last time I went outside was like a month ago. I was like, wait a second. It's been a second. Wait. How long has it been? Enough. It's been a while. So, yeah. Life outside of stream. What are you talking about? You can't have, because I also have a job, you know. Like, this is not my full-time job. Like, I'm kind of a busy guy. I have a lot going on. Yeah. you can't. I guess if I didn't have a job and all I did was stream, like, maybe like 6-7 hours, I guess I'd have a lot of time in my day, but I don't know, I feel like I'm pretty busy nowadays. I can call it this, but Decurse is going to be very helpful in this dungeon. Okay, this fight right here. This is the first very fun fight. We were talking about the Healer Tierlist. Remember I mentioned this? This is the HPS Kajin fight. This is basically just, hey, the entire time pump. This is the actual fun one, though. Here, this is the fun fight. In my opinion, this is the most fun that I have on beta. Because it's just raw HPS the entire time. It's actual raw HPS. You see I'm waiting for a second? I'm not struggling with HPS. That's not what's happening here. But what I am doing is I'm planning, because I'm a Prez Evoker. Don't worry. Everybody is going to be giga full health. Do not fear whatsoever. It's just how Prez Evoker heals is I need to take a second. It doesn't make my team feel very safe, but trust me, no one is going to die. Like, I've got this. It's not a problem. You can see the pulsing, ticking damage on my group, right? But Prez works in burst healing. So Prez works in big burst healing windows. So I have a stasis now. See how everybody's topped? And I'll Zephyr this hit. So this is the only one you need to worry about. It's a tip the scales into a massive golden hour rewind. Oh, no way.
Only the
Okay, I'm just really
strongest
tired, apparently.
survive.
Apparently, I'm just really tired because I missed my rewind. Fuck. So hold up. Could we reset real fast? I am now awake. I need a clean run. I don't know what I missed my rewind. I was gonna rewind, okay? Listen. I'm gonna wake up and I'm gonna show you a clean run. I'm tired after this tier listing. Hold up. No. I had that easy. I had that super easy. It won't be a problem. Never, no fear. I've got this. I want to actually get through this dungeon properly. No, just reset super fast. We double time it. No problem. The first pull in that, I was off time to the rewind. Should have hit rewind first. Okay. Prez does not have issues with that. I had brain globals that I missed. That was it. And yeah, it does, Zandalorian. Because if you were playing with a Brewmaster, it looks like they have massive damage, but they don't. Need your mic? I actually had this mic before I started streaming. My lizard climbed on it earlier today, so I was worried that it would happen. Oops. I thought we abandoned it. We trust you with the boss? I do, Wisdom. I'm going to ask for your trust because this next run is going to be flawless. Because that can't be what Prez is. I'm telling you, Prez is better than that. I'm gonna stay true to it. No, Prez is better than that. Okay. Now we've got this. Do I have the right talents? You know, actually, when I first healed this, I wasn't playing the Dreams, this talent here, and I feel like I can't drop it now, but I kind of liked my other build. And a lot of me really, really liked playing without this and just gaming Verdant Embrace like I normally do and playing down here. Like, I really enjoyed this version as well, but I don't think it's actually worth it, though. You know? Counts stagger or purified. It counts actual stagger, which is kind of wild. It is a little wild that that's true, but it counts actual stagger, yeah. Where did I just lose that point, by the way? Wait. What happened? This talent is bugged? I mean, it's working, but it's not counting. I'm not so sure about this. I feel like here. The tier list, I made the tier list. It's in Discord if you want it. Now, if you want the tier list, it's in Discord. There's something about these talents that I actually really liked, but... I should have Giga Healing. I should not struggle whatsoever actually playing this. Now let me play down here. I just want to try it. I enjoyed this before. Every major class Discord without any call text? Thanks. Thanks. Maybe you can even play Time of Need just for fun. Yeah, let's try a different talent build slightly. But I definitely have to play cleaner than that. Whatever I just played there, I don't like. I think this doesn't apply to TA, but I'm not sure if they've changed it. Let's play it anyways. Okay. Surely that can't be it there. We healed this on 16 before. It was only the second boss that got me, I think, with that group. Okay. This time for sure. Ready? Boop, boop. Yes, I can't believe I'm almost a little bit shy now about the fact that that's how that last key just went. If Prez is good. Oh no. I just have to remember that my Dream Flight, like I said, it's really hard to play without that talent. Once you kind of get used to it, it's really hard. This is Pit of Sauron, yeah. So the first curse goes out. I caught this one on myself. Cool. I swear it was I think it was a cast last time that got me. Easy burst healing. Easy. See? No problem. And fair damage. And big damage there. Yeah, I suppose. Maybe I'll have to go back and move Prez down. See how much cleaner that was? I just have to caught the first one. And then... I actually am not so... Like, I don't think you can It's so weird to think that I wouldn't play the thing that I've been asking. That Prez has been asking for this literally forever, right? Of just like all Prez evokers want is not to have to cast and not to have to fly to the target for VE. We've been asking for that forever. Imagine the fact that we might not actually play the talent, because it is down at the bottom and it's to the left. And this talent here, because of our tier set, kind of matters a lot. Because every time I VE, I get the twin echo. The next echo is double. And I kind of like that. It actually flows really nicely, and it's pretty fun to play. So Prez blasts enough. It does pretty decent damage. And will do all the HPS required in this dungeon. We just had a little tired. But these packs here, aside from the quick dispel that you need to be on top of, technically speaking, they're not that difficult. So this is like kind of what healing Algathar a lot is like. It's just like a little passive healing here. Boom. Send to stasis. And just top up. There is a way I can rescue the target, but my rescue is not bound properly right now. Oh, he got taken out. He was... I don't know what happened to him. The gargoyle lifted him up. Yeah, I don't know, man. So it's like probably, but now I was like, oh, I'll be fine. Like, I've been playing Prez for a long time. I'm not going to have a VE death, surely. Not when I'm trying to impress people. And most likely, that's what's going to happen. No. Hey, Soccer, I don't know if you're still here. Thanks for saying hi. And it is important to have a life outside of gaming. I may not be good at it, but that doesn't mean it's not important. Everyone, it's actually healthy, and I hate to be the one to tell you this, but it is actually healthy to go outside. You know? Unfortunate, but it's true. I don't make the rules. If I did, it wouldn't be like that. Yep. Unfortunately, it is quite healthy to spend time out. Not in the great outdoors, because the great outdoors is overrated. Great outdoors implies... I decurse this. The great outdoors is like, I think, bugs and mosquitoes and kind of... So not the great outdoors. Just in general outside. So that bolt goes off. It doesn't seem to hurt that bad. Tip on cooldown. Echo VE. And then this echo is twinned. I kind of like the fact that the echo is twinned. My head is a little fuzzy. Man, I've only been streaming for 6.5 hours. I'm just, like I said, I'm getting old. I don't sit down and game for 12 hours anymore. I'm thinking tonight I don't have work. Tomorrow I'm actually off. I have 2 days off. Holiday season, I always have a lot of cancellations. So I just so happen to have tonight off and tomorrow. Be fun days. This one I can power heal. Yeah. I'm not sure about the talent to the bottom left. The bottom right of the tree is apparently bugged, and I'm kind of curious about it, but we'll see. We can test it. I don't think I remember to turn logs on for this run, but it's okay. Bet is calling, yo, get some rest, dude. It's late for you. It's late for me, it's late for you. Okay, heal him up. Boom, respond to the damage events. Instant top. Probably shouldn't have ticked there, but that's okay. Get Dream Breath ticking. My COD is on cooldown, so I just power heal this. Deep breath. On the boss, my plan is to rewind the first stomp, but I need to hit it a little better than that and actually use a defensive too. I wish I could show you the HPS on the actual fight. Whoa! I don't know what that was, but it was definitely, I think it was the cast. It was the cast from the thing. That wasn't supposed to happen there. VE, double echo. Cool. Here we go. Redemption, a little bit of redemption here. A little bit of redemption. Demoted to Resto Shaman with that. Oof. It's tough. It's rough. Okay. Walk in. Just get reversion applied first. Boom. Probably sends an early VE, but again, not on anyone else that I can't actually see. I'm going to go in here. I really want to get this properly set, and then I can stasis, combat pot, and send this combo, which means that everyone will be full health, no problem. Twin Echo. VE myself on a fight like this for sure. Oh, we were supposed to keep the one in melee. It's easier if you keep one in melee here. Cool. Basic healing. You go 1, 2, and then I'll VE first. So I have the Twin Echo. This one I have the big stasis, so I don't need to send rewind. It's 3, 2, 1. Cryo Stomp comes out, the huge stasis. Golden Hour it back up. And then tip, dispel. My dispel is bugged, I forgot. So I'm just going to go over here to him. Triage heal a little bit. Everybody's fine. But you can see the ticking damage. So you see the pattern of this boss. And you can start to identify a little bit how some healers will struggle and some heals will be totally fine. Because it's constant ticking damage where Prez has to game really hard. He's going to be fine. I'll external him just in case because I need a second to heal. This is always how Prez has to do things, by the way, which is why oftentimes people don't like playing with one. Because I am healing this correctly, but it's just requires a bit of extra oomph to it, you know? So here, this is going to be a tough one. I rewind it immediately. Couldn't quite keep the Shaman alive with the TD dot on him. No problem. And Blessing to fill out the stasis. I have Inner Flame buff, so I know I'll be fine. I'm going to put mine in melee, which is where you're supposed to go with this. Just for melee uptime. You go Echo, 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 VE. The Lifebind combo doesn't work as well as it used to. This is the stasis here. And the next one, we have to think about what coverage we're going to have. So double Echo. Nice. Send a Life Spark here to top. And then plan manual Echo ramp. Boom, VE to him. I'll have Zephyr. And then an instant top. Boom. Bam. VE to myself, and boss is dead. I missed the Shaman on that middle one, but I would have had infinite healing going forward from that point. We can see what my HPS looked like. Probably wasn't as high as I probably could have gotten. 97k. 97k, not bad. Could have definitely done better. Shaman is definitely the squishiest spec to heal right now on beta because they only have one defensive and basically nothing else. 97k, not bad. Could have done a lot better. For sure, like that extra healing is not impossible. I mistimed one of the phases. Otherwise, we're fine. Spell immediately. Magic Dispel. Oh, whoa, 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 whoa. That is an instant death, that Lich cast. That's a hard one. So not a flawless run, but overall, no problem. I'm a little bit unsure about what this pack does, because there's no damage event that I can see happening right now. Rewind it. My Dispel is 2 globals, which is pretty tough sometimes. I think I could have gotten 2 more juicy rewinds on the boss, probably. Well, first, let's go time the Pit of Sauron. Good. Tank's fine. Big Fire Breath. Top the tank, top the team. This is mostly a tank healing pool. Power heal this one. Good to Curse. Dispel. What is your Fellowship? I never played Fellowship. I was committed to WoW testing. I love testing. I mean, for me, it's just like I have so much passion for testing the beta on WoW. It's my favorite time to play the game, so I really enjoy it. Like, I know a lot of people are super burnt out, but I feel like I'm just ramping. Like, I still have so many specs to test on beta. I've only played all the healers and all the tanks, which means I have all this DPS to test as well. What's up, Tier? Yo, Tier, I haven't seen you in forever. How's it going, man? The tier list is done. I already made the tier list at this point. Apologies, I need to update that command. If there are any mods in here who want to update that, great. If not, it's in Discord. Tier list Discord. Discord. Yeah, eventually. I'll play DPS too. I don't tend to shine with all the DPS. I tend to shine only with some DPS. But yeah. Maybe not every spec in the game, to be fair, though. Decor farmer. Oh, for your house. Did it get you, Tier? I've heard a lot of people be crazy positive about the housing changes. I personally, it's not maybe my thing, but I also kind of want to save that for actual midnight content. He's going to die right now. This next boss is the Abomination. Let's see if we can do it. I gotta wake up a little bit, though. Tier, do you have this problem where you realize that you're not 20 anymore? And you're kind of just like, wait, my eyes are hurting. And you're like, man, have I been playing for like 15 hours? And it's like, wait, no, it's only been 6.5 hours. I'm like, what? How? What happened? What? Like, I'm like, wait a second. It's not even been that long. This is a casual day. Okay, so here, by the way, this is the mechanic on the boss. So it's here. There's 2D curses. I'm almost gonna external the shaman like right away. So this boss, look at the amounts of damage and look at the kicks that are happening right now. So you defensive now. I have big healing with the stasis inner flame combo, so keep that in mind. Like, that's gonna be fine, and I have to dodge the puddles, and this is gonna be an abomination because that was actually really clean, and we had a decurse. That in a pug is gonna be very anti-clean. My game is lagging, so if we wipe from here, that would be why. So I'm gonna save this. We have time to heal. That was the second AoE. So now it just, you take this to the outside. But this is the boss where I was talking about coverage, because right after this, that same phase happens again. Right? So that's the problem. Is that now I need to think, okay, so I need to start prepping at this point. I have boom, bam, and then I go dream breath. So now everybody has hots on them. And if I've timed this correctly, then I'll be able to heal it. I timed it early. So it's going to be a little bit off. Here, defensive. The phase is happening now. And here we go. So we have a big here, VE into a rewind. And then watch the tank hit. Dream breath now. So if I timed it better, it would have been actually feeling a lot better too, though. External the mage. Decurse him with caught. Immediately top. You see how I would have been late on that before? I'm not out of range because Prez range did get kind of fixed, luckily. But that was close. See that second one? I should have gamed it better because I mistimed it, and that's why it was tough. If we die, it's my lag. Just in case. I just needed to make sure that everybody was aware of that. I'm a little tired, I'm old now. I know I'm not old. Like I said, I'm actually the healthiest and strongest and probably fittest I've ever been. Maybe not fittest because I was way more fit when I had dogs. Man, there's nothing quite like having a Malinois that gets you fucking in shape fast. Okay, so I need to cross the room and go here. Please don't kill me with this first burst. I'm setting it up. I go Zephyr. Boom. Instant Apex talent to top. I have the stasis. I can't access my mage because a little bit of a range issue. I'm going to go here, greed the VE, stasis, dispel him. Perfect. It just so happens I wasn't on the external. Bam. And life spark to proc here. Boom. That's the first AoE. There's one more that happens in a second. So imagine doing this, by the way, with a healer that does not have this coverage. He needs external. And he's dead. He was a little bit far from me. But so right there's going to be another AoE. And then we're fine. So now that's the damage event. Now, technically, it's not raw HPS that matters here. What does matter, though, is the ability to cover all that damage that just happened. So the room is filling up with ick, and I still have to find a way to heal that. I did manage to do it. Like, we're going to time this dungeon now, but this boss is an abomination. Because 3 kicks on top of not just double decurse, but multiple decurses is pushing it on what a pug would be able to do. It's not the total HPS. It's the fact that you have to burst for about 10 seconds, non-stop, repeatedly. And I think that my group actually helped me there. So I just don't know how pugs are gonna do that. Like it's doable technically, but oof, it's gonna get tough. There's a pool there. It does bug damage. So it's the coverage there. She just wants to cuddle in bed all the time. Old, tired, dispel, cat aggro. I don't have any hands. Yeah. Well, you know, basically, here's what happened. You know, as you know, I got divorced in December, and then from there, I was just like, okay, so I got to defy all expectations. So I've effectively become a crazy cat lady out of spite. Just kidding. But it kind of is funny that that is almost true. To see... Yeah, exactly. Whoa, I'm gonna die. I'm in the thing. Wait, can't I rescue somebody for this? Can't I rescue out of this? No, you can't, so I'll just rewind it. I've been struggle with the dispel. It is funny, though. Divorced in Jan. It was the end of December, but basically, yeah, January. December 27th. Still one of the more random things that ever happened, but you know, honestly, life works out. The thing is, in the moment, it felt like this absolutely terrible thing, but then I take a look at my life now and I realize, like, well, I'm in this house with Kitty and our life is awesome, and I really like Kitty and she's great. And I'm like, oh, I wouldn't have found that, right? I would have been in the same place, kind of doing the same thing. And it's funny how life works out. You certainly never know how it's going to work out. What I do know is that my mouth hurts. Not my jaw, but my mouth. I'm worried that I'll have a wisdom tooth coming in. The dispel is actually hard because I have to go target the frame and then go all the way over here. It's not bound properly. I could bound it to R, be a little better. So they added another camp, so the timer gets a little tighter here. I think we could pull more in this for sure. Yeah, it was not something I thought would ever happen. But then again, I look at it now, like I would never have gotten the chance to live with cats. And I don't know, he's kind of winning my heart. He's really cute. Cookie, like the cat that's on my Instagram and stuff, he is adorable. He's really cute. Apparently, I pet him too hard. Supposedly, with cats, you're not supposed to pet them like dogs, but since I'm like a dog person, I'm a dog person my whole life, apparently I roughhouse him. I've been told, at least, that I roughhouse him, you know? There you go. Yeah. So, apparently, cats like gentle touch. That's their whole thing. Their whole shtick is gentle touch. And I'm like, okay, but that's not my shtick. So now we have to compromise. Which we can do, of course. Unfortunately, with the cat, I have to be the bigger person, you see? Okay, I have to pin that, but he's going to pull this first. You can double this pull, but also we can just time this easy. You can pull this dungeon a lot more aggressively once you're comfortable. The only thing that hurts a lot is the dispels. Also, is this enough percentage? So like that right there, that dispel is going to almost kill the mage. Just because it's not actually bound to my bars properly. Some healers are having I think it's whether it's talented or not, but some healers have a problem binding dispel to the click casting base frame. So dispel here. Boom. Good. But you can see, like, the group's pretty healthy, right? I'm just kind of passively healing. I have my Life Giver's Flame from Flame Breath. Got my Leaping Flames, just watching the tank here. Keep Dream Breath up. Apex talent bounces around. You've got a lot of sources of healing for Prez. It definitely is going to be overwhelming for a new player, but I think it's easier than it was before because you don't have to Lifebind ramp. Not having Spirit Bloom is weird, but we're all okay. Yeah, Thomas, if you're still watching on YouTube, sorry for missing your chats. Let's take a look at overall damage real fast. DPS, currents, and overall. Not bad. I don't know if I think we're just taking it. It's okay. Demon Hunter can skip these. This guy has a double blast. I think I have to stasis this. So yeah, you have to get big healing here. It's this ease. Big gaming, big gaming, big gaming. Wait, Wiz, that's you? Wait, shit. I messed up. Rewind. Oh, wait, that's you? That's you, Thomas? Oh. I see. I don't recognize people's names. This is my bad. Did you update 17 hours ago? Yes. I made a video about it, and I called it Actually Good Changes. And then I played the changes, and I was like... They added another pack to Pit, which is kind of fair, because the timer here was pretty chill before. The difficulty was not in that. Oh, wait. External him. They made this ground hurt more. Shaman's gonna die. Oh. I almost had him, too. I almost had him. Just fell myself. Hold up. Wait a second. This was a cook. This was a cook. They made this guy hurt a lot more, and there's a lot of things happening. I wasn't prepared. I didn't have stasis. I thought we were going to chill. I thought we were going to go for easy time. So good on paper. No, most of the dungeons were fine, but I haven't tested Skyreach yet. And for some reason, Skyreach, the changes were improved visual clarity, right? Like, that's what they said in the changes. They're going to make improved visual clarity. The problem is, as far as I know, I've heard that the first boss got harder, not easier, even though it read like a nerf, and for some reason it feels worse. Yeah, this guy kind of hurts now. I don't know what's up with this. Stasis. Okay, echo. Boom. Tip the scales, actually, just the top. I don't know what his damage profile is now. He hurts more than he used to, that's what I can tell you. Oh, come on. The mid-rescue death. The mid-rescue death? Really? I can do this. Watch this. Prez can do this, actually. Technically speaking, Prez can heal from range. Not the mid-rescue. I didn't even need to do that rescue. Wait, why does that guy hurt now? I don't remember him hurting like this. So some of the changes are a little bit... Like that change, for example. The fact that that mini-boss somehow hurts a lot more now. I'm a little... unsteady about that. Algathar got buffed, but it's okay. The problem with Algathar is now there are overlaps that weren't there before. That's the weird thing about Algathar. Algathar now has he's playing Enhance. Oh, he's playing Enhance. That's weird. I just realized. Algathar, the Veximus overlaps are real. They didn't used to be real. And I don't know what happened with that. They didn't appear on any of the changes, but now there are overlaps with Mana Orb into Arcane Fissure. Ready? I think. Wait, actually, I think I'm ready. Hopefully I don't get locked out. That rescue death was meh. Go. Not the cleanest pit of Sauron that we've ever done in our lives, but that is okay. Take this here. Bam, bam, and save rewind if possible. Save the stasis if possible for the undead thing that's going to happen here. Boom, perfect. You know, when I first did this, I didn't realize that it had a dot component to it. I actually thought the damage was just ticking the whole time. Turns out that my frames were just bad. Okay, so here you just watch these two targets. I'm probably going to external the shaman. Good stasis, perfect. I have full echoes up, big healing. I mistimed it a little bit, so now I have to game. I'm going to watch my shaman in particular. The Army of the Dead happens. Unsure if Zephyr does anything for it, but here we go. So I go defensive myself. Get ready to do massive healing on the group. Big Dream Breath. And then here, probably a rewind if absolutely needed. Nope, we're good. Just this. Unsure again where the damage actually comes from. So we're going like this. Most of the time you don't make it past the second boss in this dungeon, so it's a little weird that we're all of a sudden here. Oh, it's that. Okay, so that's the big hot component. A rewind will carry this mostly. Big healing. Boom. VE, don't charge to my death. Perfect. Okay, that was actually, yeah, that felt, this feels buffed as well. They didn't buff the shield on the ad, they buffed the ticking damage of it. I mean, this fight feels a little harder now, but it's not impossible. Nice big dam. Just go dual healing here, probably VE to the shaman. And then he can AMS that, that's cool. Solid, watch the tank for a second, all good. No problem. Army of the Dead's happening now, so I just have to have some healing prep for it. My stasis pops. Stasis now, just in case. I think actually the deep breath is worth it for the stun. And easy time. Never doubted. I actually doubted a lot. I'm very tired. I'm super tired. My brain is not braining. Hi, GG's. The second boss didn't feel that bad on Prez. It's doable, for sure. Yeah, it doesn't feel like the worst. There's just a lot of healing in this. Not bad. Hopefully I prove Prez can do it. I actually, seriously, I would struggle on a lot of other healers, though. Yeah, it feels a bit harder. They definitely added this. All of them, Bell. Every healer. Not just every healer, but also every hero talent of every healer. I went a step further. I tested every hero talent of every healer, actually. I wanted to test everything. There were two spikes. I couldn't figure out when the icicles were dropping, though. How's H-Priest? Surprisingly not the worst. Surprisingly not the worst, actually. Also just play Resto Druid, though. Yeah, 100%. Right decision. It's hard as fuck, too. Okay, so here's the tier list. To once again cover it. I show you. Window capture on. Not this. This is just me looking really young in a podcast. Still weird to me that I look like that. This. Rish. I actually enjoyed Conduit 2-minute GG. Is probably one of my favorite healers right now. Prez feels fun too. Especially because I can play two different builds and both of them work. Prez feels fun. Oracle actually feels very rewarding. Oracle. We have this. I'm going to post the whole thing. I think it was quite long. I talked for a while. But it was mostly me trying to talk about the state of healing in WoW. I think that a lot of what I was trying to talk about today in the tier list, I'm going to post it to YouTube. But so much of it was just trying to talk about, I don't want healers to be yelled at in the first week of the season. Like, that's the goal. The goal here is that I don't want healers to take all the brunt of everybody's frustration when keys don't go well, inevitably in the first week. You know? Thanks for coming. Does that make sense? So, the purpose of the tier list is more to have a conversation about the state of the specs. Also, why is my camera huge? Holy shit. Was my camera covering half my screen that whole time? My bad. Yo, Purple, thank you for tanking. Much appreciated. It's very nice to have a tank on beta. It's quite difficult to find. Much appreciated. So after testing everything now, it's like, okay, certain things feel really fun but could use tuning. I actually think that, well, Master of Harmony didn't have coverage, Rish. So Master of Harmony Mistweaver was a little lacking in my opinion. Yeah. What we'll test tomorrow is, I'm not even sure at this point. I'm glad we got that pit just now, but I'm really curious what I would test tomorrow. I think maybe I'll start tanking again. Maybe I'll do some tank. Maybe I'll start DPSing. I think I want to get a DPS or two because sometimes I see groups that already have a tank and healer and stuff. Yeah, the theory behind it, you could really have used the tip to scale Spirit Bloom. Yeah. Well, I mean, tip is more to activate your Chrono Warden tree than anything else. The reason I just sent tip on cooldown, Wiz, is basically you don't really want to use it on Dream Breath even. You can in a pinch, but mostly it's Fire Breath, and it's just because I'm playing Chrono Warden, so I want the buff from it, if that makes sense. When I'm playing Prez in a key like that. But honestly, the timings, once you get better, the timings, though. I woke up and you're still going. Hey, Zarkin. A little long stream today, yeah. I'm taking tomorrow off. I'll be gone tomorrow. Tomorrow I'm not around. I will upload. I'll probably work on a really cool Patreon video tomorrow. Maybe about healing. And I'll talk about a few things. But really, the Healer tier list covered the vast majority of what I had thought about healing. I think I probably forgot to say a thing or two because it's just one take and it was me ranting for like an hour. But if you are curious, the full-on Healer tier list will be uploaded to YouTube later today. I'll go edit it now, probably. If for any reason you are still watching and you are new to my stream, I have been told that I'm supposed to say hello and do this sometimes. So if you, no, I can't be asked to do that shit. Well, I hope you guys like the tier list. It's ultimately giga content. Tier lists are fucking great for just talking about the game, you know? They're so great for just talking about the game. That's what I love about tier lists. You just get the chance to actually chat and rant about just the full-on gaming stuff. Marcellian is testing Bear? Holy. Marcellian's testing Bear, huh? Wow. Wow. The Spirit Bloom is gone. No, if you had Spirit Bloom, absolutely. Especially because the hot component of it is also gone. So it's weird. Prez does feel strange, but decent. It feels good. It's just decent. It feels interesting. But thank you guys for hanging out. I'm going to enjoy my day off tomorrow. Although knowing myself, I'll still end up making a video or two for Patreon I've been meaning to make. I want to cover like how to cover that second boss and the timings of it. Because if I had timed it better, that one deather wouldn't have happened. If I had timed it even better. You want to go say hi to Marcellian? He's playing Bear, apparently. Oh, he's playing a weird build. Holy shit, can we help him? Fuck, wait a second. I actually want to heal him in a key. I take it back. Fuck it. No. I'll log back in. No, wait, hold up. No, take it back. No, stream's not ending. Hold up. Wait. Wait, Bear gameplay. Can I heal you? I'm gonna ask him. Fuck it. No, hold up. Wait a second. Back up. I don't have work tonight. Bet. Oh, fuck it. No. Let's play with Marcellian. Hold up. Wait. No. Nah. Psh. What am I doing here? I'll log in. What am I healing on? Okay, so here's the thing. I want to impress him now. Do I play Prez? What do I heal on? Fuck it. No, let's go. It's okay. He'll take his time to set up Bear. I can if you want. Can play whatever. I've got all 6 now. Can I link him a build? The only thing is... Yo. Game? Yo, hey, Chaz. You set up. Heal. Perfect. Okay, hold up. Let's play with him then. Okay, perfect though. Listen, well, 2 tries. Okay. How do you feel about monk tanks? Brewmaster is interesting. So one of the problems with Brewmaster, Chaz, is that it doesn't track very well in game. It doesn't track very well in game. So on details, it has problems. The stagger still counts on HPS. They fixed the counting for DPS, so it's very hard to track and get an idea of how it felt. That was the first thing about Brewmaster. It can live right now, and a good Brewmaster would actually be solid. I healed one earlier in a 15, and he was good. He lived. It did not work with Void Weaver Disc Priest. When I played Void Weaver Disc Priest, I could not heal the Brewmaster. But honestly, a good Brewmaster can live, but their damage contribution is less. And they're still kind of squishy. So a big question would be, why do you play Brewmaster? And there's not really a good answer to that right now. So overall, I would say Brewmaster is in, in terms of tanks, it's okay. It's not the worst tank, but it's not the best either. Probably like just above the tanks that are actually bad. It's kind of mid. There's not really a reason to bring it, if that makes sense. Okay, so we can play whatever, but I'm just going to go make myself a little bit of food real fast, though. Mobility and uniqueness is a big one. Jafango, if nothing else, uniqueness counts 100%. Yeah, I can play monk. I like monk. We're doing 12s? I'll play monk. 100%. I like my Mistweaver. I'm not the best at it, but it genuinely, I have a lot of fun with it. That's one of the reasons why even if Brewmaster is meta, for like at the proper meta tank for a season, probably won't happen, but if it is, a lot of the top tanks, I bet you won't play it. I can actually almost guarantee you that a lot of top tanks won't play Brew if it's 2% ahead because they don't like it. It's difficult to play Brew. It changes the way you think about the game, and my brain can't comprehend. It's the one tank I can't wrap my head around. I could play it at a basic level, but the second the key level gets high, I'm lost. Like, I just die. I'm so squishy on it. It's very difficult to wrap your head around Brewmaster. For all the people who enjoy it, I respect you for that. Yeah, there are some people who love it, right? I mean, I've played with Poa and some other Shaw. I was playing with Shaw the other day. He played his Blood DK, and then he hopped on his Brew, and clearly he prefers Brew. Like, Brew is his thing, Okay. Somebody yell at me. Somebody ping me on Discord or something if I'm AFK. I'm gonna go make myself some food, because Marcellian's gonna take a while. But then I think we're gonna game with him. That'd be fun. I was thinking about it, and I just need to upload that video. I just need to go clip it. And since I do everything in one take, it's all good. That's who we're playing with in a second. So that's a good point though, Mike. There are some people who if they do Brew for 6 months, they never get bored. For me, Brew for 6 months sounds like a mental hazard. It sounds like I'm going to need a prescription for Xanax after I play Brew or Blood DK. Like those 2 tanks, Brew and Blood DK for an entire season sounds like I'm going to need to visit my psychiatrist. They're hard tanks for me to play too long. Okay, I'll be back. I gotta actually go make food, so dinner break real fast. Thank you, Stan. I appreciate it. I made the tier list today, and I'll get I should post that in the YouTube. Hold up. But let me go make food because this is dinner break. If I'm not actually ending stream, I still have to make food. Okay. Did I not pin that? Is there a pin message right now on Twitch? Monk tri-spec this season, Brew, isn't it? Windwalker's cool, and also Mistweaver is omega fun right now. Very surprised that Mistweaver's so fun. Okay, hold up. Tier list linked to me. I'm just gonna pin this so that in case anybody wants to see it, it'll be here. Boom. Bam. And, hold up. Wait a second. Okay, boom, and then pin that comment. Actually keep it. Sometimes it doesn't pin for some reason. Okay, done. Okay. I'll be right back. It's a good point you're mentioning, and honestly, that should be considered. Fun is by far the most important thing. You gotta have fun. Okay, you gotta have fun playing the game. I'll be right back. Go watch Marcellian while I'm making dinner. long break. I'm sorry, I'm back. Listen. Yeah, so here's what's up. I've been chatting with Marcellian. I'm eating steak and eggs. Well, it's going to be an Omega dungeon run coming up. His perspective, Captain, is so different than how me and you play. Like, I'm listening to him talk, and I'm just like, okay. This is going to be a heavy healing dungeon, you know? But I'm actually, I genuinely think he's right. Yeah, what's up, Sos? Well, long I wanted to do tier list day is always fun, and I'm taking tomorrow off. I'm playing with Marcellian in a second. Good morning, buddies. Eating steak. I have a few bites left, and eggs. I think I might have my last wisdom tooth might be coming in because my mouth kind of hurts. Hey, buddies. Good morning. We're about to play with kind of a WoW content creator, but he plays the game so differently than me, you know? Maybe. I think we're doing lower stuff for sure, Mike. But send it for fun. I think so. Now he's going. Let me explain what's happening right now. So what he's doing, and the reason I've been really fascinated by this, he is healing. He is going through his talents right now. He doesn't understand any of the finer points of it. He's played Guardian before, but he doesn't know like the interactions or what the tooltips are. But he doesn't want me to tell him what the build is. He doesn't want me to show him what build to play. He kind of just wants to go, okay, this makes sense. I kind of want this talent. I kind of want this talent. And so he's cooking something up. And I respect the hell out of that. I wish more people played like that. I wish that more people straight up play the game like that. It's better. He's not looking up a guide. He's not looking up any videos. He's full cooking himself. You know? I don't even think he knows that I make Guardian Druid videos. Hey, do you know, Wiz, do you think that he knows that I make Guardian Druid content, by the way? I don't think he knows that. I'm just listening to him. That's why I'm really enjoying this, because I know Guardian Druid, obviously. Like, I know Guardian Druid extremely well. And so I'm thoroughly enjoying how he's going right now. I see his thought process. You know what I mean? A second. I don't know if he does or does not, to be honest. I think he knows that I play the game, but I don't know if he knows that I'm like a Guardian Druid. You know, that's like my favorite spec. To be honest, what he's saying is correct, first of all. And second of all, if we're doing low keys, Mistweaver is probably going to be my favorite healer to play in the 10s or 12s. If we're doing high keys, Prez is fun. Prez isn't as fun to me in lower keys. I like to min-max that spec. Maybe it's just my passion, but, you know. He's saying all that. I mean, he's right. Yep. The thing is, he's right about everything he's saying right now. Flourish. A is more fun. I need 5 more minutes. Don't rush. Take your time. I gotta finish my food. Now I'm eating dinner, so I gotta finish food. Hey, if I finish food, like I'm eating full on dinner, I just so happen not to have work tonight, so I can stream late. Exciting. Ah. Mm-hmm. Ow. Ooh. I think that wisdom tooth is coming in, man. So, I can heal him. Pretty sure. Thanks, Wiz. You're right. You're absolutely right. So what I want to know, this is what we're about to find out. He clearly knows bear. He understands it to the degree that he can theory craft on his own. Some of the cooks are not as modern as they could be, but that's fine. The thing is, I really want to know how he's going to feel to heal and how this dungeon's going to go. Because he knows bear much better than most people would. And I really want to see how it feels to heal him. Because most people won't play bear nearly as well as he will. Even if he plays it wrong. I bet. What did he decide on? Oh, trinkets. I don't think they'll scale. I don't think they'll scale. He doesn't use trinkets at all? No, he could just play any trinket. He could just play a passive trinket. I mean, I do the same thing. I just take the passive trinket that's definitely not overpowered. I just take, like, the passive proc. Wait, he doesn't play... Wait. He doesn't play any trinkets? Wait, he plays no trinkets? What? Wait. I mean, you don't have to play, like, overpowered trick. Yeah, I know. That's why he's playing no trinkets. That's what I just told him, too. Oh my god, this build. What is this? Yeah, I know. Yeah. Ooh, like... This is gonna be awesome. I'm so excited. I'm gonna finish my dinner. I'm gonna go floss real quick and goddamn. I am so excited. You guys know I'm like really, this is like genuinely exciting. I mean, this is how a lot of people play WoW. It's not how I play, but it's how a lot of people play WoW.
Welcome, friend.
So there's some small issues with how tanky he's gonna be. There's some fundamental issues with how tanky he's gonna be here. There's a few things that he's missing. I need a few more minutes. Sorry, I'm almost done. Last bite, and then I gotta go. Oh, I just realized I'm not rendered here. Oh, he's playing Untamed Savagery. God damn. I'm so excited for this. I'm so pumped. He's playing Moonless Night too, which has no benefit to this build whatsoever. I'm so excited. Okay. I'm here. Okay. Two things. One. So by the way, yeah, it's going to be absolutely fine. I just want to clarify. This is not me critiquing. I respect it. I really do, because although I play the game at a higher level, the thing is that I actually stand out a lot. Like, I have a weird reputation in a lot of this, though. Does he ever stream together? Does he want to do any? Like, I have a weird reputation in a lot of circles, because one of the things that I do specifically is I don't follow what other people do. Like, I'll cook my own route. I'll kind of cook. Like, a lot of people carbon copy, and the whole point of doing high keys is they study for the keys.
The way forward.
But I don't do that. I normally think on my own. I make my own routes. I make my own builds. And I oftentimes end up with a talent or two that other people don't play. It happened with Prez. It happened with Guardian. Everything. Sometimes it all makes sense, but very frequently that is not true. So I don't mind. Like, I'm a unique person. Like, I want to see how he pulls this. I really want to see, because I want to know. Like, if I make WoW content, I want to know how the hell he's playing. I want to know what's his thought process on this key. Okay. So let's see what he does. He goes into bear form. He's gonna I'm gonna maybe external him.
Please, if you could.
So far, so good. It seems like he's going to be okay. But let's external for him just for a second. I don't want him to think that I don't trust him. Okay, good, good, good. Spinning crane kick, spinning crane kick. I like Mistweaver. Like I said, I like this healer. Does he know that there's a... So he's still doing the big pull. Like, he still does the pull even with the build. He's doing damage. I mean, hey, it works. He's doing damage. I'm doing damage. We're all happy. There's nothing wrong with this. Mistweaver just spins to win at this key level, too. Like I said, I have no problem. I don't know how I'm supposed to be gaming Chi-Ji. I'm pretty sure that I'm supposed to be weaving in the blackout kicks or something. I'm not 100% on this. But, I mean, Mistweaver at 12s is an omega beast of a healer. Holy shit. Like, it's just, I mean, you are so omega of a healer because you can actually just spin to win. I mean, I'm doing big HPS right now, and I'm literally hitting, like, one button. It's great. I think I'm supposed to weave in just a little bit. Oh. I almost had him. Okay. I'm assuming he dropped Iron Fur. They did not die. Correct. 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 If we take a look at my healing, I will say. It actually doesn't seem that high. Well, I mean, that's going to be lower now. We reset, right? Are we reset? Yeah, we were going to reset, right? Can reset fast, all good. I mean, oh, right, you can't go back.
Only the strongest survive.
So, he did hit Raise on his Apex talent. He did hit it on the Apex talent. What's his HPS look like? I could play. Yeah, he's doing it. Hey, TH. My mouth hurts, man. Oh, is he still in? Wait. Are we not resetting? Oh my god, I thought we were resetting. Are we still going? Oh my god, they're still in the key. Holy shit, no, I misunderstood. Oh no. Oh, fuck. Wait, they just went back. What the fuck? I thought we were going to reset on first pull. Oh. I didn't want to be that guy. I was going to external him at the end there. Okay, so... I'm going to get the deserter flag. I don't know how much you can... I think you're just spinning crane kick on that. I think you're just spinning crane kick. I don't think... Yeah, I know. I know, Wiz. I'm assuming he dropped Iron Fur because he evaporated there. Ooh, he's not casting Mangle. Okay.
Hey, how you doing?
Well, that's the thing, though. I say this is the thing. It's really good for me. This is unbelievably good knowledge for me to have.
Have you ever...
Does he want to? Does he ever do stream togethers? I don't know. I don't want to actually be weird about it, Wiz. Can? Do you pull however you want? Wiz, do you by any chance know him well enough to know if he ever does like stream togethers? Am I allowed to ask him? Do you ever do... Celine, no worries. I'd ask. Do you ever... Let me just whisper him. Yeah, I mean, I have him on B-Tech. I'll just whisper him. No, just freaking ask. I'm very happy. You just ask him. No worries. You live? Let's do it? Okay, okay. I mean, he's gonna... He said this now. Wait, what's this?
The way forward.
I'm like a grandpa with these things.
And your fate
No worries.
entwines
After
with
this.
mine.
That's fine. I'm so cute. I just... This... I gotta do more keys like this. Can I press the scars? Yeah, no, it is. I did. I'm not trying, TH. I successfully... I did.
Wonderful.
I'm
It's been quite some
ready.
time
I'm
since
fully
we
prepared.
met.
I took all the blue pills,
It seems like indeed. Come with us. It should only take a moment to set up for a new lesson.
which is a very funny reference if you get it, and if you don't get it, that's absolutely fine.
We were away. Please.
I might take aggro because I have one renewing mist on him. I'm gonna external right away, first of all. I'm gonna watch my own aggro here. Just keep in mind, like, the perspectives on the game are so fundamentally different. I'm like... So I Chi-Ji here. So now we're just gonna watch the tank. I think I'm supposed to just send conduit sometimes, honestly, for the buff. Okay, so we're watching the tank like now. Thunder Focus T, enveloping missed him. Tank revival for him, maybe. So I think I should enveloping mist and cocoon him here. Good. He does. Oh no, he's dead. Oh fuck. Oh, I was trying. Oh, my meters are bugged. It happens when you don't reset it though. You know what? I'm trying to think of what healer would do the most tank healing. I could. Well, I want him to figure it out. Like, I don't want to tell him what to do. I really, so I'm intentionally not telling him what to do. Resto Druid is what I'm thinking. I actually think that Mistweaver is really good at single target healing as well. I just can't save the one tap with the bleed and stuff. Yeah, no, I'm super happy with this. I'm really enjoying this right now. If he wants. I'm genuinely, like, I actually love having different perspectives in the game. No, chats don't merge, no. Just like... No. Did that go through? I don't think he clicked it. As long as, if he just hits join, the chats don't merge or anything like that. It just shows us +1. No matter who say, yeah, exactly. So, well, you can, but the problem is that mostly the melee, like Rish, I think, I mean, I dropped a spinning crane kick, but you saw I sent revival as well. I'm trying to think. You know, there are talents that I can take, and I can just keep enveloping mist on him a lot better. I feel like the doomers are not dooming. They're actually fair, Chris. To be fair, Chris, like that's not a doom. That's very, very fair. That the prop pally dooming is not a doom. They need to fix it, and they will. You can. I mean, Rish, I would personally as a bear. I could still do it as a bear. I'm trying to think about what I can do to think about full tank healing. I think Soothing Mist, maybe? Do I ever Soothing Mist him? Am I supposed to Soothing Mist him? The extra Cocoon Absorb is not going to help. I feel like that would help. Actually, saying like, if I could play through Overflowing Mist, that would probably help. What can I drop for Overflowing Mist? Well, Healer Mistweaver. This healer that I'm playing right now. Mistweaver is the most fun, actually. Oh, okay. Prophet is totally fine as long as a tank. Yes, it's created RP. It's an RP. Bro, what do I drop to? Yeah. That's what I think I should do it, though. I am hard chilling, though. I am super enjoying this. I just love WoW, man. I just love WoW. Yeah, I kidnapped wait, well. The prop looks so bad. They're gonna buff it, don't worry. I'm there in a second. So let me bind Mist. I wonder if I just think if I could just take this talent instead, but I don't know about. Yeah, that's what I was thinking too. I could actually play through here. I really want Overflowing. Yeah, just keep in mind, I made a video yesterday talking about how you don't want to. You specifically, very specifically, you do not want to be OP on beta. It is a bad idea. You don't want to be the S tier tank. Yeah, the Frenzy Regen talent is huge, but he's overpressing it. He didn't accept the stream together thing. He dropped Iron Fur, that's what I thought. Just hit. I'm playing with Marcellian online right now, random. You know who that is? Mistweaver's good on... I'm not the best at it, but yeah, it's not bad on healing. It needs a bit of tuning. Like, I think... It needs a bit of healing, basically. Like, a little bit of tuning on it would go a long way, I think.
Leave your sanity.
That's what it needs. Like, basically, just a little bit of tuning, but, like, playstyle-wise, it has a lot of options. Yeah, I wonder if I do this. Well, they play... I mean, it's just very different than me. It's how they play the game is so different.
But I have heard wonders.
Sounds again? No, it doesn't. After this key.
Seems like things indeed. Come with us.
I'll do it on
It should
RP
only
or
take a
something.
moment to
There you go, whatever. He doesn't have to worry about it. Do the pull first. Okay, so I'm going to external him on Gather. And then, if only I could get, like, CDR on Cocoon. So this is the thing is, what I'm going through right now is what a lot of people go through all the time. Like this is what they're used to pretty much all the time, right? And that's what I think is really interesting. Because I'm like, okay, so that's a weird movement there. I'm thinking about it from my perspective, but you know, the vast majority of people play the game in this way. And I find that to be fascinating. I think that talent I decided to swap out of is actually kind of giga for this dungeon. So channel this is probably worth it. And then here, yep, and then I'm gonna Thunder Focus Tea another Enveloping Mist here in a second. Yep, here. I'm pretty sure, I mean, Rishi, in this pull, when there's just ambient damage on DPS. See there, I keep going out of melee because they're not synced properly. But I mean, you just basically, okay, cocoon him in a second right now on this movement. You basically just spin to win, right? Like, maybe do you even weave in blackout kicks, or am I just spinning for him to win? So he needs this right now. Enveloping Mist. I got him. Oh, I don't got him. I don't got him. I don't got him. Oh, I almost got him. It is true that this pull is not dying, so it is true that the pull is not dying at all. So he does have to fight for his life the whole time. It is a hard pull, but I don't think you would not do this pull because it's fun. I think maybe Emperor's Favor to bounce his health bar back up would be smart. But I'm not sure what I get rid of for it. Maybe just Rising Mist. Like, I just dropped the Rising Mist, though. Yeah, like, basically it's just spin to win. I mean, we did it. He's going to get bit here. Yeah, we can do this now. So... oh my god. Cocoon, maybe? He's going to die on the boss. If I cocoon him here, he's going to die. I'm cocooning him on cooldown, but he's going to die on the boss. Also, we actually have no damage on this. That's okay.
I need to get closer. It's too far away. I'm out of range.
Because he's playing tons.
Perfect.
Okay.
We are just
That's
about-
going to be a hilarious healing breakdown this key. I don't think I was logging this, unfortunately.
There's too much life magic. What are you doing?
Okay. This boss is going to absolutely crush him. I'm going to do my best.
Absolutely not!
Please, help us, these students.
I don't think you can drop Rising Mist. Good morning, Brenna. Hi. So the question is, how am I going to decide to heal him here? Probably Chi-Ji, and then as this Tank Buster comes out, just Enveloping Mist him. I trigger my Conduit build. This is so fascinating. This is actually so fast. I love this right now. Yo, what's up? I'm playing with Marcellian online, and he has such a cool way of playing the game. Like, I genuinely really like it. Whoa, we didn't kill that. Okay. So the question is, can I heal this when everything goes poorly? Like, technically, yes, I can. So does he know how much damage he's about to take right now? Dispel him first. And then I cocoon him in a second. Dude, this is so different than my average beta key. So I dispel him now outside of this. No one's stacked. Holy fuck. This is so different. This is such a cool experience. This is how most people play the game. Holy fuck. There's 2 bleed stacks on everyone because no one cleared. I revival. Oh my god, Rishi. How am I supposed to do this? Everybody's about to die. Everybody's about to die. I don't have this level of healing. I don't have this level of healing. He's gonna die. I can't save it. I can't save it. Maybe. Oh my god. Oh, the branch is not dead. We're gonna get 3 stacks. Holy No, there's no way. There's no way. Oh my god, aggro. Holy
Survive.
Well, I gotta do more. Okay. It's not. I'm not laughing because content. I'm laughing because, you know, when people complain about the game, when people make takes about WoW, I'm gonna log on to my Resto Druid. I'm gonna swap healer real fast. Okay. I mean, you saw how I was healing that not bad, Rish. I don't think I did a bad job. You know that on that fight, if people take double bleed stacks, it's pretty impossible. Hey, Myth. Hey, Jaboom. Good morning, guys. I haven't streamed this late in a long time. So, I'm going to swap healer really fast. And then, do you guys know Marcellian? I want to see if the knock will work, because actually I think it helps if people are actually hanging out with him and they can see him on stream. I'm going to swap healer real quick. Hey, Cat Mini. So, yeah, triple Druid meta. If you play the OP healer, hey, Para, the tier list. The tier list, by the way. Look at the tier list. Look at the bottom. I actually played everything, and to be honest, it is not. He's good. That's what I'm saying. That's why we're not timing the key, but I'm having a really good time. This is how WoW is meant to be played. Like, WoW is a game of magic and trying and testing and this and it's like, but you're supposed to just have fun playing it. Like, that's the whole point of the game. Let's play live trading for sure. The whole point of the game is to have as much fun playing it as you possibly can. I'm talking about HP. So I've tested both Archon and Oracle, and actually, so it needs tuning. The thing about HP's most importantly is that it needs tuning. Invite. First and foremost, it needs tuning. And second of all, it is missing a little bit of a button, but overall does have coverage because Apotheosis is 32 seconds now. That is long. Oh, he did. Okay, join. So the guy that I'm just playing with now, he did the stream together thing. You see that guy? That's Marcellian. He is cooking his own bear build, and he's basically trial and erroring. And what we're doing right now is genuinely, I'm having such a good time. It's a very different experience than obviously pushing the high keys on beta and playing with a coordinated group. But the whole point is, when you think about healers and what healers are going to be very good, most of the time you're not healing people who are helping you. You're healing people who are learning the dungeon, especially start of season, right? You're healing people who are learning the dungeons, and they need time to learn. And so your job as a healer is seeing, can I power this? Can I power through? That's the only question you should ask. And I think that there are some healers, based on the tier list that I made earlier, that can, and there's some that can't. And Mistweaver has a bit of a cap in terms of I can do the big healing, but when things go wrong, I can't just constantly non-stop top people. So this should be a little better on a Resto Druid. I am also a little tired, of course, but I'm very excited about this. Go give Marcellian. He's been content creating for a long time. Take your time. You know? And I'm actually like, it's such a cool experience to be playing in a different way. Argith, I agree with you 1000%. And I think that a huge problem with World of Warcraft right now is the fact that we are we're so optimization driven that the first thing you do, if you're a key player, the first thing you do is I want to try Resto Druid. You don't sit there and read your talents. The first thing you do is go to murloc.io or archon.gg and you just copy paste. And the art of just saying, hey, I'm playing this, like this button, I don't know what, call upon the spirits for I don't know what the fucking spirits are. Tree of Life, boom, Tree of Life sounds fucking gay. The art of doing that is lost. But that's how it should be played. That's how the game is meant to be played, if anything. You know what I mean? Exactly. And then the truth is, and I've been making videos now for only a year. Like, I'm still new to this, and it's still a learning experience for me. But the truth is, I get more questions about what is meta, and I've learned, Argith, that If I want to get views on something, I could just say meta question mark or whatever. But the truth is that WoW players don't like context. That is the thing. WoW players do not like context. That is ultimately the truth of it. Does that make
Way
sense?
forward opens.
So people just want to
And
know.
your fate
Yeah, we can get full Druid calm
with
going.
mine.
Okay, so aggro's still going to be a problem. I bark skin him right away, and I should be. If I just, I'm not doing any damage, Key. I don't care. I'm not going to be doing damage. I am just. I'm going to need mana. I think mana could be an issue, but I'm going full haste, and I'm just going to. I should combat log this. I don't think I was logging right when I logged in. Dude, if I don't, I want to see how much tank healing I can do. Well, this is the thing. The whole point is, at this point, the only thing that matters is how much tank healing I can do. And I have utility of soothing these bees if they last too long, etc. Yeah. No, I don't think so. I actually disagree, Random. I don't think the sweats like context either. Do you know what high keys is? Do you know what people spend their time doing in higher keys? Overall majority of high keys is spent studying to carbon copy. The overall overwhelming majority. I'm gonna watch aggro here. I genuinely mean this. If you didn't know this, high keys are determined specifically more than anything else. I can do a little bit of damage here for sure. Even if it's just one Feral Frenzy. I'm just gonna get a bleed off because I can't resist. And then I'm gonna top it. But yeah, high keys are determined by how much time are we going to spend studying other people's VODs to figure out what we should do. But you'll notice a big difference. He's going to notice a big difference in his survivability as well, simply because I'm playing a Resto Druid. And I can actually just spam him. I am fully capable of just saying, hey, he needs me now, I got him. No problem. Because this is Resto Druid, the whole point. Look at his health bar compared to when I was on my Mistweaver. And it's infinite. And I can top him instantly, non-stop. And I have Tree of Life, and I'm just going to spam heal him. I don't care about my damage. My damage is irrelevant. Yeah, even like Race the World First, I mean, like most raiders, you know what I mean? And it's just, if you look at what Mythic raiding has become, which is why a lot of people were in favor, even though it hurt them, the add-on changes, the truth is that Mythic raiding, even at a higher level, is just, can we copy what the World First does? Nobody actually stops and thinks about the context of the boss. Look at the health bar difference. I need to change the debuffs though, because I can't see it still. So Resto Druid, see the tier list that I made earlier? This is what I kind of meant by that tier list. Because right now, I can save him. I can save him. I got him. Immediately, non-stop pushing up health bars, and I can help the tank in this way. There is nothing that compares to this. No other healer can do this. Not quite like this. So this is when I made that tier list earlier. You have to take in the actual practical application of the things. Yeah, and I'm a little weird, Argith, because I play the game at a high enough, competitive enough level, but I still like to cook on my own, and I still laugh, and I still have a good time. And I swear, people is a very strange thing with WoW, but you know one of the weirdest things to me is that people don't laugh when they play anymore. I mean, some groups do, but a lot of guilds are just stuck there in Mythic Raid, and they're not laughing. They're like, all right, guys, lock in. And if you start laughing, then your raid lead goes, you're not taking this seriously enough, right? Isn't that what happens a lot? I mean, at least in my experience, maybe.
There is too much
Yeah, exactly. And it's but it's like, why are you playing the game?
This is your fault.
Like you're not.
Absolutely not.
But Argith, but you're paying to play. Like it's a game, but it's not a game. But the problem is, and here's the real reason. If you've never heard me say this before, this is what I really realized about it. The genuine reason why this happens is because people don't play WoW for fun. A lot of people use gaming as an analogy for real life. A lot of people use gaming as an analogy for real life. And so the truth is that real life is hard and messy. Real life, aren't we all just a little bit depressed these days? Just questioning what life's meaning is really about because, you know, we're just sitting here doom scrolling and shit, and like who knows what's supposed to happen. And So the thing is that when WoW players use WoW as an analogy for real life, their success in the game is directly tied to their self-worth in real life. So they have to do well. I don't have a kick. I can't help with this. So do you understand? They have to do well. It's not optional. If they fail in game, they failed in real life, which is why they start getting really, really toxic about all of it. Okay, so we're gonna get double blue stacks. Oh, get in. They don't know to get in. See, he doesn't know this mechanic here, so now I have to power heal. Technically, I can do this. I mean, I'm a wrestler, dude, so, you know, technically. Oh, watch the tank. He has so many stacks on him. These ads are not dying. This is an unbelievable... Oh, he's gonna die, yeah. Well, let's say. Maybe external.
Your
So... I mean, it's far ahead, but not that far ahead, really. It's far ahead, but it's not that far ahead. Yeah. You want to go 10? Yeah, it's not a thing that people. It's not an active awareness. It's my take on it. They don't know they're doing it. Oh my god. Yeah, we can. My Resto Druid is certainly the play here, though. I'll keep everybody full health. I mean, I remember in Dragonflight, people hated this boss, and now I understand why a little bit. Because even back then, I was like, it's not that bad. You just stack, move left. Ads die in 2 seconds. No problem. This boss is atrocious if the ads don't die. Good question. I think you have to craft them. I'm pretty sure. Does he want a... I mean, he's tanking fine. Like, even I would die. It doesn't matter who's playing it. I mean, keep in mind, he has no trinkets. He's not playing any trinkets, which I think is awesome. That's such a different way to play. Okay, so what did he decide to play at the end of the day? He's playing... This is so cool. No, you are absolutely fine. Can't fight the internet boss. Great. Let me just tell this Boomy. I don't want it to feel bad. See, like, the Boomy feels bad, and I just, like, my thing is, like, I want to whisper him and just be like, hey, it's all, like, you can't fight the internet boss. It's all good. No worries, right? And that, I just think, Argath, I don't know how WoW gets that back. I also don't think that everyone has lost it. There's a lot of people who are still really into that. I wish I had a DPS made. I think that'd be fun. Oh, man. Yo, a tier list... Sorry, Pimlet. Tier list is in the Discord now. Tiers links in Discord. He did not just ask if he should convoke. Oh, no. Oh, no. I wasn't listening. I want to keep cooking. I'm very down. Having a blast. I can give him a talent suggestion that will help, but to be fair, it won't solve the problem. Like, I mean, you will just die if that ads live forever. The only way you would do is if you Vortex Typhoon. Does he want my build? Do you want a whole build or just a talent? Get me in? Okay, wait, I got a DPS. I got a DPS. Link it, I guess, the whole build. I don't know. Like, I want to let him cook. I don't want to take that away from him. If he wants to cook, I want to let him cook. Okay, so the Guardian Druid build for Elune's Chosen. EC Cook for beta. Well, okay, so he probably doesn't play Killing Blow. He doesn't play Killing Blow, right? He might want Elune's Favorite from this. No, you can get you can. You could drop Killing Blow and play Elune's Favorite. That's fine. Or double Mangle is also fine. This is the build. Does he want the link? Yeah, you could drop Killing Blow, I suppose. I mean, has anyone ever said to his best a Wu Howl impression? Ooh, I think it's happened once or twice. Hey, Helgita. I normally don't stream. I'm so happy that I got to do this. He's pretty tanky, by the way. I'll tell him, by the way. You were pretty tanky, by the way. Just die. Sure. I know I'm your forgotten. I don't forget anyone. Well, actually, no, that's not true. That's fucking lie. I forget everything. I'm really bad at remembering stuff. I was about to say that's a damn lie. That's the YouTube there. Starting a woo rant. Okay, Algito, what do you want me to rant about?
Welcome, friend.
He's looking at stuff. He's really playing. Is he logging that too? He's logging it. How much you hate Addison playing Minecraft on stream instead of WoW. Okay. Okay. All right. I mean, you get to choose the rant. So if you redeem the points, you get to choose the rant. Listen. Okay. Okay. Sure. I know. 12 scales, but you don't have trinkets on. But to be fair, you don't. But to be fair, you will effectively have 0 trinkets, which is fine. Which is totally fine. 12 scale to 276.
Time is money, friend.
We can do whatever. That's fine. So absolutely, I actually really like the way he plays this, though. Okay, so basically, if I have to rant about this, Algita, what I would say is that it is a shame that Addison is not playing Phasmophobia with you. It's a good question. So to be fair, so yes, the very high keys on beta are being done, but only with extreme coordination. Extreme coordination, by the way. So that's the thing. The very high keys are being done, but only with a very large amounts of coordination that is not present in most things. Yeah. Oh my god, I can't believe I had this open. Hey, Algita, you know I made a tier list earlier, right? But I asked Stream to vote for the second tab that they wanted open, and I just want to point this out. Look at the second tab that I had open here, Algita. What do you think about this? So I was showing logs of all the different dungeons, too, and I was ranking the different healers. But I had asked what the second tab should be, because I always like to put a little Easter egg in all my tier lists. People don't always know this, but I do like to put a little Easter egg in all my tier lists. So if you just take a look there. Okay, this should be a little better. I think uncreated is about to blast. That's a real guild, by is it actually? Oh, I see. Algito, you might have to redeem that rant another time. I think I'm tired and I'm kind of focused. I'm listening to Marcel. Do you know Marcillian, Algito? Do you know who we're playing with right now? I think he's on the way. Is he playing survival? He should absolutely play survival. Oh, he just started. Holy, he just sent it. Oh my god, he just sent it. All right, bet. He just sent it. Fantastic. He's playing survival. Good. I was about to say survival is the way. Yep, that's correct. That was the right choice. Okay, my hunter is going to have a very fun key. Let me reset the meters.
Welcome to Algathar
Yup.
Academy. I am delighted
No
that you
clue who that is. You see who I'm. You see who I'm is though. What about tanks? I have made a preliminary tank tier list. I have to update it after the blood decay nerfs, but the rest of it is still fairly accurate. I would change it slightly after playing beta for another few weeks. Then I have logs and stuff, but I'll make a tank one. I want to tank a lot of these dungeons again. I really have been healing because I knew I wanted to make the tier list today. I was specifically waiting and just healing for about like 3 weeks now. Like I really have just been healing. That was been my mission for a while, and I was very excited to just be a Giga healer on beta and test stuff. That was my plan basically, and yeah, I was about to say he's gonna take aggro. Nice. And so I kind of have to get back into the swing of tanking, but tanking is a lot more first nature to me. I don't have to think about tanking. I have to think about healing, though. The thing about healing is that I have to actually think about it a lot more. You know? Tier list peasants, yeah, I'll get there. Yes, no, so if you actually watch any of my tier lists, you should... what I do is I use them as an opportunity to talk about the game. The only thing I care about is actually talking about the game during those tier lists. Does that make sense? It's fine. I only want to use it as an opportunity because everything is subject to change. For sure, you're absolutely right. We don't know anything about what's going to be meta, what's going to be good. Yeah, I figured he's going to have a good key. Yeah, this is going to be a good key for the survival hunter, though. Exactly. Not just that, but we can tell based on encounter design, by the way. So one of the big things to tell is based on encounter design what's going to be good versus bad. That is actually a pretty massive difference. Does that make sense? So one of the big things is if the encounter design, what I talked about in the healer tier list, if the encounter is built around 30-second burst windows. There are some healers that have cooldowns every 30 seconds and some that don't. If there is an encounter that requires a massive healing global every, let's say, 1 minute, and every 1 minute you need 10 seconds of massive healing, there are some healers like Resto Shaman which feel so actively terrible now. Like, so actively terrible, right? Just because they don't have it available. So Resto Shaman doesn't have cooldowns anymore, and it literally can't do it. Does that make sense? So when it comes to healers, the tier list is not just based on current numbers or anything like that. It's a lot more based on what specs feel like. Also, Resto feels ridiculous. Literally a single regrowth just goes boop, and then boop, and then boop. I mean, it's insane. So this branch will actually die now on time, and this fight becomes entirely different. Yeah, crazy different. And what I'll do is when the ads spawn, because we actually have a group now, is I'll Vortex here. I got him here. Boom, just a little Swift Bend. And Convoke for me. I've got a solution for the aggro here. I external the tank, and all good. So Resto Druid has a solution to all of the problems that just happened. Resto Druid has a plan that can deal with it, but other healers would struggle to do what I just did. Because I might have had a ramp or something, but Resto Druid doesn't rely on cooldowns. It's not a reactive healer. It is, in fact, just here. The plan is regrowth. I mean, it's kind of silly, but yes. The plan is literally just left click, right click. It's you're not wrong. That is actually what you do. I'm not sure if I would describe the gameplay as fun for Resto Druid, but it's certainly powerful. And here, I have infinite healing, especially if I cast Innervate on myself. Infinite healing, infinite healing. Unless I take aggro, in which case I have less than infinite healing. Cool. I got him. So I have the bleed stack, and I'll get 2 stacks here in a second. Yeah, no, I mean, of course it's going to get nerfed. Because you don't want, again, you don't want to be the top performing healer. Hold on, I actually have to focus now. I can do this, no problem. Debating if I switch my bloom. No, I'll keep it on the tank. I got this, no problem. I'll have to trank this one, because I have a bleed stack still. No, I mean, like, you have infinite healing. I can't express to you how I have 2 stacks of the bleed right now, and all I have to do is hit this trank, and I should be absolutely fine. And again, I am actually kind of just doing tank healing, because that's what's required of me right now. Like, that's actually what needs to happen. See that big regrowth? You just cleave it up, and everybody's fine. You can power heal through almost any mechanic. So, right now, Resto Druid is the most unbalanced. But keep in mind, it's early beta, and they have a lot of time to fix this. So, if I was on my other healer, sure, like you saw how this was on my Mistweaver. I wasn't actually playing Mistweaver that poorly. I external my tank. But Resto Druid is currently built to just have infinite options. Infinite options in these dungeons right now. As long as, I mean, I'm still playing it pretty well. Keep in mind that I've healed this on a much higher key level, and I would not describe this as the most challenging key level for myself. But yeah, like, this isn't going how it goes in higher keys, and I'm still able to do what I have to do. Does that make sense? Exactly, and I actually think, Random, that that's the right thing to do, you know? Dude, that was hilarious. That Potty C episode, Mike, was fucking gold. Do you? I mean, my favorite thing, and the comments were absolutely correct. You know, the best thing ever was just listening. It's just watching Max's face when the content appeared. That was actually correct. That was an amazing. I mean, he was. I don't think I agree with everyone. I don't think I've ever seen him happier. I don't think I've ever seen him happier. If you don't watch the Potty C, the last episode was genuinely so fucking funny because Jack and Ellesmere clash for some reason. I actually don't know. Oh, fuck. That mechanic. I don't know why they clash so much. There was another podcast that they were on. You might not have heard of it. It's a new podcast. Do you know Brutal's new podcast? He made a new podcast. It's the Brutally Honest podcast. Brutal Static. I asked, actually. He wanted, maybe I'll do an episode with him at the end of this month. I'll give him a shout out here in a second. He might start stream soon too. He made a podcast, and he had Ellesmere and Jack on as well. And it was the same thing. I mean, they just sort of get on each other's nerves, and I don't know why, but it's pretty entertaining. Healer main just ain't normal people. It's certainly interesting. It's weird to watch them. They have the same takes, you know. I can't listen to it. I can't so. Oh. What? Did he fly? Do you think they will nerf Resto Druid? So I have a bad feeling that they're going to nerf Resto Druid, and I think that would be a mistake. I think that the right move is to buff other healers to feel better. I also think that the right move, by the way, is to buff tanks to feel like VDH. I think that the right idea is that they need to buff other tanks so they feel more like VDH, and I think that the right idea is to buff other healers. Okay, so the tank will need me here because he's going to have a bunch of bleed stacks. Keep in mind, I can't see it on my frames, but I know this though. Yeah, so I just don't think they're going to do it. And can I honestly just... I'm going to cash out on Blizzard just a little bit. And you know, I don't normally do this. I'm a Blizzard enjoyer. I'm a strong advocate that we shouldn't doom. The game is fun. Everything's gonna be okay. Okay? However, how fucking ever. Listen. If they just made tanks and healers more powerful, the game would be better. We need more tanks and more healers, and all they have to do is make tanks and healers powerful. I don't care in what context, it doesn't matter. Just make tanks and healers feel really, really, really strong. It doesn't mean don't design challenging content, it just means straight up buff tanks and healers, please. The game needs more tanks and more healers. That's it. I honestly think, and I've said this before, and they're not going to do it, and I genuinely don't know why. There's a world where I don't know why they won't do it, but for some reason they're so resistant to this. External him. If they straight up right now on live just took all healers and they buffed them, every single healer, by, let's say, 30%, would that be a problem? I mean, would that be bad for the game? I'm genuinely like, what would be the harm? The race to world first is over. Everything. I mean, what's it gonna mess up? Title? Like, just because it makes the plus 20 priory a little easier? Like, what is it gonna fuck up? I just don't understand. What the real? Why not? The thing is that I can't come up with a good reason as to why not. The only thing I can come up with is that, you know, people at the very top level are going to be like, guys, it's not even that hard to heal. Like, you know what? Fuck it. I'm gonna full send this rant. I'm not gonna stop if I'm going for this, I'm going for this. Listen, okay, fucking chill, Tim. Tim is the fucking title player, and I'm just gonna curse a little bit. Just ignore me for a second, okay? Because I'm very passionate about this. They're like, guys, healing isn't even that hard. I'm like, bitch, you are in Discord calling people's defensives and health potion. Have you ever tried? Go heal a plus 12 pug, I swear to God. Like, actually, just a little bit of a cash out here, because what they don't understand is that this key right now is harder for me to heal than every other beta key I've done. Genuinely. And that should be, like, that's okay. But I feel powerful. But if I wasn't, but the average healer in this situation is not going to have the experience that I have healing these keys. So they would not have gotten past the first boss, let alone the first pull, probably. And it's like, that's not good. That's bad. You know? Like, I'm even trying to weave some globals in here because I know I'm going to be fine to heal this, but still. That's my cash out, sorry. I normally don't get that feisty. But it's true, like, they could do it, and it wouldn't, I don't think it would hurt the game. I think it would actively make the game better. Exactly. And when they talk, and it kind of pisses me off to listen to the Podyssey and whatever sometimes, because one thing that they absolutely do when they talk about Mythic Raid, and they're like, guys, Dementius is not even whatever. Like, you know, Gallywix was easy. I'm like, I knew personally a lot of people who struggled on Gallywix. But it's not, that's like Mythic Raid. I don't know. It's just, and when they, specifically the keys. The thing that gets me is the keys. When they talk about Mythic Plus, and they log into beta, and they're like, well, my experience with this key is not even that bad. I'm like, because you're coordinating CCs and group kicks. Because you can call for people to say, hey, stun this, in cap now. I will never forget, it's the same as watching a Yoda routing video where he goes, hey, well, all you have to do is just, you know, you just call sigil into beam into this. And I'm like, what calling what? And they're like, and then you just go, I remember he was talking about Priory, and he said, the thing you just don't want to pull any of the footmen. The footmen are the most inefficient mobs in Priory. And so you want to pull as many casters as possible. And I was sitting here listening as a relatively competitive Pug player, and I was just like, please no. Don't do that. You want to avoid all the casters you possibly can. You're like, well, it's efficient. It's like, it's not efficient when you die. You know? And he's like, it's not that hard. You just do this double light spawn pull with the mini boss, and you just basically, again, it's grip. It was exactly when you went grip, cap, totem, sigil into beam, and then you just and then you just rotate individual kicks, and then your CC is back up. And I'm like, excuse me, in my relatively high key Priory, by the way, like it's not like I'm doing like a 10. Like in my plus 19 Priory I did the other day being several weeks ago before beta came out, the plus 20, it was plus 19 Priory. That's a near title level key. Like that's not an easy key. Like, the DK didn't know how the mobs worked on the very first pull. So he double sent his grip before they actually jumped out, and we were like, can you just wait a second next time? And he goes, why? And I was like, what? And then he didn't press a defensive and died to a mechanic and goes healer. And I'm like, it's a 19. Like, that shit happens in a 19. Oh, so like this, my job should be to power heal this. Yes, but also, even at the title level, even at that level, you still have people who kind of don't play the game in the same way. How are you finding the healing in Midnight? You know, honestly, I actually think healing in Midnight is... It's fine, but there's... Oh, double cast on him. It's okay, but... Nah. I would say that it's okay if you're a Resto Druid. It feels great. If I'm a Resto Druid, I have answers for everything. Like, I will not struggle to heal anything, even mistakes that happen in this dungeon, I'll be fine. And it doesn't matter kind of almost what key level. If I'm just healing and I'm not trying to do damage, I can out heal actually everything, and I feel influential and powerful. I feel good because I'm contributing to my team, and I can be a giga healer. Like, I'm protecting the people. You know? If I wasn't a Resto Druid, it doesn't feel that good. No, sorry. Let me take a step back. Comparatively, Resto Druid is so far ahead right now because of encounter design more than anything. Because of spammable healing. Oh, he's gonna double this. Okay, all right. A brave endeavor. I got this. Does he know that these mobs really, really hurt him now? We Vortex Typhoon the first set of casts. Healing is fun. I have genuinely enjoyed it. I am not upset about healing. I've been using the base default UI with 0 add-ons installed, by the way. You know? The tier set is baked in now, Mike. That's one of the reasons in the tier list that I made. When you hear me talk about Resto Druid, there are 2 ways to nerf Resto Druid. One of them, and I'm not even going into cat form here because my tank's going to need me. So one of the ways to nerf Resto Druid is to nerf its base regrowth value. But I also did a YOLO key as Keeper of the Grove today because before I made the tier list, I told myself, I have to play everything that I rank. I will not test a single thing that I myself have not ranked before. That was the thing. I told myself, no matter what, if I rank it on this list, like if the hero talent is listed here, I have to have played it before. That was oh my god, see? I stopped healing him for a second. Yeah. So I even played that and Wild Stalker tier set, so it's in it now, and that's one of the reasons Resto Druid's OP. They could also just choose to nerf Wild Stalker. That would be an acceptable target nerf for them. If they wanted to not nerf it on a baseline level, they could just nerf Wild Stalker. Which I think would be very fair, because when I was playing Keeper of the Grove, I in fact did not feel Omega Giga powerful. Just to be clear, it did not feel like that. My regrowths were not constantly topping everyone, and it was harder. So I don't know if they should nerf Resto Druid baseline. They should nerf Wild Stalker baseline. That make sense? Bro, it's so weird. I'm streaming late today, man. Play a Paladin as a healer. So, Paladin actually felt pretty solid. I put Lightsmith in solid. I think it could use a bit of tuning, but I don't think it's an incomplete healer. Like Lightsmith felt okay. Herald is bad. Herald did not feel good. But Lightsmith Paladin is what everyone's playing. I mean, no one is playing Herald because it's bad. You know, it's like no real reason to. So, oops, almost gone. Do you play League or wait? What did I say? I myself do not play League. I played League for 6 hours one day and decided, nah. So he's getting comfortable on Bear because he's a lot safer. No, I played League like one time and I was like, no. I don't know how much you've been on my stream, Master Yoda. May the force be with you. But I believe that games should be fun, and if I'm playing a game, I want to have fun with it. League does not follow that mentality. Oh my god, he's tripling this pull. Holy fuck. Aggro. Nah, res him. We gotta res the hunter here. This pull's not gonna die, and we're gonna... Uh-oh. He should have taken a res. This is a... I don't know who convinced him to do this, but we're about to die. So if he doesn't know, he's about to die. Okay. I can maybe... No, there's no way. Because I'm going to get stunned, and then I'm going to get the orb on me, and then I could trank, potentially. And it's just not going to die. I'm going to get stunned again. I do have a stop, but I'm just going to get perma-stunned. He's going to die in a second. I can external him, potentially. I can healing potion myself. On the... Oh, no, Surge.
Wish
Nope.
you had lasted a little longer.
That was a bold move. That was a bold move indeed. Yes. A solid... I respect it. That was a bit of a pot of greed, I would say. What happened to my water? More water after. Reminder for everyone, I am off tomorrow's stream. I'm going to actually relax with the cats and the girlfriend. The tier list, I'll put the whole tier list up on YouTube. I highly encourage you can skip to the end and just watch, or I'll actually timestamp it as well for each spec, but I really highly recommend you should take a look at the actual tier list. Like, listen to it. Many Havocs. I have seen almost no Havocs because Havoc is bad. Havoc is kind of rough right now, so I haven't seen many Havocs now. Vortex Typhoon. Boom. And here. How many times I go to the gym? Not that many. Fitness is a huge part of my life, and it's what I do for work, so I'm pretty passionate about it. But I'm kind of lazy. I've just been doing it for a very long time, so I have gains. It's time spent, and also the fact that I do it for work. So I basically get a lot of my workouts in, funny enough, when I'm coaching other people, because I don't go to the gym that often. Maybe right now, I mean, I'm dead. Oh, no, I'm dead. I'm dedicated at the moment, but basically around healing potion. Heal the tank first, watch everybody else later. Dispel, oh, I'm asleep. I would say about like 3 times a week right now, maybe 2. Maybe once or like 2 to 3 times, give or take, right now. Hold up, wait. We're still in this pool, technically.
Your
Oh, nope.
survival
Triple cast.
Wasn't necessary.
Yeah. it's a bold move. Thank you, Argith. I appreciate it. For me, fitness is just like WoW. People lose the plot on fitness all the time. Actually, Lacus had asked me on Patreon to make him a video specifically about fitness. And I was like, okay, I can make a fitness video. I said, what do you want to know? I've been doing this for a very long time. I've worked for many fitness companies, and I've gotten to work with some fairly influential people over my time. But for me, I don't know. I have a lot of genetic issues. I was a very sick kid, and I learned sort of the hard way that although it's cool to look a certain way, fitness is ultimately not about aesthetics. I mean, it's nice. It's important to like what you see in the mirror. That is important. But that's not the end-all, be-all. Just not being in pain and being able to move better and trust your own body is so underrated. Are we going to do it again? Just the having trust in yourself is underrated. Learning to say, hey, my body is not my enemy, it's actually my friend. And not only is it my friend, but like we're in this together and we're doing a fucking great job. That's a completely different mentality, and one that I wish was talked about more in the realm of fitness. People always talk about how to min-max But Argith, people talk about fitness as if it was secondary stats. What's up, Clappy? Yeah, I'm on late today. This is a very late stream. I'm really enjoying this content at the moment, so I don't want to go to bed. But basically, what people ask when it comes to fitness all the time, and what people end up talking about is this. They go like this. They say, hey, if I had 5% more mastery instead of 5% more crit, that would solve all my problems, right? And I'm like, no. Changing 5% of a secondary stat is not going to solve your gray parse. And fitness is exactly that. People focus on endless little minor optimizations without thinking about the big picture, which is that your rotation is wrong. And if you get your rotation right, the secondary stats will matter a lot less. You know, does that make sense? Argith, I think you said earlier, and I might have missed it, but what specs do you play in WoW? Hey, Clappy. It's late for me. It's, what time is it? It's 10 p.m. Holy, are we going to randomly proc a 24-hour stream? Am I just not sleeping tonight? I'll definitely sleep tonight. But this is a long stream. I haven't done a stream like this in a long time. Nice, good job. Please sleep. I will. Don't worry. I just finally kind of recovered from the whatever I felt earlier. Playing Warrior, Druid, Tank, Brazil 14, MM Hunter, and also Druid, Healer, Priest, Healer. Okay. So, if Warrior is your main, like Prot Warrior, Argith? Prot Warrior? If you want, go watch this for free. If you're curious about it, go watch that for free. It's the first video on there. It's completely free. You don't have to. You just have to have an account. But I didn't wanna gate it behind a paywall because that information should be free for what it's worth. But imagine when people talk about fitness, and if you are in the fitness world at all and you watch any of the fitness influencers, hey, we have something in here we're not supposed to have it. Okay, we're good. Cool. Ooh, who's playing right now? Wait, Mike, like American football? This might actually surprise you, but I love American football. I miss it. It's one of the things I miss in America. I watch it with my dad sometimes. Okay, so here we have an overlap. Now we have to actually heal this, though. There's only one kind of football. I don't know where you're from, Mike, so keep in mind there are many types of football depending on what country you live in. Where I might agree with you, just know that most people won't. Wait, where are you from, Mike? No, the Super Bowl's in February. Yeah, so no, see, we're talking about fun. We're not even on the same page right now. You're talking about soccer, and I'm talking about football. There's completely different things. Okay, so here we ramp, go here, bam, boom, power heal, and 1, 2, Wrestle Druid is infinite options because everybody's full health right now, no problem, easy, this. Yeah, you're talking about that one game that they actually play with their feet. That's so weird. I think the only people who like that game are the ones who like feet. Interesting. You're talking about the game with the feet. Yeah, I'm talking about the game where they basically almost never use their foot. But we call it football. And if you ask why, do you know why? Do you want to know why? I'll tell you why. Because America. Obviously. I'm sorry. You know I'm being facetious, right? Like I'm making fun of my culture here. Yeah, you can't say that on Twitch. As funny as it sounds, you can't say that on Twitch. You got auto-modded for that. As silly as that sounds, you're not allowed to say that on Twitch. Yeah. Yep. Which obviously I cannot get into. TH can see it because he's a mod. No one else can see it. TH can see it because he's a mod. Yeah. Yeah, but also, like, let's just drop the subject entirely. It is interesting that you can't, but just drop the subject entirely because I will not get into politics on stream. Oh yeah, what's up, Cody? I refuse. It's one of the things that I learned. I learned the hard way because one day I was like, guys, you know my stream. I talk about everything. I'm an honest guy. Let's just have a conversation. And I instantly regretted it. I regretted about 5 minutes later, and I was like, yeah, this was a bad idea. You can imagine. You know, I was like, it'll be fine. I can moderate this. And I was like, there is no, I was like immediately like, I am GG's, guys. See you tomorrow. Yeah. Nah, just like basically completely stray away from it though. It is, but I also don't even know if it's people's fault at this point. Like emo, hi also I haven't seen you in a long time. The thing is, it's intentionally meant to be like that, and it's only getting worse over time. But inherently, the reason that we won't get into it, but the reason that we won't get into it is because people don't have a conversation about it. People have an argument about it. And if at any point you come at a conversation with another person and your intent is to win, not to communicate, then you can't have a conversation. You see? It's the same it's a big relationship tip as well. If you're ever in a relationship with somebody and you like them, you see? No, I'm not talking about actual, like politics itself I'll keep out of. But basically the problem is that oftentimes people they're not actually trying to have a conversation, they're trying to convince you of something. And that's not a conversation. If that makes sense. Big wrestler true damage this pull. I got it. So this is me convoking in cat form, Heart of the Wild. This is actual Wrestler Druid damage. It's the most damage I can put out. Full bleeds on the targets. I'm not even going to go out of cat form, basically. I'm greeting cat form the entire time. I'll be fine. It will be fine. I trust. Big trust. I trank if I absolutely need to. This is me. You see me. I've been in cat form this entire pull with 100% bleed uptime. And I'm doing 20k DPS. 25k. That's nothing. That's nothing, man. Like, healer damage is so... There's no point. This was me greeting. I let my team drop. I wasn't healing at all. And that's with Heart of the Wild. No combat potion, but still. Yeah, but that's my perspective on it. So anything that I feel like people, even if I talk about love, or if I talk about depression even, or like something that's a sensitive topic, I'm always aware that my perspective is but one of many. If it helps people, I'd love to share it. But my goal is to actually converse about it. That's my intent. At the very least, that's what I'd like to be able to do. Doesn't always work, but my intent is, I'm not trying to prove that I'm right. I don't need your validation. I'm just trying to talk about something. Does that make sense? Like, I want to talk about it because, god damn it, everybody's fucking depressed. How do we fix that? Like, what can we do? That's a good conversation. That's a genuinely good conversation. I think that's a worthwhile point to talk about. I wonder how we manage that. He's talking about feet games? Oh, no, we're not talking about feet games anymore. Yo, enjoy your actual soccer. You're right that enjoy your football. Thanks for hanging out today, Mike. Change stream to 16. We'll solve it. Clearly, you have never been to America, my friends. I think like one weekend in America, and you might say that we should ban alcohol instead. Oh, I'm getting tired. Randomly procking a 9-hour stream, huh? Oh, wait, that's fine. So there's that. Okay, I don't know how I would really make the point I want to make about this. There's an inherent sense of distrust that I have for people to have the responsibility to handle things like that responsibly. Where is my res? Here it is. So you know Arson? Giga Aflock. I play with him a lot. I'm gonna try to see if I can recommend this guy. Thank you, Captain. Thank you, Cap. Much appreciated.
These are sacred halls of learning. Only
Oh,
those
gotcha.
registered may access them. You have done.
I don't ever, because generalizations are generalizations. They're not. They should not be. They should always be taken with a grain of salt. Speaking of salt, I need salt. Yeah, generalizations should always be made and taken with a grain of salt because they're generalizations. They don't apply to everybody by nature. Ugh. Let's look at the tier list after this. Oh, okay, so this is going to be... I wonder if Alcathar would actually be a tough key to do in different key levels. I'm getting very tired. I don't know if you can tell. I'm starting to notice just a little bit. Getting a little tired here. We can go on about it, Captain, but the truth is, the main thing is that when you talk about people, the main thing you have to understand is this. If you ever have a conversation about people or society and what you're disappointed in, it's so important because otherwise you further it. And this is, if there's one thing I'm going to say about this, it's this. You have to understand it is not anyone's fault. It's not their fault. If you're like, wow, that person, I mean, with respect, they're kind of an idiot. That's fair to say, and objectively they might be, but it's not their fault. And if you say that person is so angry all the time, it's not their fault. If you say that person, why are they so weird? It's not their fault. Like, genuinely, you have to understand that fault is a completely not productive understanding of it because it makes it tribal, because it makes it a you versus them. If it's somebody's fault, it's not yours. And it makes it, if at any point, if it becomes you versus them, then it's not productive. It's not about, it's exactly, it's kind of like it's intentionally designed to be that way, and people never got the information to not be that way. You know, like, it's like, but we're supposed to be afraid nowadays. Do you know what I mean by that? Like, fear is clearly manufactured in many ways, and that's not a bad, like, that's just part of life. But that's not anybody's fault. If you end up being afraid and you end up being a little addicted to your phone, congratulations, you're a human being. That's not because you lack willpower. If you try to diet and you put honest effort in, but you don't end up losing weight, and you end up a little heavier 6 months later, that's not your fault. Like, that's not your fault. You may not have had the information that you could have had, but it's not your fault. Yeah, I don't like it when people start throwing out the fault. I think that if you're in my stream and you like hanging out with me, you probably have some agreement on this. Because it's the fundamental of how I look at people. GG's. So it's personal accountability and fault is not the same thing. Personal accountability is saying I can change and there's things I can do about this. That is important. Fault is no good. I need to go to work. Yo, bye, Argith. I'll see you later. A woo item. Bye-bye.
Thanks for hanging out. I will not be here tomorrow. Remember, no stream tomorrow. I will post the tier list and then ooh. Wow. But be back on Monday. Oh, what is he gonna test next? No, get on it. You're all good. Is he gonna keep playing? I think that I might need to go. I think I'm a little tired. Okay, I think it's. Hey, man. That was honestly good fun. Small brew test. Small brew test. Weekly no lever. Weekly no lever, man. Yo, go past Marcelino Fall. If you don't know him, he's actually a pretty chill guy and he makes cool YouTube videos. I really appreciated his perspective today, honestly. I genuinely did. That was really interesting today. Let me put this up here. Yeah. Their YouTube is funny. Catch you later. We're gonna go raid them too. Be nice. Okay, that's what we were just playing with. We're gonna go over there. I'll see you tomorrow. Tier list will be on YouTube if you want, and in case anybody's interested, I post cute cat stuff on social media. Yo, enjoy your football. All right, see you guys. Yeah, man. Yeah, I want to see that log a little bit, but we'll log it later. Okay, tier list time. I gotta go make the tier list. Oh, a little tired. What? Drew the Claw? Wait, what is he playing? He's playing Drew the Claw now? Oh, no, I want to help. He's playing Drew the Claw? No, I want to help. I don't actually know. You know what? Wait, did he take my build? I'm really curious if he knows that I make Guardian Druid content. Does he know that I'm a Guardian Druid content creator? I can't figure out if he does or does not know this. Oh, man. All right, GG. This was a fun stream. I'll see you guys Monday.